Hello and welcome to the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center. It's the CSA Team National Championships. We're set for the women's semifinals this morning. My name is Jackson Bragman, alongside Joe Robinson for this morning session of quarterfinal action. Excuse me, not semifinal action, quarterfinal action. Joe, thank you so much for taking the time to hop up here in the Eagles Nest in the commentary booth with me. We have an absolutely outstanding slew of matches on tap for the people tonight. Right now we're looking live at the Arlen Specter H. Chase Lenfest West Court. The number 3s for the number 2 seed Harvard Crimson and the number 7 seed Yale Bulldogs set to do action here this morning. Lucy Stefanoni versus Spring Ma. How's it going, Joe? How are we looking forward to today's matchups?
Yeah, good, thank you, mate. Thanks for having me. Really looking forward to seeing how this one unfolds. You know, on the seedings, Yale the underdogs, but I'm sure it'll be a fantastic spectacle, especially on the glass court. Yale yesterday coming through a tight 5-4 with Columbia, and obviously Yale yesterday, Harvard, came through with a bye, so this is their first match here this weekend. Lucy hopefully looking to follow in her sister's footsteps with a Harvard gene and get the first win on the board for the team.
Yeah, Lucy's sister, Marina, of course, graduated last year, made it to the finals of the CSA individuals last year, did Marina, had an incredible college squash career, now killing it on the Pro Tour, one of the top U.S. girls in the PSA right now. And Lucy, in her sophomore year, overlapped with her sister for 1 year last season in her freshman year, and has had a great sophomore season atop Harvard's lineup. Harvard's so strong in that 1 through 4. It's going to be tough for Yale to pick up any wins near the top. If they can sneak one, perhaps they have enough depth to get a couple results at the bottom of the lineup. Something cool we're going to try out today is we're going to hop around across the different courts in the Specter Center. So we're going to see live action not only from this main court, but also the other matches, the other individual matches in this dual match, as well as some of the other matches.
Yeah, and shout out to Hani, the tech guy here up in the booth with us, who will be controlling all different camera angles, and everything you see is done by him. Very, very hard job. And if some of you tuned in last week, you would have seen that we were testing it out, and you know, it was great to see all the different courts in action, different camera angles, and yeah, it'll be a pleasure for you to watch.
Absolutely. And there will still be individual streams, so if you are dead set on watching all the top 3 play all the way through in this match, if you're dead set on watching Lucy or Spring, then you can go ahead and search for the individual Specter Center glass court streams, and you'll be able to watch that match all the way through with no commentary.
But why would you want that?
Why would you want that when you can hop around? And we're going NFL Red Zone style today. We're gonna deliver some great squash to the people, and Joe and I are lucky to be a part of that. So Harvard, the number 2 team in the nation, as we mentioned, but this year is so competitive on the women's side. The 1 through 5 all really have a shot of doing this thing. I think, for one, that it's far more competitive than it is on the men's side. You look at number 1 Trinity, number 2 Harvard, number 3 Princeton, number 4 Stanford, and number 5 Penn. All of those teams, I think, have a legit chance of winning this thing this year. I think Yale has some upset potential. A team like the University of Virginia Cavaliers maybe have a little bit of upset potential, but really, that's the big 5 that we're looking at. Harvard has been a total powerhouse in college squash for the last, really for forever, but especially over this past decade has been particularly dominant.
Yeah, and you know, for me, this is my first year sort of in the States and seeing the college squash scene, and like Jackson says, I've seen, other than Harvard actually, but I've seen every other team in that sort of top 5 play, and like you say, every team in that group have got a fair chance of taking the title home this weekend. And you know, like you say, it's not as dead set as the men's maybe, where Penn are obviously sort of the outright favourites, where you know, anywhere, like you said, from 1 to 5 has got a chance, and it's a great weekend of squash. Just looking at yesterday's results, obviously Harvard with no match, but Spring actually took a 3-0 win
over Amal Izhar of Colombia just in 17 minutes, so she'll be relatively fresh. So no sort of real match time in the legs there, so that the physicality from yesterday shouldn't really be a factor.
Yeah, that's huge, especially in an event like this where the team nationals for the second year in a row has expanded from 8 teams to 12 teams. So the top 4 teams, Harvard included in that, buys, and all the other 8 teams have to play their way through a round of 16 matchup on Thursday, meaning that they have to win 4 straight matches in 4 straight days, which is absolutely brutal, and it's very crucial for these individuals to not only get through, but to get off the court in as quick fashion as they can, not getting too much lactic acid into those legs and making sure they're fresh for not only this matchup, but for the entire weekend. It's a long road ahead for all these players, whether it's 3 matches or 4 that you have to win. It's tough to get up for those matches each and every day and be at your best physically and mentally. And here we are getting underway between Harvard and Yale, Stefanoni and Spring Ma. Spring Ma's sister, Ocean Ma, actually plays for the Harvard team a little bit lower down the lineup.
Really?
She does.
Bit of sibling rivalry
So
going on
a
already.
sibling rivalry this morning from the Arlen Specter Center as Stefanoni draws first blood here.
And just back in October, I actually watched Lucy play in the US Open. She got one of the wild cards along with her sister, and she had a really tight game with Georgia Adderley. Very impressive. Obviously, like you say, been in college a year now, but playing a very experienced player in Georgia, and really took the game to her. So we've seen that she's capable at times of squash within that sort of top 50-60 range, along with the other top 2 players on her team, Saran and Caroline. So that top 3 is really strong. So if Yale can sneak 1 win maybe out of the top 3 or 4, we could see a little bit of an upset potentially.
What do you think of that camera angle there, Joe?
Fantastic. You get angles of all the court. You can really get a feel for the pace of the game. Whereas maybe up high, it's maybe they make it look a little bit easier. But fantastic. So we'll be flitting between many different camera angles.
This is great quality from Lucy to start out here.
Great start.
It's great
5-love
adjustment.
lead.
Wow.
The perfect start for Lucy.
Flips the hips. One-legged off the volley. Thank you for coming. There's great width on the cross courts thus far.
She'll be feeling at home on this court. I'm sure she's spent a couple of summers here with her sister training and a little bit more experience in a glass court scenario. Clearly taking it to her early doors. 5-love lead.
Another thing I want to give Lucy credit for that maybe she doesn't get too much credit for playing at this level is the consistency of the service thus far. Sends them out the wrong way there, but her serves have actually put her in great position in the rallies a couple times here. It's kind of a perfect lob serve, and it's a better return there, but Ma's had some trouble and has been kind of put behind the 8 ball because of lackluster serve returns. So shout out to Lucy for setting up the rally as well here.
I mean, 6-love is quite literally the dream start, and Spring will be wanting to get on the board just to maybe settle the nerves a little bit, and there we go. And just to sort of settle into this match a bit and see if she can get stuck into the legs of Lucy and just make it a little bit harder for her. But first point on the board for her there. Hopefully settle the nerves a little bit.
Yale, of course, coached by Lynn Leon, who's a 2-time college squash individual national champion for Trinity College. There she is in the background there, sitting behind the back glass.
Campbell Grayson as well.
Wendy Bartlett, and then Campbell Grayson, her trusty assistant from New Zealand, former top 25 player in the world. It's a powerhouse Yale coaching staff, opposite that of Mike Way, who's done an outstanding job with this Harvard program. Both men's and women's, but really especially the women have been particularly dominant. last year the national championship matchup featured Trinity and Princeton. That must have been the first year, and God knows how many years that Harvard was not featured in the final match on Sunday. They've been so strong and so dominant over college squash this past decade.
Yeah, clearly a powerhouse of the sport in terms of the college scene, like I say, on the girls' side. And that's shown here in this 9-1 lead to start with at the number 3 seed. A couple of the other early results in this match. Yeah, number 9's taking an early lead for Yale. Well.
Yeah, we saw yesterday Tab Carney, the number 1 for the Yale Bulldogs men's team, was here along with some of his male teammates cheering on the Yale women's team. The Yale men had a bye into the quarterfinals, so they didn't play yesterday, but still came out to support the women. And Tad was up, he was cheering loud and proud for the Yale ladies, but this morning his sister Emma is playing number 9 for the Harvard Crimson. So where do his allegiances lie?
He's got to stay neutral for that for me.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a neutral situation, and I agree.
I mean,
Lindsay Westerfield currently up 1 game to love over Emma Carney at the number 9 spot.
And speaking of staying neutral, what about the parents of the Marr sisters?
Oh wow!
Where do they sit? There must be a big fence that they're sitting on there.
Yeah, I think it's got to be probably cheering for their individual girls in their respective matchups and wherever the chips fall.
It's a good job they're not playing each other.
Oh yeah.
Could get feisty. Oh. Yeah, one of lead for Lindsay at the number 9 spot, and Ocean, Spring's sister for Harvard, currently 8-6 up at the number 5 spot against Mehmet Shah. And Spring just getting back into it a little bit, putting a little bit of pressure on Lucy, bit of doubt in the mind, but Lucy takes that one.
Still feels like Lucy's on top here, but Spring definitely finding her groove. These rallies are being more thought out now. Actually, a couple of nice pieces of deception. She's sent Lucy the wrong way a couple of times here. And is able to extend these rallies. That looked like a double to me, Joe. I'm not quite sure.
Well, I thought it might be all right. She maybe scraped it up. Lucy, not so sure, but with another 5 game balls, I don't think she's going to spend too long complaining about it. That was 10-9. We could see maybe a bit more of an appeal, but just a bit of a whiff there. Maybe a hole in the racket of Spring for Lucy to take the first game. 11-5. Spring did get back into it a little bit towards the end, but like you say, Lucy almost in cruise control for the majority of that first game.
Yep, dominant over the tee, volleying the ball, just a little bit too strong, a little bit too physical, a little bit too explosive. Yeah, there you see a little trouble on the serve return from there's another sort of lackluster serve return. Great width from Stefanoni, burying that ball. Great weight of shot, dying in that back forehand corner. And there it is, off one leg.
So that's a lovely shot.
And that's a gorgeous piece of adjustment from Stefanoni. Bam, bam, thank you, ma'am.
And
there's a nice sequence from Ma.
Yeah, she did look good.
Stefanoni to the front and then holding, pushing to the back.
A few rallies, Ocean. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up now. Spring was
That's understandable.
Yeah, Spring was looking good in a few rallies, just not enough consistency to really trouble Lucy. And I hate to feel, but that Lucy could probably go up another gear or two in this match.
I would have to agree. Yeah.
If necessary, she may be trying to sort of cruise through this one and start to think about tomorrow's match a little bit. But still got work to do. Still another potential 4 games on her hands here if Spring can get stuck in. And her sister, actually, for the Harvard team, has taken a 1-love lead against Meher Shah. So parents will be happy.
Yeah, maybe in a moment we'll hop over and see the other Ma sister. We're on court 4 here at the Spectre Center.
Good start. First time she's taken a lead in this match. 1-love.
Keep the ball rolling.
Subtle piece of hold there. Oh, it's too good. Too good. Just two pieces of hold there. First one just sort of stopping the movement of Spring and sending her back to force that ultimately that weak shot in the front, and Lucy comfortably putting that away to the back. And just again seeing a bit of trouble with that return of serve flying out the back of the court.
Lucy hasn't really gone to her short game a whole lot so far in this match, but Spring knows how dangerous she can be putting the ball away in the front, so she has to respect that. She's drawn up a little bit higher on the tee than I think she normally would be, and a little bit feisty here perhaps. And Chippy, we'll keep our eye on that.
I'd love to know who's refereeing. We had some controversial referee decisions last week that some of the players weren't happy with. I'm trying to look out at the back of the commentary booth there to see if I can see one of the red people this weekend that are refereeing. Look, they must be sat up in the stands.
It's a good squad this weekend. So Mike Riley in the referee pre-meeting.
Yeah, we've got Tama and
Nagari
as well.
Is here.
Some real hot shots of the referee.
Yes, the heavy hitters.
Yeah.
It's
going to be a stroke. She's staying with her point for point here. It's a lot better start, a lot more positive. Taking it to Lucy a little bit more, making her move around the court, making her go into those front corners a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely making the court feel a whole lot bigger here in the second game. Lucy wasting no time to take back the lead here in the second. Get the sense she's a little bit disappointed.
And that's two returner serves on that backhand side that have flown out the court, and like you said to start with, she does seem to be struggling with that really high lob serve that Lucy's throwing in. Again, Lucy just hitting brilliant straight lines and not allowing any opportunity to the front of the court for Spring, just closing the court down really well, and like you said, not having to rely on that short game.
Really mixing the height on the front wall too. That time, cross court from the front, followed up by the straight drive from the front, which was just pounded a couple inches above the 10. She followed that up with a cross court that was just a couple feet higher. Not a lob, but it carried to the back. The weighted shot was perfect. Bouncing and dying behind the back of the service box. And that's just thousands of hours on court and countless reps and great feel for the game that Lucy has.
Yeah, she's a good player. She's capable of, like we said earlier, she can easily push that top 100, top 80 level, on her day. Not having to, and she just takes a tumble. Not having to show that level just yet, but I'm sure later on in the event, she will be able to show that high level that we know she can produce.
Looks like she's lost her shoe there. Just throws it right back on. She doesn't untie it and tie it back up.
Time wasting. Conduct warning. Conduct warning if she ties her laces now.
I think that's I'm impressed. She did. I mean, the shoe came all the way off, and it popped off, and she just threw it right back on.
She can't be doing those shoelaces up very tight. If she can just put the shoe straight back on.
I'm worried for her, the sanctity of her ankles right now. We're getting a little bit feisty here, Joe.
Yeah,
this is what we like to see. Or not. Depends who asks.
I think she just
looks like she clipped her,
yeah. And I just can't help but see every time Lucy turns around the exact same expressions that Marina gives off when she gets the wrong decision. But yeah, definitely clipped her on the backswing. And pretty much identical scenario in the same rally.
No let there, really.
Wow. I'm surprised we've not seen a complaint there from Spring.
Wow.
Or we must have gone let there because Lucy served again from the same side.
Oh, my mistake. I
Yeah.
thought it was.
So just to
Yeah,
make you all aware, we don't actually have the audio up here in the commentary booth, so we are
Yes.
following blind for the decisions.
Very close.
I'm sure we'll manage to keep you updated.
It's again a really nice hold, and the post from midcourt has been quite effective for Lucy. There's so many different ways that she can hurt you. Once again, the weight of shot is phenomenal.
Just looking at a few stats from this game, we've got the longest point is 2 minutes, but as we saw last week, that is actually a bit of a lie, as it's the love all to start the second game.
Yeah,
holds a point.
What U.S. Squash has done, intelligently, is you have the 90 seconds between games, and then you have the 30 second to get ready. So the assumption is, of course, that at the end of those 30 seconds, that's when the serve is going to come in every single time. In practice, it's not always how it goes. So we have not seen any cracking 2-minute rallies here today, and that's a nice stab on the forehand volley drop to finish things off. Lucy Stefanoni absolutely rolling. She leads 2-0. Here's Ocean Ma, Spring Ma's sister, looking to take a 2-love lead over on court number 5 in the battle between the number 5s over Mia Shah. And that's gorgeous. 2 inches above the 10, fading into the sidewall at the top of the bounce.
A fantastic start for Harvard. 2 of their players 2-love up. We've got number 9 spot is 1-all as well, so Harvard bringing a game back there with Emma Carney, taking a game back from Lindsay Westerfield. And it's, shaping up to be, at the moment, looking fairly simple for Harvard at this moment in time, but we all know in college squash things can change rapidly. We saw last week in the final with Western Ontario in the men's and against Franklin and Marshall. Franklin and Marshall being 4-1 down and bringing it back to a tie-break. So, teams can come back against all odds, and hopefully we can see that from the Yale team here. Lucy just readying herself to see if she can close this out in 3 fairly straightforward games. I'm sure Spring will be on her toes, ready to throw the kitchen sink at Lucy here at the start of this game.
Lucy looking to put the finishing touches on. First back on court, which is, I always find to be not trivial. It's worth noting.
It's a sign to your opponent.
Yeah, definitely mentally important.
I mean, Mike has clearly had the girls eating something good for breakfast here this morning. They've all taken a pretty comfortable lead. Maybe I'll go and chat to him in between games and ask him what he's feeding these players.
Joe, back in your playing days, what was your go-to pre-match snack or meal?
I'm not sure if you can call them playing days, but I was more of a bit of a snack before the game, maybe like a Squares bar. Obviously in the UK, slightly different snacks. But after a game, I must admit, I was a bit of a sucker for a McDonald's. Win or lose.
Okay, so what's your McDonald's order? And has it changed? Does it change now that you're in the States? I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna throw something very controversial out here. I actually think McDonald's in the States is worse than the UK.
Okay, I'm not gonna play crazy because I have no basis for McDonald's in the UK.
But at home, if it was a win, it would be probably 20 chicken nuggets, maybe throw a couple of cheeseburgers in there.
Oh wow!
Mozzarella sticks. You've got to go.
One setting?
Yeah.
Oh wow!
You've got to go all out if you've won. If you've lost, a couple of cheeseburgers on the way home. Never hurt anybody. What about you? What's your
Haven't earned it.
go-to?
Oh, McDonald's. I think I'm a Big Mac guy, generally. I would say it's probably the go-to. Once again, if I'm feeling it, if it's a celebratory occasion, I'm really treating myself. I'll throw in McFlurry as well, maybe some fries. But I think the Big Mac and a small fry is the basis, general order, and maybe we'll upgrade to a medium or large fry and a McFlurry if we're feeling frisky, if we're feeling good. But
Certainly healthier habits than me.
yeah, probably no. This is probably not in the midst of a tournament or a pre-match meal, but yeah, I must say that
Oh no, I'm
McDonald's
not
does
having
hit
it
the
before.
spot once in a while.
I mean, you would guess that these girls have been eating some form of carb.
It's actually funny you say that because Marina posted a story on her Instagram the other
Yes.
day, actually, of her Burger King pre-match meal, which I'm not sure if that was in jest or if that was actually what she ate, but it did will her to victory. She did pick up a 3-1 win.
Now, knowing Marina, having been here nearly 6 months, she does like a burger, and she will eat burgers prior to matches. I'm pretty sure, and prior to training, she likes a
Interesting.
burger.
Wow.
Maybe if the time in New Zealand, she might be watching. So, Marina, tell us what's your record amount of burgers before a match? I would love to know if you can play a match on 3 burgers. I'm not sure Lucy would have had a burger this morning at maybe 8:30, maybe some yogurt and some fruit. But
Yeah, it's better. It's tough to find a burger near the Spectre Center.
they're not offering that in the catering stand upstairs, unfortunately.
No.
Going back to the
It's
squash,
an error.
we've taken the first half of that game to talk about McDonald's and burgers, but Lucy taking a 5-3 lead.
Yeah. Looks like Spring is just a little bit behind here. It's kind of making it's a split step slower, or split second slower, I should say, than she was in the first game. And when she is able to cut the ball off, it seems like she's making contact with the ball just a little bit too late. Even there, that's a labored movement to the front. It's a tough lunge for her to retract out of, and Lucy puts her away with a straight drive in the very next shot. Does feel like the remainder of this game is formality. Lucy's in full control, but we'll see.
See if there can be a late push from Spring, but that's not a good sign.
No.
Serve returning to the floor. So one of mine.
We would be a good duo because my specialty is serving out, actually. So
Well, I wouldn't have to worry about putting a return in the floor
exactly.
then. We're good.
So, once in a while, I'll get them in. And then you're in trouble.
Spring Sister Ocean locking in at 4-all on one of the side courts, court 5. Can Mia sneak a game? Maybe 2, maybe 3. Taking a 5-4 lead. We can just see that down in the bottom right corner. Lovely treat for you viewers. Getting to watch 2 games of squash at once. Lucy just trips it in there. Gives Spring a glimmer of hope.
Yeah, Lucy kind of looked back to her Harvard coach, a little tilt of the head, a little roll of the eyes. She knew that was not the right choice there, but still confident, still in control here with a 4-point cushion. 3 points away from Harvard's first win of the day.
Lovely shot from Spring there.
It's a
She's
really
having
nice shot.
one last roll of the dice to try and get back into this match.
Yeah,
You can see
that's
it
a
from this
volley where
angle.
she took right on time, out in front of her, and pays dividends. Once again, the boast from Lucy has been great all day. Spring Mize had very few answers for the sophomore here on Friday morning at the Spectre Center. Another boast, another winner from Lucy. 5 match balls.
And this is all but a formality. Lucy serving for the match for Harvard's first win of the day and of
Oh,
the
it's
tournament.
gorgeous. Straight drop, perhaps.
And she's just hitting some great lines, and she
There it
finishes
is.
off with
Gorgeous.
a brilliant backhand drop into the nick. Nice shake of hands, thanks to the ref. Lucy can now go and have a Shake Shack down the road.
Nothing but respect between these two. Harvard now leads Yale, 1 match to love in this quarterfinal matchup. Harvard, the heavy favorites, taking care of business. As we now shift gears to Ocean Ma, who has surged ahead of Matt Shaw, who I think was leading 5-4 up in this game. Yes, like giving that ball just a bit too high. The stroke to be given.
And maybe we could go and have a little look at court 9. Not court 9, court 3 for the number 9s. It is, we're locked in at 14-all for a tie-break in the 3rd game, which could be a pivotal point in the match. See if
Meanwhile, Ocean Ma here on a 6-0 run. Got 6-1. Still has 4 match balls to close this out and get Harvard their 2nd win of the day.
She's hanging on.
That's a great rally.
And that is the match. 2-love lead for Harvard. 2 fairly straightforward 3-love victories for them as well. But at least one of the Ma sisters got a win on the board. So the parents can stay incredibly neutral. As we just see the number 1 strings warming up here. Saran from Harvard and Heng from Yale. Just having a knock up here. Now, I was doing a little bit of research last night. I came a little bit prepared. So
It's good to hear, Joe.
I know
Let's see this.
I know a little bit more about Saran, obviously being English. Following her progress a little bit is a little bit easier. I know she's worked a lot with Josh Taylor, who's obviously also recently just moved across to the States. But did a little bit of reading on Heng. She's actually won 5 satellite titles while still playing at college, so very impressive. She's actually still in her 1st year at college as well. So to do that, won a couple of titles before she arrived, and while she's been playing is no mean feat. So Saran probably going to have her hands full here. And once again, speaking to housemate Spencer Lovejoy, who was obviously a Yale, former Yale player, knows a little bit about her, and is speaking highly of her. So I'm sure Saran will be taking this very seriously. It's not going to be an easy one. Looking at the lineup, I feel like this could be game of the day.
It could be. Heng is a very strong player, top Yale's lineup. It's a bit of a down year for the Yale ladies coming into nationals as the number 7 seed. They got through 5-4 against number 10 Columbia yesterday in a thriller. They trailed 4-3, and nerves of steel for the Yale Bulldogs to come through in their matchup yesterday. But Heng, don't let that fool you. Even though Yale's having a bit of down here, she is a phenomenal player. More than serviceable at the number 1 spot in the Ivy League this year. Got to see her play CSA individuals in New York in January in person. Picked up a great win in the 1st round over Savannah Ingledew, who put up a good fight. It's freshman on freshman action, and then in the 2nd round, as that ball goes flying, hopefully it's not too tough to find with the white ball, and there we go.
Yeah.
Quick. That was quick.
And Saran, again, maybe a little bit more experience on sort of glass courts, bigger occasions. She played in the Manchester Open in the silver PSA event not too long ago, and she actually had a bit of a run. I think she got to the quarterfinals, taking down the likes of Alicia Mead along the way. And she's no stranger to the big event, big occasion, glass courts, big crowds.
Glass court in Canada last month as well.
Yeah, she's certainly got the experience, even at such a young age. Still very new to the college scene and the PSA World Tour, but plenty of experience at this sort of level and these sort of occasions.
And we'd be remiss to not mention that Saran, of course, won the CSA Individual National Championships last year as a sophomore. Actually beat her Harvard teammate who played higher than her on the ladder last year, Marina Stefanoni, in the finals, coming back from 2-love down in that matchup. It was an absolute cracker, and hopefully we're in store for something similar here today on the very same court. Or excuse me, I think it would have been the East Court that final was played on last year. But
and again, Saran very capable of pushing that sort of top 50 level of squash.
Yeah. Just
like Lucy and just like Caroline, who are all within that top 3. They're all very capable of some very, very high level squash at times.
Gilly Lane, my podcast co-host, often says that Saran is one of, if not the purest ball strikers in all college squash, men's or women's.
Yeah, she hits a lovely ball. The classic English technique that you'll see a lot of the English players have, very similar to Finley Withington, obviously another Josh Taylor prodigy. But Saran at a world ranking of number 55, so already at a very high level, and you know, Caroline as well, obviously going to the World Team Championships with Team USA. Very, very high pedigree of player that we're going to be watching here. Here we go. We are in. Just a let on the first point. Very exciting for the viewers.
Neutral. As Paul Johnson would say, nothing separating these two right now. Oh. Should be a stroke.
And just having a quick look at the scores on the other court. Obviously, on court 3, the number 9 seeds, and there was an absolute battle in the second game with Harvard's Emma Carney coming out 17-15 to take a 2-1 lead. An absolute lungbuster of a game to potentially put Harvard into a 3-love lead already. Locked in at 5-all in that 4th game, so we'll keep an eye on that for you and keep you updated as well.
And looking around at some of the other matches across this women's quarterfinal morning as we're underway here between the number 1s of Harvard and Yale, the Trinity Bantams, the number 1 seed heading into this year's national championships, up 2-0 over the Cornell Big Red. Noel Romero up 2-1, being 8-all in the 4th game against Alyssa Ali. Kara Linku, the niece of Terry Linku, former world number 1, picking up a win in 3 games over Maya Voloshin at the number 5 spot. And Vivara Isina winning comfortably 11-4, 11-4, 11-5 at number 9. So Trinity, the number 1 seed, off to a hot head start. Charlotte Bell picking up a win over University of Virginia's Maria Min in 4 games at the number 3 spot for the Princeton Tigers, and Josephine Klein with a 4-game win over Catherine Pellegrino in 4 games as well. Princeton off to a 2-0 start over UVA. Really looking forward to that Zaina Zayn versus Megan Best match.
Yeah,
coming up any moment here.
Watched Zayn a few weeks ago against Malak Kafagi of Penn. She actually took the win in that one.
She did.
3-1, very close.
It's Malik's first loss of the season, actually.
Yeah, and it was maybe worth noting that Malak did get a strike to the face, the racket, so she was off court for about 20 minutes. And by the point she'd gone back on, the match had already been won, so that's maybe something to consider. But we could, at some point throughout this tournament, if they both make it to the final, we could be seeing that matchup once again. See who comes out on top this time.
I would love to see that. They mentioned Saran won the CSA individuals last year. Zaina Zain won that event this year, actually chopping Saran in the quarterfinals in a bit of a shocking result. Saran did get her back when Harvard played against Princeton a couple weeks later. And Saran actually beat Zaina in 3, but Zaina won the individuals this year without dropping a game. We know how good she is, and definitely playing at a high PSA level as well.
Yeah, she's got a highest world ranking. I was looking a couple of weeks ago, but somewhere around like the 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
So again, very capable of playing at that level. And
well, you have to say Malik is, I think, is top 30.
Yeah. Again, watched Malak here at the US Open, who actually qualified on ranking.
Yeah.
And played Emily Whitlock, very experienced former top 20 player, and dismantled her in 20 minutes, 20-30 minutes.
Yeah.
And then I think she may have played Gina.
I think
the US Open.
That's correct.
And she did lose out, but it was tight. She's definitely at that level. On a day, she can push those top 15, top 10 girls.
Yeah, and Malik didn't even play in the CSA individuals this year because the Tournament of Champions was the same weekend.
Yes.
So she, once again, qualified for the Tournament of Champions based on her ranking, was not a wild card spot, and put up a great showing in that event as well. So
certainly on the rise. One of the ones to watch on the PSA World Tour in the next couple of years, and you'll be seeing plenty of Malak in college squash and on the professional scene.
For sure. That is.
And that's the same with a lot of these girls that we're watching here. The level is becoming the college squash level at the top of the order is professional, pretty much. Throughout the majority of these teams here this weekend, the number 1s and 2s definitely playing at that top 150 level on the PSA World Tour, if not higher, as we've seen with Saran and Malak, all within that 50-60 range is incredibly impressive.
Saran's built a bit of a cushion here in this first game. We take a look at the Penn women and the Stanford women. This is maybe the most interesting quarterfinal matchup of the day. On the women's side, this is 4 versus 5. These two teams played at the end of the regular season with a bye at nationals on the line. Stanford won that match at the Penn Squash Center 6-3, which allowed them the day off on Thursday. Penn, as the number 5 team in the nation, had to go up against Dartmouth yesterday, coming through that result 9-0, setting up a rematch between Penn and Stanford. Sahala Ismail and Miriam Chang heading into a 5th game. Those two deadlocked at 2-all. And Maeve Baker leading 2-1 for the Stanford Cardinal. The only complete result we have is Malik Taha falling in quick fashion to Emily Hayworth of the Stanford Cardinal.
Having watched that match a couple of weeks ago, at Penn, Emily actually played one spot higher, so maybe they've had a returning player from injury, or somebody's come back into the lineup that has maybe made them a little bit stronger, so sort of in that mid-order. Because Emily played Savannah last time, and that was a tight 4-game win for Emily, so her playing at 5 is certainly a strong spot. Just moving over here to court 6, or court 4, sorry, with the number 6 seeds. A pretty tight affair here at 6-5 in the first. With Whitney Taylor just at 6-5. Now 6-all, so some pretty tight games across the courts. Number 9 spot, Emma Carney took the win eventually at 11-8 in the 4th for Harvard. The tightest match of the match so far we've seen. Just edging out Lindsay Westerfield, that third game proving pivotal, 17-15.
Yes, Ron Nagim in the driver's seat here against Heng Wai Wong. Looking to extend Harvard's lead out to 4-0. You like Caroline Fouts' chances at the number 2 spot. No matter who Harvard is going up against, it does feel like Harvard is in full control here. And cruise to victory and book their spot into tomorrow's semifinals.
It's looking more of a, I mean, I know that Yale were always up against it, they were always the underdogs, but Harvard making it look fairly straightforward, especially the games the games that we're seeing are looking pretty comfortable for these top girls.
Yeah, maybe if it's not too trouble for Henny, we can take a look at court number 15 between Sahila Ismail and Miriam Chang. Should be shifting gears to a whole new match. Really think this Stanford-Penn match is going to come down to the wire. We mentioned Stanford beat Penn 6-3, but that very same weekend, Penn actually picked up a 5-4 win over the Princeton Tigers, the number 3 Princeton Tigers. So Penn is going to be competitive with any team. Struggled with a lot of injuries last year, but Penn actually started out 10-0 on the season last year.
Here we go.
Penn still dealing with a few injuries, but a lot healthier this year, which has allowed them to be more competitive come March. And here's Sahila. Here's Miriam. Sahila, I think, some of the best technique in all of college squash, men's or women's. Has such a great swing.
Yeah, that was a bit of a joke.
That's an outrageous shot from the back. Having only been tuned in for about 10 seconds, it looks like Miriam's maybe running on fumes a little bit, and Sahila's buzzing around.
Struggling to get that ball out of the reach of Sahalia there. And
that's a gorgeous backhand drop shot from the back left corner.
Oh.
Again.
Dead Nick on the cross court. Puts her back in contention.
A little bit overzealous there, perhaps, for Sahila. She doesn't want to rush things, but she can feel. Chang is on her last leg, perhaps, but that's a really, really nice piece of short work from Chang. That ball glued to the side wall, and she's brought this 5th game back within 1. As we mentioned, Stanford leading one match to love. I think that this very well could come down to a 5-4 result. And once again, great hands from Chang. Chang, a very forward and attacking player. Same can be said about Sahila. So,
I mean, although
not sure if a marathon 5th game is in store here for these two.
Although we have no audio for these courts, we are very actually close to court 15 where these girls are playing, and we can hear a lot of support, a lot of shouting, a lot of screaming for these girls, and you know the support's definitely there. It's high intensity situation, so you know these girls are doing incredibly well to put on such a performance in such a tense environment. Sahalia slots one in, windmill.
It's the Willstrop fake. Oh, this is a great rally.
Bit heavy on the drop there, but sends her the wrong way.
Wow.
Take a 2-point lead once again.
And that'll be a huge vote of confidence for Sahila, not only to get a point on the board, but to run Miriam corner to corner. She put some major work into the legs of Chang that rally.
And you know, talking about pressure, you can see no pressure there with a windmill at 5-4 in the 5th game in the college nationals. She feels no pressure. Oh my God. A big slide there, and just unfortunately couldn't get out of the way quick enough to not give away a stroke there. But
it's a great get there.
It was an incredible get, incredible athleticism there from Sahalia, and again puts Miriam in within 1 point, within touching distance, and I'm sure that we're going to hear a big roar for whoever takes this game.
And fireworks here in this 5th game, Joe.
Absolutely.
No holds barred, no nerves for either of these two ladies, just duking it out.
And looking at the scores of the previous game, it's been maybe a bit of a strange match in terms of scoreline. I mean, the last 2 games that Sahalia won were both 11-4, and then Miriam coming back in a tie-break. So it's all to play for in this 5th game, and we're going to see a battle. We're going to see a battle here, as I can't actually see if that ball went up or not because Miriam's head was in the way.
Looks like it was not. 8-6 Sahaila leads. Meanwhile, on court number 14, Yoshna Singh has clinched the number 9 match. The Penn Quakers picking up a 4-game win over Maeve Baker, 11-9 in the 4th game. Yoshna won that, and Chang hanging in here.
Maybe just a little bit of time wasted maybe going on here from Sahalia, cleaning the goggles, trying to stem the tide a little bit of Miriam. She knows that she's probably got the momentum.
She did ask.
Just halting her a little bit, and I'm sure the refs won't be too pleased with that.
She does permission. It looks like the referee said it was all right. But once again, we don't have audio, so we can't hear what's going on. Oh, that's a nice shot from Miriam and a great... Oh, it's got to be a stroke. She has no cross court there.
Did she hit it, though?
No. That's, well, clearly she stopped. Oh, come on.
She looked like she went
Madison
for
Ho up out of her seat,
she looked like she
trying
went for
to
the
persuade
Matthias
the ref,
Knudsen.
perhaps.
Thought she was going for the Matthias Knudsen topspin volley there on the... If you just watch here... See what I mean? Look, she's...
No, she's stopped. I mean, that's... Yeah, I think that's the right call by the referee. Oh, there's the kill! Wow.
3 match balls. Big fist pump.
I
It's
mean,
not over
nerves
yet.
of steel once again.
Can she
3
clinch
match
it?
balls.
Can she clinch the win?
Serve return sneaks in. Miriam Chang hanging on by a thread.
Oh, she's moving her all around the court here on this match ball. Can Miriam find a way back in? She's still going. Just a bit of a reset there.
This is great retrieval from Chang, but Ismail in
she's
full
got
control,
her.
and she's
Big
done
scream.
it. It's a massive roar. It's a massive result.
And we can hear it from up here. The big roars from teammates and the crowd. Fantastic end to that match, although we only tuned in for the last game. It looked like it was a bit of a battle all the way through, and you can tell how much that meant to Sahalia with a big, big roar at the end, a big let out of emotion. And that's a big result for the team as we just go back to the glass.
Huge a result that is. You mentioned it earlier, Joe, that Miriam Chang missed that last matchup between Penn and Stanford, so Sahaila picked up a relatively comfortable 3-game win. Or I shouldn't say relatively comfortable, because there's 3 very close games in her win over Mariana Darden when Penn last played Stanford a couple of weeks ago. So now with Chang back, Darden bumped down to the number 4 spot. She's set to play Savannah Engledew later on court 16. And Miriam Chang finding herself back in the lineup for this Penn-Stanford match, but Sahaila coming through regardless. It does feel like Penn needed that result to have a chance here. They now lead 2-1 after this first wave.
Saran here making fairly light work of the Yale number 1, and as we switch back to this court, you know, again, we always knew it was going to be tough for Yale, but Saran really solidifying his lead as she just slaps one in over the head to take 9 match balls and to put Harvard into a 4-love lead. And she tries to finish it off with a Mizuki. sends it up, and that looks like it could be that.
I mean,
It
dominant.
is far too good.
Dominant from Saran Nagim. Harvard 1 win away from officially booking their spot in the quarterfinals as Caroline Fouts waits in the wings, the number 2 freshman for the Harvard Crimson. She's fired up to see her teammate. The dominant win over a very good player, Hengwai Wong, who's one of the best freshmen in the country this year. Only 8 points the entire match against Saran Nagim. Pure dominance from the Englishwoman as we shift our attention to the number 6s. Molly Stoltz cruising against Whitney Taylor. Whitney Taylor did get the clincher yesterday for the Yale ladies. It was tied up at 4-all against Columbia and came through with a huge victory in that matchup. In trouble here against Stoltz at the number 6 spot with Yale's season hanging in the balance. Molly, of course, the sister of Connor Stoltz, who we will see play later today for the Harvard men at 3 o'clock.
So many siblings.
So many siblings in college squash. It's a family affair for many of these teams.
Too much to keep up.
Too much to keep track of.
And as we look ahead to the number 2 seeds here at the Yale v Harvard women's, obviously Caroline again, great pedigree on the PSA World Tour, has been inside that top 70 region, went to the World Teams as the number 4, competed in Hong Kong for the USA women's team, who obviously came away with a silver medal. So again, it's going to be an incredibly tough ask for Yale to sneak a win at any of these spots, really. Caroline already only at the age of 19, a very, very experienced junior player, very experienced PSA player, played a fair few of events, so once again, used to the glass courts, used to the pressure, used to the environment, and hopefully for Harvard anyway, she can seal the win for the team, unless Molly can get the job done here.
Yeah, such an impressive player is Caroline. Really has a pro play style game. It's incredibly physical and incredibly explosive and super disciplined when I watch her play. Super tough. Doesn't really divert from her game plan. Just really mentally strong and always kind of digs in. And rally after rally is incredibly tough to break down. I don't think I've ever seen Caroline really broken down before. Even watching her play the World Juniors over the summer. Made it to the semifinals of that event, which is incredible for an American woman. And fell to Firuz Elkir in the semifinals before ultimately winning the 3-4 playoff matchup. But even in that matchup against Firuz, it was 3 games, but I thought Caroline actually played quite well and showed some of her best squash against one of the top 20 players in the world already in Firuz. That was a great, great result for Caroline to finish 3rd at the World Juniors and put up a good fight there.
We see very classic technique for Caroline, as the Harvard girls that we've seen have all got, brilliant techniques, but Caroline again showcasing that very classic, very traditional technique on that forehand.
She's a Luke Butterworth product.
Yeah.
In Greenwich, Connecticut.
Again, another shout out to the English coaches there.
Yeah, LB.
With the classic techniques flying around.
Classic techniques. Yet another high school national championship for Luke Butterworth and the GA girls this year. Congratulations to them. Brunswick winning on the men's side. It's the next generation of American college squash athletes.
Brilliant weekend again for those guys, and see Charlotte Castell on that team, another very high level junior who will be moving into the college scene next season. Going to UVA?
That's correct.
Yeah, going to UVA. Also at this event this weekend.
UVA losing Megan Best, which will hurt next year, but they have a really strong recruiting class coming next season.
Never actually seen Megan Best before.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For a treat later today. It'll be a great match.
Against Zaina.
Against Zaina, I can't wait. I know she's a fun watch. Great hands. Very forward player. Very attacking player. Fiery for sure. In that bottom right corner, Whitney Taylor digging in here. Not going to give up easily against Molly Stoltz. Mentioned it yesterday. Taylor getting that 3-0 clinching win. 11-7, 11-7, 11-6. The number 6 spot. Yes, I'll give this name pronunciation. Andrea Yogaso. I hope that's correct. Results across the CSA. Princeton leading Virginia 3 matches to love. Perhaps we can take a look at Court 9 in a moment between Zaina Zane and Megan Best, the number 1s for Princeton and UVA, deadlocked at 1 game apiece. Virginia desperately needs that win at the top of the lineup if they're going to have any chance of booking their spot in tomorrow's semifinals. Trinity leading Cornell 5 matches to love. That result already solidified the Bantams. Number 1 team in the nation will find themselves in the semifinals tomorrow over the victors of UPenn versus Stanford. And speaking of UPenn versus Stanford, it's still 2-1 over on courts 14 through 16 after falling 6-3 to the Quakers earlier this year. Penn winning the first wave of matches. And when looking at the last time Stanford and Penn played a few weeks ago, and the matches that have already commenced, you look at 3, 5, and 9. Sahila Ismail won at number 3 for Penn today. She also won at number 3 for Penn a few weeks ago. You look at number 5, Miriam Chang picking up a 5-game win over Alexandra Stoddard. Earlier this year. And then the one result that was different was Penn picking up that win at the number 9 spot, with Yoshna Singh beating May Baker in 4 games. Penn lost. Finishes off her win. Over Stoddard. Alexandra Stoddard, who pushed Miriam Chang to 5 a couple weeks ago, falls in 3 to Gupta. Stanford and ladies all knotted up 2 matches apiece.
Pretty fast start by the looks of it here. Start of this match, locked in at 3-all. Pretty high pace. explosive affair. As Caroline just sends a long drop in there. Very attacking, very positive. I'm sure Mike will be pleased with that. You can see that just round on the side courts, it's an absolute packed house here at the Spectre Centre, even at midday on a Friday afternoon. People working, but taking time out of the day to come and support some of the local teams, especially with Penn and Drexel battling it out on those courts. Drexel women unfortunately losing out 7-2 yesterday to Cornell, but a pretty tight match, scoreline a little bit flattering, but a couple of 5 games in there, but Drexel couldn't quite get the job done. Just playing out in the consolation bracket, currently 3-love up against Dartmouth. And like you say, Penn 2-all with Stanford. We can just see up in the commentary booth that just on my way back up from a little snack stop, saw Franka Vidovic readying herself, music on, getting ready to take on Madison Ho.
That's going to be a fantastic match.
And they played again a couple of weeks ago, I believe, in the Penn Stanford match, I think.
They did.
And Franka came out on top, I think. If my memory serves me correct, I was
Madison
actually
won
there.
that.
Did she?
3-1.
My memory's not very good, considering I was actually at that match.
It's quite all right. Thursday night match, a rare weekday match. CSA, that one was.
Took a break in between lessons and clinics, went down on the look for an hour to see some high quality college squash on display, like this weekend. Caroline with some brilliant straight line hitting. That both just clipping the top of the tin yet.
Only 2 sophomores doing battle when that match gets underway. Between Franka and Madison. Really incredibly successful freshman campaigns and now holding down the number 2 spots for their respective schools. Malika Faggi right now leading Stanford's Ria Navani 9-7 in the opening game. Maybe after this game between Caroline and Lau, we can hop over to court 15 and take a look at Malik versus Ria. That's definitely going to be one of the premier matches of the day.
And of the weekend, I would say.
Of the weekend.
2.
Zaina Zain and Megan Best right now deadlocked at 1 apiece and 6-all. Nothing separating those 2 young ladies.
And for some quarter-final matches, we've got some incredibly high-level squash on display, like we've seen earlier with Saran, and obviously Malak and Ria both trying to find their way on the Pro Tour. Caroline as well here. Some incredibly high level for college quarter-final squash. Obviously Zaina and Megan Best battling it out as well. So some brilliant squash on display this weekend.
It speaks to the depth of talent across the CSA. So many PSA level players playing college squash. And not only the women's side, but the men's side as well.
And even last week in the lower half of the Nationals, in the final we saw Salah El Torgman for Western Ontario. Again, he's in that sort of top 100 level, playing in the bottom half of the college nationals.
Yeah.
Which is, again...
And struggling. And he lost to Colby Zembuli.
Yeah. He had a tight 4 games in the final.
Tight 4 games in the final against Cal Broadhurst, and then was actually pushed to 5 by the Navy #1, Matt Wang.
Yeah, who I refereed against.
Oh, did he?
I wasn't as pleased with a couple of my double bounce calls.
Oh, really?
If you're listening, Matthew, I'm sorry, but you didn't get him. There's Ria coming from 9-7 down here to potentially take a 1-0 lead. That would be absolutely huge in the context of this match.
We've talked a lot about the CSA individuals so far. Ria making it to the finals of that event this year in her freshman season. 2 freshmen doing battle in this #1 matchup between Penn and Stanford.
And the fact that...
Oh, that's a great shot.
That's a brilliant
Kill,
shot.
glued to the sidewall.
Pump of the chest from Ria. That is a huge game in the context of this match.
That is absolutely massive. There you see Gilly Lane
ready to do the business, hopefully.
Ready to do the business, covering up his bald head with the backwards hat per usual.
Yeah, and he's, he needs to stop doing his squash skills videos, I think, and start getting on the court a bit more.
Bestow some wisdom upon Malik Kafagi.
I mean, the fact that Malak is a freshman in college and she's 30 in the world is pretty outrageous.
It's pretty outrageous stuff. I can only imagine what Gilly's saying to Malik right now. I remember at last year's individuals here at the Spectre Center at season's end, I had the chance to watch Abdulrahman Dweek's match against your guy Yuri Joe, and they were playing in one of the side draws, and sat with Gilly and Jack Wyant and Stu Crawford and listened to them talk through the match and talk it through with Dweek, and a lot of that stuff is just going right over my head. It's unbelievable, the level of tactical awareness and understanding of the game.
Yeah, it's and at this level as well, it's sometimes it may look to people watching, it's hard to pick out weaknesses or really obvious weaknesses for players at this high level, but people like Gilly and the coaches here, Campbell, another one obviously haven't played at that level. All the different players that and coaches that are here are able to really pinpoint certain areas of people's games that isn't obvious to maybe the normal viewer, if you like, and it is, like you say, very impressive at how they really break down and analyse those game plans and find small margins to be able to take players to either winning or losing.
Yeah, I mean, you've been working with Nick Taylor for the better part of the last year, Joe. I mean, what are some of the biggest things you've learned from him, not only as a technical coach, but also just tactically and in terms of mentally and how he approaches the game and how he encourages his players to, how he encourages his son Charlie to, etc.
Yeah, obviously, Nick just been recently appointed the US national coach, having come from a very successful junior academy up in Boston, and having worked there with him for around 7 months. It's the tactical side of the game for me is actually being more aware of what your player can do. So if you want your player to execute a tactic, you have to be aware that they can do it, rather than just pinpointing the opponent's weaknesses, which maybe, for example, they struggle up on a high backhand volley. But if you know that your player struggles with a high lob, then why would you ask them to play that way? And I think it's being aware of, yes, you have to be aware of the opponent, but also be aware of your player that's in your corner and how you can use their super strengths in those matches, rather than just solely focusing on the opponent.
Yes,
and I think that would be
super strengths. Yeah.
And I think that would be the same if you were to ask Gilly, if you ask Nick, if you Whitey, any of those guys that have played at that high level and have coached at high level. They're very very aware of their players and their strengths and abilities, as well as obviously the opponents on the day.
Yeah, playing not only into the opponent's weaknesses, but into the strengths of your own players, and do all the film viewing of your opposition, but at the end of the day it comes down to you and you performing at your highest level. I find that playing at Denison University at a much, much lower level than the ladies and gentlemen that we're watching here this afternoon, I'm not playing at a high enough level where I can really psychoanalyze my opponents pre-match. I have too much to worry about on my own.
Yeah.
And these ladies and gentlemen are so polished with their games that they have a little bit more flexibility and wiggle room to kind of view their opponents and build their game plan around what they suspect their opponent is going to do well or not do so well.
Body language is a big thing as well, in terms of, obviously, if you're playing somebody, regardless of score, if they get a bad decision or they play a bad shot, you can see how it affects them mentally. You can see the shoulders go down, the head goes down, the shots become a little bit more erratic, a little bit weaker. And again, it's about taking advantage of those small weaknesses that maybe with the naked eye watching on TV, on stream, you can't necessarily see. But when you're in that heat of battle in the moment, you need to find every inch you can and try and take a mile.
Right, we joked about it a little bit earlier about being the first back on court between games, or not letting your opponents see get tired. It's all important.
And again, like you said, mentioned Nick Matthew. He would never sit down between games.
Yeah.
Ever, because he wanted to show his opponent, regardless of how long the match was or how long the game was, that he was not feeling it physically. And he thought that mentally, if he stood up and they were sat down, he was already winning. And like you say, being first on court is something similar to that, showing your opponent that physically you're fine and you're ready to go. Even little things like bouncing up and down, ready to, like waiting to return serve, and just looking really keen to serve is all little things that are going to put some doubt into your opponent's mind, really. As Caroline takes a strong 2-love lead on the glass.
Yeah, she's cruising. Lau even gave up the ghost there on the third to last rally of that game and was rewarded. It was kind of just hanging out in that back left-hand corner. Caroline unfortunately hit it right back to her. Bit of a misstep, but she closes out the game in strong fashion, gets from 9-6 to 11-6. She is in full control over Lau here. Harvard having already clinched win number 5 in this quarterfinal matchup. Yale, a great moment yesterday for them to get through to the quarterfinals, overcoming a 4-3 team deficit and winning that team match 5-4. But it does appear
it's been one-way traffic.
Season in the main draw has come to a close. Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
It's been one-way traffic,
especially out here on this top glass court.
Yeah, it was always a tough ask. Like we said earlier, we keep alluding to it, but the top end of that Harvard order is ridiculously strong, and for any team to be able to go toe-to-toe with it, yes, we might have like the likes of Malak who will be able to go toe-to-toe with Saran and Caroline, but the depth that they have throughout the order and the quality that they have throughout the order, I mean, you've got 3 PSA players in the top 3 of the order, which not many other teams have. And it's, yes, Penn and some other teams have fantastic individuals and obviously a great team, but that experience at the PSA level in these high pressure scenarios seem to be what separate Harvard the most for me, is that depth and the strength that they have, and that really any 3 of those girls in the top 3 could probably play at number 1 and would be absolutely fine. And I think that's a testament
and would play number 1 in a lot of schools, and all but a couple schools.
It's a real testament to the Harvard program there, that they're really confident in that depth of team, not just the top of the order.
Yeah, I mean, Caroline joined Gilly and I on the Squash University podcast over the summer and talked about her goals this year were to first and foremost win the individuals, because she knows how good she is and how capable she is, and her second goal was just to play number 1 for Harvard, which she did not end up accomplishing because she knew how good Harvard was at the top of the lineup, and that goal of playing number 1 for such a prestigious program was just as important to her as being the best individual player in the country. Of course, 2 Harvard ladies played in the finals of individuals last year, and Caroline is well on her way to achieving that number 1 status, if not this year or if not next year, soon, certainly by her junior year. When Saran graduates,
she will play at number 1 at Harvard at some point. There's almost no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Even potentially when Saran's there's no reason why
absolutely
Caroline can't overtake her. And I think whoever's at that number 1 spot has got a really good chance of putting you in the lead, of taking the game for you. It's no trouble really. Whichever way round those top 3 go, I'd be pretty confident in them at number 1, 2, and 3. That looked down to that one there.
For those who enjoy Where's Waldo, or who are playing along with I Spy at Home, there you see, he's walking away now, but in that collared navy blue Yale Bulldogs shirt as he disappears off into the ether was Xiao Yisian, number 1 for Yale's men's team last year. In his senior year, had a great year for Yale, CSA individual semifinalist, all Ivy League first team. And Skillman Award finalist as well.
I believe he actually played a practice match yesterday. Obviously, Yale men's didn't play in the draw yesterday, but he had a practice match with Salim Khan, one of the pros here at the centre, obviously former GW student.
Yep.
I believe, hopefully Salim knows what I'm saying, I actually think he beat Salim.
Yeah, he's playing full time on the pro tour now. He's a super talented player. And Salim's had a great year on tour. Oh, that is tight work from Fouts. Wow, Harry Smith, stride for stride with Sabrina Sobey coming down the left side. I mean, all the stars are here for the team nationals here at Arlene Specter.
It's a star-studded lineup for everybody at home watching, not just on the court but off it. Sabrina,
Celebrity Road,
another Harvard graduate, was playing on this team on this big stage not too long ago. Again, making waves on the PSA World Tour. Obviously, been out injured for a little bit now, but I know she's getting back on court. She's back on with Nikki T. She's back on with Kareem this week, so it'll be good to see her back battling it out against those top girls. Just have a quick look over at the scores in front of us. It's now obviously 6-love to Harvard. Brecken Welch taking a 3-love win over Layla Johnson. 11-5, 12-10, 11-6. So not a walk in the park, but you know, still looking fairly comfortable. Just looking at the score lines there, it's been a pretty straightforward morning and afternoon for Harvard so far, and it doesn't look like it's going to be any different here in this last match on the glass.
couple of errors for Fouts, struggling to get across the finish line. Here is Lau, takes a 2-point lead into the mid-stage of this third, potentially final game, but answers right back with a 10 of her own.
Yeah, maybe a bit of, as my good friend Sean Murphy, Drexel would say, maybe got a bit of finish line fever. Struggling to get over the line, and maybe a little bit of complacency creeping in, and which just allows Christie back in. Give her a slight edge, but again, I'm sure that experience at the World Junior level, obviously the World Team Championship level, the high PSA level that she's been playing, will shine through, and I'm convinced she'll get the job done.
Ria Navani actually takes a 2-love lead over Malika Fagey, court number 15. Maybe we can take a look at that matchup. As Lau leads 6-5 here.
We can take a look at
between Harvard and Yale.
Take a look at Malak and Ria here.
Here we are. Wow, I mean, this is one of the most surprising results of the event so far, yeah.
Across the men and the women's, this would send shockwaves through the tournament. If Ria could pull off a big upset, and she's 4-1 up, 4-2 now, just playing a bit of a floor ball there.
Well, looks like Malik is walking a little bit gingerly, perhaps.
She looks like she's struggling a little bit, but she's a fighter. We've seen her come back from the dead a couple of times, and there's no way she's going to give this up easily.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that Zayna match earlier in the year. That's got to be... Oh, I don't know about that.
They penalised the movement a little bit there. There's a little bit of a hip nudge going on.
Cheeky, perhaps. I'll default to you, Joe. But yeah, that Zayna match, like you mentioned, got hit in the head and was out for over a week after that with concussion protocol, but actually ended up finishing the match and battled through. So she is a total warrior. Is Kafagi. Her sophomore year of eligibility at Penn, but it is her first year at UPenn. It's her first year of college squash.
Ria really must be
There's a big roar.
Must be up for this to take a 2-love lead, and obviously you can see Malak is also very up for it with a big scream out to the back.
I mean, yeah, about 45 seconds ago in between rallies, she was walking pretty gingerly, and now seems like the adrenaline has kicked in, and she was buzzing around the court that rally. It's a smart break by Rhea to towel off. The referee lets her know that we're not going to have any more of that.
But with Malak doing the classic Gregory Gaultier at TOC, is there a hustle on here? Is there a hustle where Greg pretended he was injured for the majority of the match and actually beat Shabaghi? Is that what's going on? Is Malak taking a leaf out of Greg Gaultier's book? Oh, she is with that drop shot.
Pretty.
The strings singing on that drop shot as she just pokes it into the front corner. Rhea has no chance.
I mean, yeah, you
Beautiful.
talk about the body language. Look at the shift in the body language. A massive fist bump for where we were about 90 seconds ago to now. It's a huge shift.
Shoulders are up for Malak. Shoulders are a little bit slumped for Rhea in between rallies.
In Granville, Ohio, we call that the Wapow shot, the reverse boast, straight out of the leisure center from Kafegi.
Yeah, I was saying to Timmy last week,
between the rallies there.
that shot should be banned all walks of life.
Really?
And squash.
You're anti the leisure
I
center boast?
hate that shot.
Tell me more. Why's that?
Because it's just not nice. It's just not nice to watch. It's not nice to go and get. It's not nice to play. It looks awkward. You shouldn't be playing that shot unless you're under the age of 9, in my opinion.
Or maybe over the age of 65.
Yeah,
that's permissible.
Or if you try, I don't mind it when they're trying to get, like, they're actually scrambling to get a ball back and it's used as like a mini lob, kind of. But if you're playing it as an attacking shot, even when Shabaghi plays it or Elias plays it, I don't like it.
As we go to the split screen here, or the double box, as it will be known by Scott Hansen and the NFL Red Zone crew. Lau has pushed this third game to 10-all. Yes, let given. Fouts did have a match ball. She battled back here in the third.
Now we're seeing the finish line fever. Even in a match that isn't going to affect the overall outcome.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble potentially. And Fouts might have gotten even a little bit fortunate on that yes-let decision that Lau received a moment ago. Giving a stroke, and Rhea.
Big fist pump there as well. She's back in this game. If she can take this 3-love, this would be, I'm gonna put it out there early, upset the tournament on an individual perspective.
Oh yeah, I mean thus far it would certainly be. We know how good Rhea is. We know that she's playing at top 100 PSA level as well. A great run at the CSA individuals. Beat Simi Chan, Columbia #1 in the semifinals of that matchup. Simi won the individuals a couple of years ago in her sophomore year, and ultimately fell in a tight 3-gamer to Zaina Zayn.
I think the thing with Malak is we just associate her with the top 30 squash. And I think it's not the fact that we're doubting Rhea's ability or the fact that we know she can play really good squash, just Malak on paper is head and shoulders above the rest of the in the world rankings. You see her a lot more on PSA Squash TV, and you know she's really active within that top 30, top 20 level, and we've seen her have some really good wins.
That's absolutely true, and I'm glad you said that, Joe, because I think it highlights the difference between pro squash and college squash, and that's so great about, Bam Bam, thank you, man, thanks for coming. That is gorgeous, finding the neck on the dying length in the back corner, taking a somewhat commanding 9-6 lead now, and Faggy is flowing, but college squash is a team sport, and there's so many external factors that factor into this, and some individuals enjoy playing for their teams more and find that they play their best squash in team squash format when it's loud and it's rowdy and their teammates are cheering them on. It's nothing like what the Pro Tour has to offer. I know Andrew Douglas is one of those people who had a brief stint on the Pro Squash Tour, realized it wasn't really for him, is now in law school at NYU, but an incredibly successful career. Played #1 all 4 years for the Penn Quakers under Gilly Lane's tutelage, and always found that he enjoyed his college squash career infinitely more than the Pro Tour because of the atmosphere and because he had the opportunity to play for his teammates and his coaching staff. And it's a timely boast from Navani sticking in here. But yeah, I think that's what the college squash product has to offer, and that's why we might see more upsets in the CSA than we do on the PSA.
And Malak maybe feels like, certainly for me, playing some team squash, you know, you can have your teammates pull you out a little bit. You can be rescued by your team, whereas in that, obviously on the Pro Tour, it's yourself on your own.
I definitely had a bit of that this past weekend with the CSA divisional championships for Denison University. I do always like to offer the preface that I'm not playing at this level, and the pressure is not quite the same, as we're not necessarily competing for a national championship, but you know, you're living and dying with your brothers or your teammates all season long. And sometimes when you're doubting yourself, you do lean on your teammates for motivation and inspiration to kind of pull you out of that doldrum that you might be facing. Oh my goodness.
She's gone fishing. What has she caught?
Faggy's waited, I think
she's waited a little bit too long.
Let's see the replay.
By the time that second bounce goes in, I feel like...
It's a great dig by Rhea.
I think she should be hitting that ball there, and the ball's bounced, and Rhea's not done a huge amount wrong. I mean, Malaka's gone fishing big time there, and she's caught a stroke. They've taken the bait.
It's been unfortunate for Rhea.
She's had a bit of a dodgy movement now. Yeah, Malak doesn't look too pleased. Has she been penalised for the movement? She's not happy, pointing to her edge, giving it the old Italian Mamma Mia. What's going on there? She's not pleased with whoever's reffing. I imagine it's probably one of the red people. Probably have a look. Back. And see if we can get eyes on the referee.
Oops.
I have a feeling that could make its way onto no context PSA at some point.
What's happening? She clipped her?
I don't really know. Just having a quick look here. She nearly went fishing again there. Oh, and she just sort of hit her on the follow through a little bit by the looks of it. Just a simple let there for me. Yeah. Rhea just taking a minute. Glasses seem to have broken, or have they? That's the real question. Just sort of trying to stem the tide of Malaka. Rhea will know that she wants to get this done. I feel like
it does feel like
if Rhea's going to win this game, it has to be this game. If she's going to win the match, she has to win this
it feels
game.
like the momentum is really in Faggy's favor. I would tend to agree with you, Joe.
And I think Malak, again, having played at that high level a little bit more consistently, is maybe a little bit more match fit at higher level, a little bit more match sharp, and can find something deep from within to pull herself through to a 3-2 win. I feel like Rhea's going to be feeling the pinch a little bit after this game if it does go to 4.
Oh, a little bit of a nervy drop shot there from Kafagi. It's popped up. This is just a ginormous rally.
I thought she might go fishing again there. She played the trickle bows and she's got her. Big fist pump out to the Penn team in that right corner.
It's a great hold. It's a great use of the boast.
Gilly
sends Rhea the wrong way. Gilly with his cap on, cracks a smile for the first time throughout this match. Jack Wyan and Gilly will be really happy to see Malik come through here in this third game, and it does feel like the momentum has shifted in the favor of Kafagi.
I feel like we could be on for a 3-2 here. Just sense it. Feel like that was the game that is, like we say, shift the momentum towards Kafagi there, and Rhea would have really wanted to get that done. When she got back to 9-all, she would have been thinking this was her time, and then Malak, as we see here, just went in for the stroke and was rewarded.
Meanwhile, looking at the overall team score, Penn has just taken a 3-2 lead. Haley Wong picking up a 3-1 victory over Valerie Huang. 12-10 in the fourth game. Wong came through in that one. So Penn leads 3-2. As Caroline Fouts will not be happy to be pushed to a fourth game on glass in that Harvard versus Yale matchup. Does not want to spend any more time on court than she has to. Harvard will have 2 tough matches over the next couple of days.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Over either Princeton or UVA tomorrow morning, and then in the finals, who knows? But
I'm sure Mike Way will have been pulling whatever hair he's got left out there at the thought of Caroline going to a fourth.
So Kafagi and Rhea battling it out here. Navani trying to help Stanford draw even here at 3-all, and Kafagi trying to will Penn to a 4-2 lead. Franka Vidovic and Madison Ho, I can't wait for that match. That'll be next on this court. Court 15 here at the Earl Inspector Center. Shannon Tweak and Kushi Kadia set to get underway here. Penn captain Shannon Tweak as Caroline Fouts puts the finishing touches on her matchup against Christy Lau. Coming through that matchup in 4 games. And there'll be a stroke for Rhea, who's hanging in tough here.
And this side court action in this Penn Stanford game is certainly worthy of glass court status and coverage.
Absolutely. I think that the top seeds always end up getting the glass court. So 1 seed Trinity and 2 seed Harvard, but I'm not sure if that should be the case. Maybe it should be the seeds closer to the middle of the draw.
I think we've got to go for the entertainment factors rather than the seeds. This match, absolute fireworks so far.
Yeah, it tends to be the case on the PSA calendar as well. Oftentimes you see it's the round of 32 and you have the top 4 seeds playing and cruising to 3-love victories. Perhaps a better option to give some of those players in the middle of the draw an opportunity to play on the glass courts.
I think for me, I would rather see, from a fan perspective, I would rather watch the tight, the contested,
Oh yeah.
like tough, entertaining matches. And like you say, obviously the top seeds are great to watch, but in those, especially in the PSA in those early rounds when they're playing, people slightly lower down the ladder, it can be a little bit detrimental to the coverage and the fact that the matches are quite short. Obviously, with a lot of comfortable wins, it's not very often you see big upsets in that sort of environment. And for me, this match here is box office at the moment. It's tightly contested, a bit of an upset on the cards potentially, and that's what the fans want to see.
There's the air from Kafagi. I mean, Rhea was controlling Malik that whole rally, working her corner to corner, and then finally when Kafagi had a chance in the front court, she clips the tin, and Rhea's really dug in here. She will not go quietly away into the night after falling in that 3rd game, looking to close things out there, and now Kafagi once again walking a bit gingerly. She needs to get a little bit of momentum back on her side. Love to see Kafagi. If you're rooting for the Penn Quakers here, you'd love to see Kafagi roll a nick or get some sort of big-time winner and big-time fist pump, get the adrenaline going.
And even from a neutral perspective, everyone wants to see 5 games. It's in the DNA. It's in the squash DNA. Everyone wants to see 5 games. Everyone wants to see a tie break.
This is true.
Everyone wants to see decisions and cross-court nicks and big fist pumps and people bashing on the back glass like we saw last week in the finals.
Absolutely. Maybe Nick Talbot would disagree with you, but I think 99% of the squash world is in agreement. It's about the entertainment factor. And
as a neutral, definitely.
Yeah, Malik is struggling here. This is a big point. If Rhea can extend the lead back out to 3, that might suppress any hope or momentum that Malik is hoping to build. But if she can get a second straight point here, she'll give up the stroke. That's a huge mistake.
It's terrible width.
Couldn't find the width. Oh, she had her dead to rights. Stick Kafagi.
And now she's got the limp on again.
Oof. The difference between 4-5 and 6-3. Oh, it's a costly mistake.
Yeah, it could prove vital. I mean, that is a terrible width. That's a double shot. Oh, and she's put one in the floor. She's been watching too much of me.
Oh, and Rhea's got to go here. Rhea's got to keep the ball rolling.
Again, the body language.
As soon as she can.
Body language of Malak looking a little bit lackluster, a little bit tired.
The ropes. Oh, that's a nice boast, though. Did she get that, did Rhea? Wow, it's a great retrieval.
A little bit like her too.
Looked a little dodgy, but couldn't quite see.
Oh, and she's gone into the back. I think that's a no-let. She's got to go around the right side for me there, and she's not pleased about it, but you know, she's fisting the racket. She's very animated there towards the referee, but I agree. I agree with the ref.
Too far in the front court.
Yes, it was a high drop.
Yes, it was high, but it was left way short.
Got to go round.
Got to go round.
If you could see what I was doing in the commentary box now, I'm telling her to go round.
Joe is standing up and ghosting right now, for those who can't see us on the screen.
She's got to go round the side of Rhea there, and again that drop goes in, and it's Malak is looking very, very dejected. From 5-3 to 9-3 in the space of 2 minutes. Rhea now hoping she can just close this out, and Malak's not going to have one final push. Oh, and Rhea just a little bit edgy there, maybe a little bit tense in the arm and the shoulders, just putting that one into the bottom of the tin, giving Malak a final glimmer of hope.
We have seen Rhea struggle a little bit closing out games. It's her freshman year, so it's the experience factor, and Malak definitely got that.
Flick. Rhea struggling to get that back. She's not happy with the movement, but I don't see an awful lot wrong there. Obviously, Malak, slightly bigger, slightly taller frame, so maybe a little bit harder to get round, but there was nothing wrong for me there. Rhea just taking a moment, steadying herself. She's only got 2 points to go, but these are often...
This is a big one.
These are often the hardest 2 points. And Malak, again, not happy with the decision. I would have probably agreed that that's a no-let. And it's been given to give Rhea 5 match balls for a massive upset. And she's been given a conduct stroke.
Wow!
On match ball.
Oh, no.
That is really unfortunate. That's not the way anybody wants to win or lose.
We don't want to see that.
Malak is absolutely fuming as she goes off to Gilly.
Don't want to see that.
I mean, that is an unfortunate way to win a match, but also a very unfortunate way to lose a match. But I must say that Malak was doing a lot of talking to the referee. She was very, very animated.
True.
I just feel like, you know, at that stage of the match, do we need to end it on that? Do we need to?
It's tough. You want to give all the credit in the world to Rhea Navani.
Yes,
she earned every bit of that win. She had Malak on the ropes. I think she would have been able to close it out there, but that is unfortunate.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate way to win a match, I'm sure. Although Rhea will be absolutely delighted that she's got a huge win there. That's not the way she would have wanted to do it. She would have wanted to have earned that final point.
Yeah, it was much needed for Stanford, who now draws even with Penn 3-all. You said it, Joe, that it would have been one of the biggest upsets of the season. It would have been the biggest upset of the event thus far, and it was just that. What a year for Rhea Navani. Wins over Simi Chan and now Malika Fagi.
Yeah, and these final 2 matches are shaping up to be brilliant. So it's 3-all at this moment in time, and we've got matches going on, isn't it?
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing the 2s go at it. Franko Vidovic and Madison Ho coming up next over on court 15. But meanwhile, here is Savannah Ingledew taking on Mariana Darden,
who's actually now got a match ball, I believe. She has. And this could be, again, a massive, massive win in the context of this match to put Stanford 1 win away.
Yeah, Miriam Chang was playing 5 for the Cardinal a couple of weeks ago, has moved up to number 3, pushing Darden down to 4. Mariana Darden is a really strong 4. Yeah, she is playing in the middle of the lineup. That is dangerous.
And, you know, I've seen Savannah again a couple of times this year, and she is a fighter. I've seen her come back from 2-love before, but this is a big mountain to climb here. Is that going to be a no-let?
Oh.
I think she's been given a let there. Savannah doesn't look best pleased, and we don't want to see another conduct stroke awarded at the end of the match. It's not what we need. Savannah just needs to stay quiet, accept the decision, and move on. You know, having watched Savannah a couple of times this year, obviously a really good player, strong player at number 4, an absolute battler, physical, very physical
Really
player.
tough to play against.
Yeah, and
very physical.
I just can't help but notice that backhand swing.
It's the trademark backhand. Yeah,
it's very unorthodox. Is the best way to describe it. As she squeezes one on the side wall.
It's working for her right now in this 3rd game.
Very deceptive backhand. Looks a little bit like she's going to hit cross court a lot of the time when she shapes up and has time. Just wonder how she hits the ball, to be honest. Oh, and she's gone fishing. She got a stroke. She has, to give herself a fighting chance.
Yeah, the Quakers may need this result. Penn captain Jonna Dweek at the number 7 spot. Deadlocked at 7-all in game number 1 of this quarterfinal matchup with Kushi Kadia and Savannah Ingledew with the game ball to extend this matchup between the 4s.
Really hanging in there. Oh, and we could hear the screams there as Savannah takes that game from the jaws of defeat. She's given herself a chance in the 4th game. And this is a real battle. And coming from 11-4, 11-5 down in those first 2 games, it's some turnaround.
Yeah, Savannah is tough to break down, really tough to play against. Never out of it.
Again, I saw her play against Princeton a couple of weeks ago, and I think she was 2-love down, and she actually came through and won 3-2. As we see one of the other games going on here, the number 7s, for a game ball for Penn. Really shaping up to be a classic, and we could see this go all the way down to the wire, and maybe the number 2s decide this match, which would be, get your popcorn ready, folks, because this could be an absolute cracker of a finish.
Yeah, we said it at the top of the broadcast. The women's game is fascinating right now because any of the teams that are ranked top 5 in the nation this year have a very real chance of winning the national championship. And here, of course, we have the number 4 in the nation versus the number 5 duking it out for the chance to go up against the Trinity Bantams in the semifinals tomorrow, right back here at the Arlen Specter Center. For those wondering, it'll be the same time tomorrow for the men's and women's sessions. The semifinals get underway at 11 o'clock as the quarterfinals did today. And the men's quarterfinals and semifinals, 3 o'clock each day, today and tomorrow. And then the finals will be Sunday. We'll crown our national champions. The women's finals, it will be getting underway at 10:30, and the men's final at 2:30. So just half an hour earlier on Sunday. But the schedule is going to be similar all week long here at Specter. We have some absolutely outstanding squash in store for the people at home.
Been an absolute treat to watch already. Obviously the matches yesterday, some obviously very high level squash being played both throughout the men and the women's draw, and today obviously it's getting towards crunch time. It's getting towards the quarters and the semis this weekend, and we're going to be seeing some top level squash like we already are here. Even, you know, as low down the orders as 8 and 9, we're seeing some fantastic games of squash. What more could you want to do on your weekend? If you're not already, follow along with the results, follow along on Club Locker on the CSA website. Obviously you can watch all the courts over the weekend on the CSA YouTube channel. Again, shout out to Hanny, the big tech guy over in the corner, who sorts out all the cameras, hard work all week, over the weekend as well, to put together this spectacle of squash for you all to watch. As we lock back in to this game, the number 4 spot, with Savannah taking an early lead, and I'm glad she did not hit that ball. Otherwise, Mariana would have had a hole in her leg there, just probably below the knee. But Savannah taking an early fall of lead, and I said earlier I watched her against Princeton overturn a 2-love deficit, and she'll be looking to do that again, as I assume she's going to take another stroke, and she does. Really taking the fight now to Mariana and causing some problems over on court 16 here at the Spectre Centre. As I just can't help but think that the target area for Mariana should be low and hard onto that backhand side with a slightly exaggerated swing from Savannah. I feel like you could really expose that, slightly unorthodox technique a little bit. But having said that, she's 7-love up, so who am I to talk? Or 6-love, sorry. I'm just having a little bit of a goggle issue here, as I think there might be a bit of a switch. One of the lenses just coming out of place. Gives her a nice break to hopefully try and reset and see if she can get back into this 4th game. Savannah looking very relaxed now. And I can't help but notice that Mariana's shoelaces are very, very long. If that was me, I'd 100% be falling over them. Fairly attritional stuff down this backhand. Mariana creating an opportunity as she tries to slam one in the nick. Doesn't quite find it. But again, she's definitely in control of this rally and trying to get the first point on the board for this game as she does. There's a little bit of a slide from Savannah. Is that going to shift the momentum a little bit, do we think? Or is Savannah going to run away with the end of this game? A little bit of traffic throughout the middle. And this backhand wall being favoured by Mariana, as I suggested. That would be the area that I would be targeting. She tries to go for the nick again, but not quite finding it. Not quite finding her targets like she was before, maybe. Great shot up on that high backhand volley there from Savannah. Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm in the Stamford corner...
Geez, what have I missed, Joe?
I know, you're on your way to get a couple of snacks. You've missed a 7-1 lead for Savannah. And I was just saying to the viewers at home, if I was in that Stamford corner... My game plan would be trying to get that ball low and hard onto Savannah's backhand and really try and exploit that slightly unorthodox technique and get her moving into that backhand side.
Yeah, because to your point, Joe, it's very deceptive when off that volley when it comes up high and she has time to set up.
Yeah,
but if it's hit with some pace to the back, yeah, that backhand could be prone to break down a little bit more.
And I feel like that sort of 6th corner shot, the low kill running into sort of the mid-court area, and if it's tight, I feel like she's going to struggle to get down there as she just sort of goes for a let.
That's a great point.
Obviously, her prep is very, very early. She's got that racket ready very early, which is great. But that shot there, I feel like causes her some problems. You play it well, and she can get that ball running in low and tight with a little bit more pace like that. It's going to create some chances, not necessarily win the rally from it, but you're gonna force some opportunities, as we see there. And Savannah is, a brilliant player. She's obviously a freshman at Penn. She competed in the World Juniors. I believe she came in the 8th position. She came up against Amina Orfi, which obviously for anybody is a tough ask, and lost out there in the quarters. So again, no stranger to the big stage, no stranger to the pressure. As we can see, she's trying to fight back from 2 down. A lovely squeeze on the sidewall.
Hey, you look at those first 2 game scores, 11-4, 11-5.
Yeah, and the
Van
tables are
Engeldu
turning.
never out of it. And yeah, the momentum completely in her favor now.
How the turntables.
Now the turntables. Darden.
See, that area
Not
of
as
the
much
court,
pep in her step right now as she once had.
I just really think if that area of the court can be exploited with pace, like that, that's exactly where she needs to put the ball. I'd be absolutely peppering it that side. Get her running in low, running in tight. Exploit that maybe slight weakness of Savannah's game. Obviously there isn't many. Physically very strong, mentally very strong. You know, technically, especially on that forehand side, very, very proficient. Got a decent short game. And just that backhand is, you know, we spoke about exploiting weaknesses earlier, and knowing your opponent and knowing yourself. We've seen a couple of brilliant, you know, low kills, slightly more pace on the drops that have caused Savannah some problems, and hopefully, for Stanford's sake, Mariana has noticed that as she just about scrapes that ball back.
Yeah, it feels like Mariana's forcing things just a little bit here. And we mentioned we want to put a little bit more maybe pace on the ball heading into the backhand, but yeah, like a shot like that is not a great one. Even though she's gotten away with it there.
If Mariana can get one more point here, it'll start to put a little bit of doubt and tension in the mind of Savannah. If she can sort of get back within to 7 or 8.
Yeah, I do think she has to settle down a bit, maybe taking it short a little bit early in the rally, her length not finding it all the way to the backcourt. There's a balance between pace and also just smacking it.
I think we just play a let there. You know, there's nothing untoward there. Just an innocent coming together there with the girls. Yeah, just a little trip. Nothing sinister. Here we go, look, and again another weak one out of that back corner. Mariana really trying to take advantage. Can Savannah close this out? She's going to get a stroke, and this is going to be an edgy end to this game either way. Savannah trying to close it out, but it seems to be struggling with the finish line here. And if we see it get to 8, this is really going to start to get tense. The Stanford girls are going to get behind Mariana, and Savannah's going to be starting to feel a little bit edgy. Ooh. Yeah, no let there, and I think that could be the right decision. Savannah maybe been given a bit of a lifeline there, because she looked like she was struggling to close that game out, and she's just been thrown a no let her way. And to be honest, I believe that's the right decision.
That's the right call, yeah. It's
They're
just, it
minimal.
gets in your head because there's so many decisions when Savannah Engeldu is playing typically that sometimes you might go to call something where you probably should not have stopped and just played through. But even a few rallies ago, a little bit of cheekiness with Darden hitting that winner right back to Savannah, who picked it up after it already bounced twice and hit a straight drop for herself, hit it up to herself on the sidewall a couple times before finally passing it over to Mariana, letting the frustration build and stalling a little bit and not quite giving her the ball. So
yeah, we're seeing a match.
A little bit of
length here.
gamesmanship, perhaps.
Match length here is, nearing the 50-minute mark, so it's, starting to become physical. This last game, could go the distance here. That last game lasting 12 minutes in length. But I'm sure that both girls are going to be well up for this final game, especially with the scores being tied at the moment in the overall match at 3-3. And I'm sure they're both going to come flying out the blocks, and I can't help but sense a tie-break.
That'll be more exciting than we can possibly imagine as we look across the other results here on quarterfinal day for Marlon Spector. Jana Dweek leads Kushikacadia, 1 game to love, 9-8 in the second game of that matchup. Of course, Savannah and Mariana all tied up here at 2 apiece, and the number 2's just getting underway. We'll probably flip back over to court number 15 after this match gets finished up here between the number 4s. To see the number 2's Franka Vidovic and Madison Ho. Nothing separating those two right now. All tied up at 4-all in game number 1 as we're underway here in the 5th. This is what college squash is all about, folks. It's moments like these. Meanwhile, I do want to mention that Princeton is up 6-1 over UVA. They'll be advancing to the semifinals tomorrow to face the Harvard Crimson. And Zaina Zane did come through that matchup against Megan Best in 4. Best winning the first game 11-2, but Zaina finding her groove after that, cruising to a 4-game victory. Megan Best, always a fast starter, always dangerous right off the bat. Zaina's consistency, likely a little bit too much there for the 5th year Megan Best. That's got to be a no-let, I think. Good shoot, what we would. That ball is glued to the side wall. Seems like Mariana's in her head a little bit right now. Nothing separating these two ladies right now.
1-all, 2-all. This is an absolute spectacle on the side courts. We can see this backhand is really being targeted now by Mariana.
It would be fun to see Madison and Frank on the glass. It's a shame, but regardless, yeah, you are right. Mariana's it feels like there's more of a distribution of that backhand side than what we saw last game.
That's a no-let. Shot was too good. Rolled out the back wall, Nick, on the second bounce. Savannah maybe going into the back slightly there, but she's been given a let.
With a cheeky smile there. Yeah, she looked up to the referee right away and asked which side she was going to be serving on because she assumed it was a no-let. It's a smart.
It's a great line. It's tight to the side wall. It's rolled out the back wall, Nick, and she's just been given a let.
I mean, second bounce fading into the back.
It's going to be a stroke. And if I was refereeing that, which I have been asked to referee this weekend, and gingerly said no, I would have been given a no-let. No-let would have been given for me there, but we move on. We live and learn, and again, that's got to be a no-let.
Wow.
Yeah, the ball. No-let. Unless she's been given let, I think.
Well, we'll meet in the middle there, Joe. I say stroke, you say no-let. A let sounds like a good decision.
I think no-let there. The ball's too far past her. Savannah's jumped on her back a little bit. You see how far back the ball is.
So I think she's there in time to volley it, but it is tight. So it's like
second viewing.
It's tough. That's a toughie.
I'll let you have a let there. But if I was given the original decision, I'd have been given no let on that one again. Pretty harsh refereeing. Now watch you waving her arms about. See, a lot of decisions. It's not.
Yeah, this
not
really
free flowing.
Savannah. She's very used to this. This is exactly what she wants. She does not want to play through
squash.
These sorts of situations.
What happened for you there?
Just play.
3-1, she leads. Again, 2-0 deficit. Looking to be overturned from quite literally the jaws of defeat. If you look at those score lines down on the bottom of your screen, Savannah really showing those fighting qualities, that mental strength, that physical strength that we know she's got. It's pretty stop-start. The flow's not really there. There's a lot of decisions which, you know, at 2-all, you are going to be seeing that in any game of squash. However, I can't help but feel we want to see free-flowing action. We want to see a good 5th game. We don't want to see too many decisions. We want to see Nicks rolling out the floor. And big roars to the crowd. not to the referee. And that backhand being targeted, and rightly so. It's a couple of weak shots. Can she take the chance? She can't. Again, going back to that traditional squash, and she just rolls one across the front wall. It's a brilliant shot to put her back in contention. 1 point away.
Touch.
Soft hands.
Oh, wow.
Spanish hands, we call that. Soft hands. She's been... Oh, it's lovely.
Maybe learned that from Cesar Salazar.
Been using the fairy liquid at home. Very, very soft hands.
Little pixie dust.
I'm not sure you have fairy liquid in the US. I don't know if anybody understands that reference. For anybody wanting to understand that reference, it's like a bit of a washing up. It's like hand washing soap. Makes your hands very soft. And Savannah again looking for a decision.
Yeah,
but
she's
not
a
going
wonderful
away.
actor, Joe. She is. I mean, she really has that great.
I mean, we've had the Oscars this past week.
I mean, yeah.
Was she in attendance? Is that why she's maybe a little bit slow?
I
off
think
the
she's
start?
campaigning for next year.
Is that why she was slow off the
She
start?
just has that great look to the referee. Those puppy dog eyes. It is really. I mean, I would have a tough time as the referee.
Now, is your experience in college squash, a referee's more likely to give decisions to freshmen who feel sorry for them in their first year?
Interesting, good question. I mean, if it were me refereeing and I was biased, which I try to be as neutral as I can be, I would probably lean towards almost the upperclassmen because the freshmen have plenty of time. They'll be fine. Just gotta get their feet wet a little bit.
I suppose you've got to experience the no-lets. You've got to experience the tough decisions. You've got to experience the five-game losses in college squash.
Absolutely.
Character building. And Savannah's character is certainly being built, and she's going to get a no-let. The shot was too good. Maybe a broken string. Yeah. I mean, literally all of her strings have fell out the racket, and she managed to roll that drop in. She managed to roll that drop in incredibly tight with no strings. That is pretty impressive.
I mean, this match has had everything. We've had decisions on decisions. We've had broken rackets, broken strings. We've had rollers. We've had dodgy backhands. We've had strokes. We've had lets. We've had no lets. And stoppage in play allows Ingledew to stay ready to go and gives Darden a little break. There's the legendary Gustav Detter making sure that the door of court 16 is closed here. Goose, of course, legend for Trinity College, won 4 national championships, I believe. Actually, I take that back. I think it was 3. I think he won 3 national championships with the Trinity Bantams. Lost to Princeton that one year when they lost their streaks. Yeah, we don't want to give him too much credit, but one of the great players in college squash history. Now newly minted assistant coach for Penn Quakers in this crucial 5th game. Once again, all knotted up at 3 matches apiece.
This is worthy of a glass court, this. I'm going to have a word with Harry on the scheduling here.
I think it'll be wise, I agree.
Get this match on the glass next year.
Yeah,
both
I think
glass courts.
By the time we get to tomorrow, we'll have only 2 semifinal matchups, so the whole main draw will be on glass.
And I think I can only help but feel that this match, this college match, not just this one, is going to be decided in the final, at the final strings, the number 2 strings, and which is absolute cinema for the people at home. As we see, Franca goes 11-9 in the first game to go 1-love up. So if Savannah can take this match, we've got...
Yeah, Jonna Dweek is in the driver's seat right now for Penn. Up 2-love, 7-5 in the 3rd.
So that match could be vital. This match could be vital. Mariana might be trying to hold on.
Here.
And then it would all come down to Franca and Madison in the final match, and that's what we want to see. We want to see that as a neutral. Mariana just scraping that one up. She looks like she's on the ropes. Savannah plays a pretty high drop, and she's going to go for the decision again. And I can only feel like Mariana could have quite easily got out of the way. It was a bit of a floater. She's got to get out of the way of that for me. But it's a stroke, 2-point lead. And unless there's an absolute miracle in the Gianna Dweep match, we could be seeing a very, very narrow victory for Penn. But it's not over yet.
Cardinal on the ropes here. Vidovic winning a crucial first game over Madison Ho, 11-9. Ho certainly not out of it. He's incredibly talented as a sophomore this season for Stanford. And this
Savannah's
is
all over the place.
Retrieval from Ingledew.
We can hear the roar of the crowd from up in the commentary booth.
This is gutsy from these two young ladies.
That is a big rally both mentally and physically for Savannah. You can only help but feel that that's really eating into the legs of the South African.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge vote of confidence for Darden, not only drawing the score within 1 point instead of letting it slip away to a 3-point deficit, but also putting some major work into the legs of Ingledew. Starting to feel herself really for the first time since the third game here is Darden, as we see in the split screen Franka Vidovic and Madison Ho.
And as we see,
right next door,
UPenn have taken a 4-3 lead.
Gianna Dweep closing out the third game against Cacadia, 11-5. All they need is one more match. They need Franka to come through, or they need Ingledew to come through. Stanford needs both of these to advance to the semis.
This fifth game here is the all-important match. This is the one that decides it. This is the one that's going to make or break these teams' seasons. Can Stanford claw it back? And if they can't, Mariana's going to feel she's going to be upset. She's going to be gutted, especially with that, very, very comfortable first two games. She's going to be, if she can't close this out, she's going to be feeling the effects there mentally, which is tough. But hopefully, for Stanford's sake and for the neutral sake,
for the neutral sake, we would love a Stanford win here.
A 4-all, and Savannah again stopping for a decision, but she played through the shot. And I just help but feel she needs to stop asking for decisions. A lot of the time, she's asking for decisions where she would probably win the rally in a lot of the scenarios.
I would agree.
Maybe not that one, because she nearly chopped
maybe not.
Mariana's arm off. However, a lot of the time, I feel like she's stopping for the sake of stopping, where she can just really win the rally, or definitely put herself in a position where she can win the rally. Again, that backhand being targeted, drop goes in. Going to be a stroke there, isn't it? Yeah, 6-all. We are really locked in here. It does not get any closer.
Folks. We are deadlocked. Nothing separating these two.
I'm on the edge of my seat here. I can't quite contain myself.
Oh me, oh my.
And I am a neutral. And I want this to go to 4-all. I want to see the decider. I want the action. I want the drama. And we're going to get the split screen up again to see.
I mean, this is
these two battling
the beauty
out
of the center court here on the College Squash YouTube channel. And the split screen. And he's been putting up with us for the last couple hours. He's done an outstanding job.
And that's going to be a no-let, I think.
That has to be a no-let.
And this next point is massive. Massive point.
Absolutely. The difference between 9-6 and Savannah being on the doorstep versus 8-7. Darden still very much being in this thing. I couldn't agree more, Joe.
She was just sort of on her haunches there, hands on knees, looking a little bit fatigued now.
She missed a volley opportunity there.
Again, just keep it down this backhand side, and I can't help but feel that Savannah will blink first. Thought she was going to stop there.
Yeah, I did too.
It's a good line. Can she take advantage?
Oh,
nice
wow.
hold.
Great width. Straight drop. No.
Oh, no. And Savannah's kill has won in the rally to take it to 9-6. She's 2 away from clinching the match for Penn. And, from the jaws of defeat, we've seen it before against Princeton in the regular season. she's a clutch player in these moments. She knows how to get the job done. She knows how to fight for the team. Say what you like, but she's a serial winner. She knows how to get the job done. And there just seems to be a bit of dialogue with the referees here. I'm not quite sure what's going on. I think they're actually asking for court service, but it's not the TOC. Let's get on with it. Maybe Mariana seems to be a bit of tactical play delay here and trying to get her breath back to have one final push. And now we're coming off court. What's happening now? Are they bringing a towel on? I have no idea.
And the drama builds, Joe. The drama builds.
Have we got an injury break? What's going on? We've got no audio.
And this match has had absolutely everything.
So we are currently guessing, so I'll have a quick look over at Franca and Madison on the court next door to see what's going on. Again, a real clash of styles here, you can't help but feel, with Franca and Madison. Very different kind of squash players, but both very, very good in their own right. Franca taking a slim lead in the second game.
Madison, a really fluid mover. Loves to mix in the trickle bows from the midcourt. It's her signature shot. In her sophomore year for the Cardinal, 2 sophomores here going at it.
Just by watching
they could
these
be
two.
potentially deciding this semifinal matchup, or this quarterfinal matchup rather, depending on the outcome of the number 4s. But drama left and right wherever you look, Joe.
Yeah, you can't get enough of it, can you? I mean, what more do you want on a Friday afternoon? You don't want to be working, you don't want to be at school. Although I'm a big advocate for education, you want to watch this. This is where it's at. The Penn v Stanford face-off.
I know you're from England, Joe, but in the States, March Madness for college basketball is a big deal, as I'm sure you've...
What's that?
Oh, you don't... Oh, you're going to find out in a couple weeks here. It's the college basketball national tournament. There are 68 teams that compete, and everyone fills out their brackets. It's a big occasion. It kicks off on a Thursday afternoon, and usually there are a bunch of 12 o'clock p.m. tip-offs Thursday, Friday, and there are games all day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And kids in school, that's all they're doing, is they're sitting with their laptops pretending to pay attention in class.
Where is this held?
Where is it? It's held all across the country at a bunch of different venues. There are a million different games, so there are 4 games here, there are 4 games there. But the parallels are imminent with the young college squash fans out there who are maybe sitting in the middle of their biology or mathematics class watching Franka Vidovic and Madison Ho do battle. They'll have a little bit of an intermission to catch the bus home, and then at 3 o'clock they'll be pulling up the men's streams.
Sounds like a dream. That's what I would like in football.
Who wouldn't?
Not American football, real football.
Yeah, I'd say the Champions League would be the most similar, but nothing is quite like March Madness.
But nothing is quite like the squash.
Oh, I mean, well, except for college squash, of course.
This is the pinnacle of all sport. Any sport, any country, anywhere. This is where you need to be. And we seem to be going back on court. I can't help but think that might be a blood injury from Savannah's little slide in the back corner in that last rally. But I feel like that might favour Mariana in the closing stages of this match.
Yeah, she looks ready to go here. Towel off that
the court.
Service box. And Jack Wyant, the Penn women's coach, I think said it best, is college squash is so special because you have, I've said this a million times on the Squash University podcast with Gilly, but and then it's Jack's quote, and I want to give him credit, is college squash is the only sport where you have the fans, the referees, the coaches, the players, teammates, friends, boyfriends, girlfriends, everyone is all huddled into one confined space, and there's no real separation between anyone. The parents, whoever is coming to watch, and everyone has their own specific rooting interests, and everyone wants to will their team to victory. It's a pretty unique atmosphere.
And at the end of the day,
squash lends itself to.
Squash wins every time.
Squash wins every single time.
No matter who you're rooting for, if you see clean squash, good squash, entertaining squash, everyone's happy.
She's going to stop there again.
Oh, and that's a big roar.
Absolutely glued.
We can hear the Stanford team. You can see them slightly. Few fists coming out of the woodwork there at the bottom corner. We could be seeing one of the biggest comebacks here from Savannah, but also, are we going to see a big clutch moment from Mariana? And if we do, there's going to be some serious glass bashing.
As Joey Barrington would say, that last ball was tight from Darden.
Oh,
Has an opportunity here at the front.
can't help but feel like the straight drop's got to go in there because she was really hanging back on that tee, and Madison levels the
maybe
score
the
at 1-all,
nerves.
but it might not be enough. Savannah with 3 match balls back from the death.
Tension.
Phoenix from the ashes.
Mounting. 11-4, 11-5 in the first 2 games. It did not matter. What a fight. We're well over the hour mark here between the number 4s.
Can she do it? Can she close it out at first time of asking?
I fear Mariana might have a little bit of trouble here without the use of her straight drop. She feels like she's maybe got a bit nervous, understandably so, and has lost her touch a little bit.
Case of the old glass arm.
We've all been there, Joe.
Nobody wants to make a mistake here. Who's going to blink first?
Jockeying for position down that backhand side. This is a huge rally.
Oh. That's going to be a stroke and a big roar. And there's a lot of glass bashing. I told you it would happen.
University of Pennsylvania fell to the Stanford Cardinals 6-3 a month ago, almost to the day, less than half a mile away at the Penn Squash Center. Today they avenged that loss. They get win number 5, Savannah Ingledew. Welcome to college squash in her freshman year, clinching things for the Stanford Cardinal in one of the biggest matches of her life.
Yeah, and that's,
battling back from 2-0 down. What a moment for Ingledew and the Penn Quakers, who will advance to tomorrow's semifinals against the Trinity Bantams.
Shout out to Mariana there. I know that's going to be that's a tough one to lose, having been so comfortably 2-0 up. But great effort from both players, and for a very, very entertaining game of squash.
Yeah, let's switch. So that will do it in terms of team results here in the women's quarterfinals from the Spectre Center. We're not done with today's matchups. Of course, Franka Vidovic and Madison Ho deadlocked at 1 game apiece. Nothing separating those 2 ladies. That's going to be a great match. I was looking forward to that perhaps more than any of the matches when just kind of looking over the lineups ahead of today. So still will be interesting to see those 2 do battle, even though the result has already been decided. If you would like to watch that matchup, then make your way over to the court. What quarter are they playing on right now? They're on court 15, so make your way over to the court 15 stream if you're watching this on YouTube, on this very channel, on the College Squash Association YouTube channel. CSA Center Court Live with commentating. We'll be back later this afternoon at 3 o'clock. Myself and another very special guest will be taking you through the men's quarterfinal matchups today. I can't wait. What a day for the ladies, especially that thrilling Stanford Penn match. Any final thoughts, Joe? Thank you very much for joining me. This was a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Obviously, really entertaining match. We got to see the Harvard women take on the Yale women as well, which was a bit of a whitewash in the end, but nonetheless very entertaining squash. But the Penn match there towards the end was very tense and an absolute pleasure to commentate on. Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining me, Joe. You made my job real easy today, so hopefully we'll get to do it again later this weekend.
Tomorrow.
And once again, Court 15 to see Franka Vidovic and Madison Ho play. Thank you guys for watching. CSA Center Court will be back in 90 minutes.
Straight up.
I went to myself. I let cheat on you. Want you to me. I want you to move.
dog wall and playing one is on my way out. Gary Fett, 27 from Murphy.
Tigers on 3, 1, 2, 3, Tigers!
Hello and welcome into the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center for our afternoon session. The men's quarterfinals are about to get underway, and my name is Jackson Bragman, joined by one of the great American squash players of all time. I think that's fair to say. Certainly the best right now. He is my boss. He is my friend. It is the one and only Timbo Slice. It's Timothy Brownell. Timmy, how the hell are you this afternoon here at Arlen Specter in Philadelphia, PA?
Jackson, I'm ready to roll. The adrenaline's up to the gills right now. You can feel the place is buzzing.
It's pumping.
I was here in the morning for a little lift, and I didn't even want to go inside. I just wanted to watch the matches, so I'm happy it's go time. You can see big boy Rossini on there. The quads they're bumping out of the shorts there. I think the boys are ready to go. I think this is going to be good, hard, clean squash. So I've been looking at the rosters top to bottom. I think this is going to be a dogfight here, Jackson. So I think
really,
what are your matches? What are your matches of the day here in this lineup? What do you think of this one in particular? We've got Thomas Rossini and our boy Yuri, the local legend, El Brasileño.
Local legend. He'll have the sport of the Drexel student body for sure. I think Princeton's going to be a bit too strong here, given that Harris Qasim suffered the ACL tear, which is absolutely brutal. Obviously, Drexel's been without Nico Cerna this year, which was a total stinger. I think with those two guys in the lineup, this could potentially be an absolute dogfight. It still might just be, but I do think that Princeton's got a little bit too much talent. They're going to find themselves in the semifinals. But that's why we play the matches, Timmy. But this is not the only match that we have in store for the people this afternoon. We're going to be hopping around here at CSA Center Court Live as we're underway here between the two number threes. So we're going to be highlighting all the different matches. We have the number 1 nationally ranked Penn Quakers taking on the number 8 seed in this event, the Columbia Lions. These two wasting no time getting on the board.
Yeah, two absolute winners fired in right off the bat. So no nerves. I think both these guys are.
These guys are ready to go.
They both played in some big matches. They've got experience, and so I think that's where we're going to see some quality squash off the bat.
There's a bit of a way-off hole in the racket there for Yuri.
I think he tipped it. That's why I didn't go for it again here. But
gotcha.
I think it's important in these early matches. Both teams are trying to set some sort of a rhythm and show their teammates that they're there to fight. So I think both players here are trying to send a message, I think.
Absolutely. Set the tone for the rest of the day.
Also, I'd like to point out for all the fans, if you like the idea of jumping around between courts where the matches are closest, spam the chat, because I think it's a good idea. I'm happy CSA is trialing out some new things on the production
shout
side.
Out Harry Smith. It's a great
Shout
idea.
out to Harry Smith, visionary, man ahead of his time.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I think it is a disservice to the overall match just to be stuck in one court because there's so many great matches going on all the courts, and the score is always up in the balance. So we'll be jumping around for you guys, and if you have any courts you want to see, just remember to send us a DM online or
please do.
Get in the live chat, let us know.
And also worth noting, if there is one match in particular you do want to see all the way through, there are individual streams for each court here at the Specter Center on the CSA YouTube channel. So if you really want to watch Yuri and Rossini and you're not interested in seeing any other matches, then you can go to the individual stream for is this the West Court? The West Glass Court? So yeah, you can go to the West, you can go to the West Glass Court stream on the CSA. We recommend you hang out with us. We're going to be in your ears providing a little bit of commentary, and should be a fun slate of matches. So we mentioned number 1 Penn versus number 8 Columbia. We also have the number 3 Yale Bulldogs taking on the number 6 Harvard Crimson, your alma mater. I know you're going to have your finger on the pulse of that matchup, Timmy, and watching that with a keen eye. And then perhaps the closest match of this afternoon session could be the UVA Cavaliers, Virginia, taking on the Trinity Bantams, the 17-time national championship winning Trinity Bantams. That's a 4 versus 5 matchup. The Virginia Cavaliers looking to book their spot in their first ever national semifinals. This may be their best team ever under head coach Mark Allen. And Moose Hamada in year 2 has done a great job with this Trinity group. That's going to be a close match. On Squash University with Gilly earlier this week, I predicted a 5-4 win for the Cavaliers. I was thinking Trinity kind of all week, and then we ended up hopping on the pod and doing the predictions, and we went match by match. And I actually liked UVA to come out of that one 5-4. But it's going to be some great squash here this afternoon as we're now starting to ease into things. Some longer rallies here between Pelbert and Rossini.
Long rallies, but it's chaotic if folks are tuning in. This ball is going to be to all 4 corners. That's going to be a stroke
and a half.
Yeah, you mentioned UVA. I was seeing their scores, and they're absolutely rolling people. So I think they look to be in tip-top shape. Not too many injuries. I think we're going to see a lot of fresh players this weekend. I think people have come ready to play, and we're seeing that just here as some great ball movement from Yuri. And let's see if he can keep things buttoned down here as we're going into the mid stage. And that's class.
The hands are firing.
Forehand volley, simple technique.
It's 3 winners so far on the volley straight drop for Yuri, who.
You'd have to say he's an underrated college squash player, wouldn't you? He's
Yeah,
kind of
he's
under
a
the radar.
competitor. I think he's not the most naturally gifted or talented. Tell me if you disagree, but he's a total competitor and a total dog.
That's finished up well from Rossini. Way to stop the momentum. He's got to kind of get things under wraps here.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Tim, not a whole lot of nerves to kick things off here. Both of these guys are loose and ready to go. The hands are firing from both parties.
Also, I'm noticing Rossini, is he playing with a Prince Air Stick? I'm pretty sure they don't make those anymore.
Vintage.
That's like a 2009 Prince Air Stick. I wonder what kind of black market he got that off of.
Are you still going with the yellow Hero? What's the official model?
I'm
not a big racket
it's
guy.
I'm not a huge racket guy either, honestly. But it's Hero 110 Yellow Edition.
Yeah.
Some people have said the yellow is a bit polarizing, but I like it. It's a very standard racket. I like a racket that doesn't give up a lot to get a lot. I just want something that's
gets the job done.
a workman's
Hefty.
tool. Oh, that's quality pressure, but
The people's racket.
countered. Yeah, I'm people's racket. That's just too much. One too many there. And so we got only 1 point clear for Yuri. You got to say it's more important for Yuri to get this first game, I feel, to kind of get
absolutely.
the doubt going into Rossini's arm. You see from both their physiques, these are physical guys. No one's really going to be dropping off too hard. So you just want to send the message that you're here to play.
Absolutely. Like you mentioned, Thomas going to be the favorite in today's matchup. Played 3 for majority of the season last year for a very strong Princeton
That's
team
what we
with
care there.
Tareem Barberi, number 1, Hollis Robertson, number 2. The Princeton lineup looking a whole lot different this year with Barberi doing a grad year for the aforementioned University of Virginia.
Absolutely
Cavaliers.
backstabbing. No, fair play to him. You love to see a guy like that play another year in college squash.
Of course, yeah. Like we saw last weekend with Rachel Mashik and the Georgetown Hoyas, and she helped them win their division and hoist the, I don't know what trophy that will be, but they got 13th place in the nation to Georgetown. And it's good to get
I think that was the
another year
Kurtz
for
Cup, I
those
believe.
players.
Was it the Kurtz Cup?
I think it may have been. I think Kurtz may have been the guys' trophy, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, if it's Kurtz, it'd be Aggie Kurtz, the GOAT from Dartmouth Squash. So it'd definitely be on the women's side. She's a champion of women's rights, so shout out to Aggie Kurtz if you're listening. I'm sure she's not, but if she is, one of the greats of the game, nothing but respect for her. She actually taught my mom how to play, believe it or not.
Oh, wow. That's bad.
This is great work in the front, good pressure. See if Yuri can finish it off.
It's corner to corner.
That's
a great recovery from Rossini.
One
He's
floorboard.
right back in this rally.
8-7, biggest rally of the game, folks, so lock in. Oh, he just clipped the top there.
It's a huge error.
You can see the body language. He's a bit upset with himself,
Yeah,
but
he knows that was huge. It's the difference between a tie game and a 2-point deficit now that he's going to have to dig himself out of.
he's got to shake it though. Don't let it affect him. So let's see if he can shake this one off.
I think Yuri's going to want to belt out a long rally here.
I'm noticing a
he
little
doesn't need
technique
it.
change as well in Yuri's backhand. It's looking pretty crispy, I gotta say.
It's a good-looking swing.
I got some inside info for the folks at home. Is that Yuri was practicing the last 2 weeks with a racket that weighed about 300 grams. It was an old vintage John White 1952 racket. It had a really small head shape and it was heavier. Trying to get him to swing better because you're not allowed to really cheat with a racket that heavy.
Oh, wow.
That might be a Strokenhausen. Let's see what they give him. Oh, they've just gone. They've taken a let.
Yeah, I think that he may have had a bit of a line to the left there. Let's have another look.
We might have to have a chat with Tamarel Nagari here.
Oh, I think
No line to the ball.
Ooh,
Stood
I
on
don't
it.
know.
No
I think he
clearance.
could have gone to the left there, Timbo.
I think that ball had bounced twice. I'll tell you what. If I had that drop shot, stroke to Yuri. Good positive body language on the tee there from Yuri. So I think he's going to have chances here if he can just earn one.
Yeah, that's
gonna be on his racket.
was huge for him.
Oh, it's a chance.
Yeah, he does actually feel really in control, but Rossini's using great height on the front wall to get himself back into these rallies when he's under pressure.
Yeah, hard to pin him down. Very physical player. This is good work. He's just snuck it by him. He's going to go out of court.
I thought that one was going to fly over the back glass.
That would have buzzed some towers. So we got 2 game balls here to open up a lead. Could be the first lead of the day for Princeton, as the other two matches are in the first game. I don't think any of the other courts have finished the game yet.
Hassan Khalil up 9-8 at the number 5 spot over U.S. national team head coach. His son, Charlie Taylor, doing battle right now at the number 5 spot for the Dragons. And then Darian Ben, Drexel captain, leads freshman Yuvraj Wadhwani 6-5.
Of note is that I believe Darian did not play yesterday. And as the game goes Princeton's way, Rossini you have to say, a little bit more solid at the end. And that's a big momentum swing, I think. It's a big relaxer there for him to get the first game under his belt when it was nip and tuck there. I wonder how do you think they're going to come out?
No, I would totally agree. I think that was a crucial game for Yuri, probably even more so than Rossini. But you don't want to count him out, the competitor that Yuri is. But I think Rossini might have just a little bit too much firepower and might know when to pick his spots just a little bit better. I mean, Yuri put him under a lot of pressure over the course of that game. But I think Rossini did a great job of digging himself out. We highlighted that one sort of straight lob that was absolutely glued to that left side wall, and a couple of cross-court lobs from the front that he used to reset the rallies, which was really huge for him. And you mentioned those popping quads and his explosive movement to the front court, keeping him in these points.
Physical specimen, you'd have to say. No, I think you're right with not necessarily the firepower, but the picking the spots. Because I feel that Rossini here didn't give too much away, whereas you saw a few strange errors from Yuri in the mid-stage. He kind of had a weird sitter forehand that he put in the tin. And I think just a couple of those, even though you might not notice them, that ends up being the difference when you have an 11-8 game. So I think if you look at the boys in the bottom corners there, just talking to their players, just they're going to be mentioning that. Don't give away too many easy points in the mid-stage. Right. Let the racket do the talking, because I think Yuri's got all the talent it takes to win this match. But Rossini just a little bit more clever, not giving anything away. That's his experience showing through.
Yeah, Yuri did have that small 5-3 lead in the mid-stage of that game and maybe rushed things just a little bit.
We've seen the ball like a watermelon.
Yeah, one thing that's for certain is Rossini's not going to be able to rush off court. He's going to stay out there as long as it takes. I remember his match in the semifinals at Nationals last year against Omar Hafez of Penn. That match was an absolute marathon. Rossini just fell in 5 games, and that was a match where it felt the whole time like Hafez was the more talented player, like he was better, like he was out in front on the tee. But those were some long rallies, and Rossini really made him work to win that match, and it came down to the wire. Like I said, it kind of always felt like Hafez was the better player, but Rossini was playing the best version of his game on that day and really pushed Hafez to the limit against a perhaps slightly lesser opponent in Yuri, who doesn't
great
quite have
pressure,
the same
though.
hands.
Just watching this rally, look at how positive Yuri's being. That's just phenomenal. Nothing but claps here, Yuri. Vai. Yeah, I think you mentioned the word. You mentioned the word marathon there. I think Rossini's not one to shy away from a good marathon. He's actually run a few of those in his life. I'm not sure how many it is now, but he told me.
Oh wow!
Yeah, once I can't remember what friend. He was telling me
go.
last summer he was running with a friend, and they just decided out of the blue, no training. They were just running casually, like let's run a marathon, and so they just ran like 26 miles. And then after that, they decided they'd run a few more, I guess. So he's run a few marathons. Credit to him.
Okay, there you go.
So, he's not one to shy away from a good 3-2. But it doesn't matter, as the Brazilian gunslinger is just going to fire the ball around here. Look at how positive he's being. He's got 3 love in about 45 seconds.
Yeah,
the Dragons are here to play.
He's not going to go away quietly. Here's Yuri.
He heard us in the commentary booth saying he didn't have the sauce, and he said, "Welcome to the show." Oh, that's just...
Oh, it's pretty.
Fair enough. Textbook forehand, the Prince air stick, Rami-esque.
Feathered that ball.
Feathered it.
That's the adjective I'm going to use.
Feathers, another brand that used to be there.
I'm an idiot. See, I'm making the fool out of myself in front of the Harvard guys.
That was one of those. We didn't take English classes there.
Well, what was your favorite class at Harvard?
That's a great question. I don't want to bore people, but there have been a few.
Listening on the edge of my seat.
Honestly, my most, this is actually really funny because you hate Spanish, but my most enjoyable classes were Spanish.
Really?
For those of you who don't know, Jackson Bragmanovich he's quite a sharp knife, but for some reason he cannot put together.
I struggled.
The word hola. It just beats him every time. So
it's tough, and
even though he's got several good friends that are fluent in the language, he couldn't figure it out. But
Mr. Jimmy Bragman, my father, is fluent in Spanish, so it's tough. Yeah, and Timmy and Spencer.
We got 7-1 here, by the way, as well.
I mean, don't stray too far away from the on-court action.
This is really impressive from Yuri to stop the momentum.
Yeah, this is really nice. And
you'd have to say that he's earned it. It hasn't really been like Rossini's just
no, Rossini's not making
capitulated.
errors,
It's like-
but he's picked up the pace here massively as Yuri.
I just feel like Yuri's has been, even though he's a bit wild, he's been the initiator. And I feel like when you're the initiator, if things go right, you will be the victor.
Yeah, as
So
we oftentimes say in Grandville, Ohio, he's the hammer, not the nail.
Oh my God!
And off the serve return, he finds the neck. He has reached total flow state here in the second game. You imagine,
Are we witnessing Neymar of college squash?
I mean, yeah, he's gonna cruise to victory here in the second. I just hope no one talks to him in between games.
Yeah, just lock
let
him in.
meditate and just do his thing.
Yeah, you can see
Shake that off, Yuri.
He's very animated. He's always kind of gesturing around. You know, I kind of love it to see all the emotions, but you don't want him to get too high or too low because he's hitting a great ball. I have to say, I'm really impressed with his technique.
I
So
know that was something that Coach Mike Way talked to you guys a lot about in your time at Harvard, about not getting up for the big points, or not getting low when things aren't going your way, staying even always, and making sure that you're playing at a consistent level always, and you don't let your emotions get the best of you.
Absolutely. Mike Way is a big fan of the mental game, and he one of the people likes to quote is Michael Jordan, where they was just to ask Michael Jordan, Michael, what makes you so good in the biggest moments? And he said, I just stay the same, which is it seems simple, but it's actually quite deep if you think about it.
It's
you know?
true.
Don't deviate. And as you see here, Rossini just try not to let this game slide too easily. Kind of send a message he's still here to play, but he's 5 points, 6 points down. I think Yuri would it would take a serious capitulation not to be one apiece here. So I'm looking forward to this third game. But never say never. It's tight work. You see this front view sometimes, how quickly the players are moving. Sometimes from this overhead, it looks a bit easy.
Oh,
Yeah, I assure you it is not, folks. That ball is flying around the court. These guys are supreme athletes. As that's going to be a stroke, and we're one apiece here.
And we're all knotted up, and we were writing Yuri off after that first game. We thought it was going to be crucial for him, but he is very much in this match. All the momentum's in his favor. I'm very, very curious to see the start of this second game, and if Yuri is able to maintain the momentum that he's built, or if Rossini's going to make some adjustments and come out. I don't know how much Rossini's really done wrong here. I mean, yeah, that's a bit of a silly sort of unforced error from the back, as you can see. Feathers that drop shot in, straight to the neck on the forehand.
6-1.
I think the tale here is that it's not that he's done too much wrong, it's that he's just not doing enough right.
7-1.
And I think you want to be the one who's initiating, and I think Rossini is kind of in counterpunch mode, and you don't want to let somebody like Yuri have the driver's seat for the full time, because I think someone like him, when he relaxes, you can just see he'll catch absolute fire and go up 9-2. So I think Rossini's got to do some more initiating and make Yuri a bit uncomfortable. I think he's just a little bit too happy playing second fiddle when he has the ability to be in the driver's seat. So I think if I was in the Princeton corner, I'd be just saying, put that air stick to use. That thing is meant to be a wand. So why not move the ball to the four corners and not let Yuri kind of play as he wants?
Yeah, in all seriousness, what do you do with Yuri in between games here? Let's say you're in the Drexel corner. What would you say to him, if anything at all?
Well, first, I congratulate him on his buttery backhand, because I feel like all that work he's done with that 300-gram racket is paying off. It's probably the best technically I've seen from him all year. We've been on court a few times. It looks really smooth. So I would just say the things I'm noticing are, don't let your emotions get the better of you. He's a passionate guy. He does get up and down, which I do love, but you don't want to be too far in the extremes, because you have these big point swings. I think just keep letting his racket do the talking. He's been in the driver's seat. He's been on the tee more. He's getting the chances. And just let the racket continue to talk. And as we're in here, love all, see what they do.
Looking around across the other matches, Loa Cern taking the first game against Juan Jose Torres 11-3 in that battle of the freshmen at the number 3 spot between Trinity College and the University of Virginia Cavaliers. Max Velasquez falls to Josefa Ibrahim 11-7 in the first game. He trails 7-3 in the second in that battle between the two number 5s. Peter Noel taking the first game over Daniel Izam 11-7. He trails 6-7 in game number 2. Noel playing 9 for the Cavaliers this weekend. He's been playing in the middle of the lineup all year. I like him a lot at the number 9 spot. So Yuri clips the top of the tin here.
There's a good chance. So you can see he did read Rossini the whole way. I think that's going to be one of the things Rossini's got to work on here, is that not telegraphing his shots too much. Like, I am now going to hit a drop shot. That's better. Good pressure. See what we can do with it.
Checking back in on that Darian Ben versus Yuvraj Wadwani match at the number 9 spot. Yuvraj taking that one 11-9. The first game he leads 3-1 in the second for the Tigers, and Hassan Khalil taking the first game over Charlie Taylor 11-8. He leads 4-3 in the second game. We'll be hopping around between courts momentarily here, but I think we want to stick with the action here on the West Glass Court at All Inspector, because this is a fascinating match between Yuri Pelbert and Thomas Rossini.
Yeah, I'm locked in. We got popcorn here. We got fireworks. See Yuri there is putting in a skid boast. He's having a good grand old time. I think the impetus is going to be on Rossini here to try to break this momentum, because Yuri's looking quite comfy out there. I don't know what the difference is in their ratings or whatever, but I'm not seeing too much difference between their levels. I think as long as there's not a big physical change, this match is likely going to go the distance, as Yuri is doing some work here. We'll have to see what kind of Wheaties he ate for breakfast.
And Rossini rated a 6.73, Yuri a 6.51, so there's
a little
bit of a gap there, but not unovercomable. As that is just at the top of the back glass and rolls back in.
We'll have to talk to the architect there.
Yeah, that was brutal. Yeah, maybe someone mismeasured by an inch. And
see
there's
on
Joe
the left.
Robinson lumbering around down the left side wall of your screen.
New commentary intern, Jackson's new intern.
Yeah, we actually had some great bands in the early window. We were talking about McDonald's orders. What's your go-to McDonald's order today?
Oh, as we see Nikki T as well walking in there, must be close match with Charlie T. Go to McDonald's order. I do love some McNuggets. I could probably eat between 30 and 50 of them if I was given the time.
Wow.
And
So
I do
what's your
love
preparation to eat 50 McNuggets, and what has to be the setup?
No, I honestly, I've always been able to eat unlimited amounts of food, and you can ask anybody about that. Especially anyone that was at the U.S. Academies back in the day at Trinity College. Me and Alvin Human used to eat 2 dinners every night, where we would eat dinner, and then it'd be 8, 9 o'clock, and I was like, hey, you want to go out and get another dinner? And I'm like, absolutely. Shout out to Alvin Human, fellow great eater. But yeah, I think go-to order, I definitely get the Oreo McFlurry.
Yes.
Very strong. I know there's M&M McFlurry, but I'm going to pretend it doesn't exist, because if you order that, you should be on the no-fly list.
Okay, here's what I do. I will sometimes go Oreo. If I'm feeling frisky, I mix them. I go Oreo and M&M. Is that
All right,
crazy?
so
Am I absurd?
I think you're still on the fly list, but I'm very skeptical now.
Okay.
No, I think honestly, it's a legitimate play, but I'm just I'm a purist.
I understand.
As we see, Coach, is that Sean Wilkinson there in the bottom left?
That is Sean.
I think he's going to be a little bit attentive here. Maybe he thought this match wouldn't have been one that he's got to be behind, but Rossini's just pulling away here, and I feel like it's been Yuri's just look at the frustration. I think he can't show his cards too much here. It's been a case of his emotions getting to him. I think his squashes look great, his techniques look good. Rossini's just been so steady, and he's letting Yuri kind of implode on himself, I think.
Right. In that last game, Yuri kind of took it to Rossini. He's still doing the same thing, just the errors have crept in. He feels like he's rushing things a little bit
It's
more.
a bit wild, I feel. Yeah, a bit wild. Like that. That's, he's just kind of forced it in the front right, and there's just no need for it. So I think we kind of have to go back to the drawing board here. He's making some movements.
Yeah, he's looking at his reflection in that right side wall. Sean Wilkinson, of course, the reigning Ivy League Men's Coach of the Year. Princeton to number 3 finish in the nation last year.
Who's the Princeton player there? He's got the gallon jug of water. That's pretty.
I can't make out his face.
Pretty alpha move there.
It's pretty.
Whoever it is, shout out to that guy.
Yeah, good Jim Bro move.
Is he borging on the CSAs?
He's borging water and liquid IV, probably.
Strong, very strong move.
Maybe a hint of Gatorade, some body armor.
That's
just a whole
Let's clip the tin there. So we've got, 10-1?
10-1. This has been a shocking turn of events.
Yuri's he's got to wipe this one, because I think, if anything, he's not going to have done too much work this game. So as long as he can just wipe it, come back in the fourth pretty fresh, and just try to get in there. You're going to see
it's a labored move once
he's
again. He went the wrong way, and he's
so we're back to the drawing board.
Off the
The alarm bells are sounding, but it's not all bets are off. So I think, you can see the Drexel boys there in the bottom left. Give them a talk to. They're not too animated. I think they're not too worried. It's just more like the match is going to be on Yuri's racket, I feel. If he can just stay steady and play positive squash but not overcook it, he's going to have a real shot to win this match.
Yeah, meanwhile, looking across the other results of this matchup, Charlie Taylor's just retired. San Khalil was up 4-3 in that second game, and it looks like he is done for the day. So Khalil getting the first point on the board of any of the matchups here this afternoon.
That's too
on
bad.
today's men's quarterfinal
I hope
day.
everybody's okay there. I hope it wasn't an ankle or a
He's
knee
all
or
right.
something. Pretty rare to see a retirement in the national side. It must be a significant injury.
Must be pretty significant.
We'll have to
Hate
check in
see
on
that.
Charlie, so wishing him the best.
Yeah, meanwhile, Yuvraj Wadhwani and Darian Ben only halfway through the second game. Maybe there was some stoppage going on. Maybe we can check in on court 3 if Hanny can get us there and see what's going on between Yuvraj and Darian. That's going to be crucial for Darian to come through that one if Drexel's going to have any chance of winning this match.
15 seconds.
Here's Rossini, first back on court. That always sends a signal to your opponent, Timmy, of look at me, I'm back on first, I'm bouncing around, I'm ready to rock and roll here. Yuri changing his shirt, drowning in sweat, much like myself. I'm a big-time sweater. I don't know if you sweat a lot. Timmy, I'm a big-time sweater. That's why I gotta rock the headband. People are like, I don't need the headband. You don't have that much hair dry. So
I was just wondering if Yuri was going to bring out the 300-gram racket for the fourth.
Yeah, I mean, it's what he's used to.
I kind of like the all-white, though. It's pretty sleek. Let's see if it's enough to turn the tides.
Yeah, maybe he'll bring out the Leisure Center Boast with the all-whites.
Yeah, I feel like on the sweating front, I feel like I sweat a decent amount, but people don't notice it. Everyone always comments saying I don't sweat, but I change my shirts like every game. It's just that I don't like to have any sweat in my shirt.
Well, I remember seeing you play at the Harvard Club. Was the Harvard Club right at the Tournament of Champions against Dylan?
Oh yeah.
And after that match, yeah, you were shirtless and you were a sweaty boy.
I was a
sure.
sweaty lad.
Not quite as much as myself, but
Squash will do it to you.
yeah. But I haven't. I for whatever reason, I never think to change my shirt in the middle of the game. I kind of just play on, and then I realize that I'm soaked after the match is over.
Great exchange in the front,
Glass.
and
That's nice.
that is a big momentum.
And if you don't love that,
boost.
you don't love college squash. That's why we're all here. It's for rallies like that.
A little frustration there from Yuri. He's got to lock it down here. Yeah, I was saying, Jackson, you can't think about changing your shirt if you're already thinking about how to hit the backhand, you know?
That's true.
Shout out to Jackson Bragman, by the way. Champion of the divisional championships last week with the huge red. Massive 3-2 win in the final match. And a giant fist pump Selly to boot. If you haven't seen that photo, check it out at Bragman's Instagram or the Squash U Pod. Get there. As we're going to switch courts here.
Huge shout out to Chris McClintock quickly, who was the photographer last weekend. He did a fantastic job. And yes, Edison did hoist the Conroy Cup. Oh, and there's a dive.
Oh.
To no avail for Ben. He's fighting here. Freshman from India, Yuvraj Wadhwani, in total control in this matchup between the number 9s. I want to give Timmy and Spencer a lot of credit and a lot of thanks for being huge supporters of the Big Red over the years.
The huge red, the gargantuan red, as that is
Enormous
a
red, and that should
bit
be
edgy there, the
lap,
contacts.
perhaps. Oh, and he's got it.
Yeah, I was going to say shout out to Chris McClintock, and I was going to wonder if you guys got a quick lift in before you get that photo taken with the veins popping out of your biceps. Got a lot of comments on that saying, is Jackson juicing? I think, I'm sure you guys get drug tested frequently at the Huge Red, but
Every other day.
what's in the Wheaties over there that's been getting you guys absolutely yoked?
I don't know. Huge shout out to our lift coach, Chelsea Green, who's
Shout out Chelsea.
almost certainly not listening to this, but yeah, she came with us on our winter training trip to San Diego this year, and she works with us pretty closely. So she's got us, had us swole heading into nationals this year, which was pretty great. As there's
Tidy back.
it's tight work from Yuri. It's tight, as Joey Barrington would say, and he's hanging tough here.
And you kind of almost feel like this is a must-win now for Drexel. As, having a retirement early with Charlie Taylor, it's a big swing for Princeton, and they're down at the number 9 position, I believe. So
They've got to win.
it feels like this is a must-win if they're going to have light, as that kind of skids through. And Yuri's got to get up here. Don't let him know. Don't let him know you're feeling it.
Yeah, they've got to win one of these two matches. I don't think Darian's out of it, but Yeah, either
Certainly not. We've seen
Yuri has to
crazier
come
things
through
in
here.
college squash, but it just kind of feels like they need a little bit of light in the tunnel here.
Bit of a surprising start to the Penn-Columbia match as Arhan Chandra won the first game over Omar Hafez. Chandra, so much firepower, so talented. And Omar steadied the ship in that second game. And that one 11-3. Dana Santry is cruising right now over Imad Athar, who picked up a huge win for Columbia yesterday over Cornell, but is struggling against Dana at the number 5 position. Dana, of course, coming back only for this final semester of eligibility to play for the Penn Quakers this year.
As you see Yuri taking a little walk there, trying to stop some momentum. But credit to Thomas, who's showing such steely nerves, good experience for just kind of shutting the door on Yuri there. He's not really giving him any light. I think Yuri might not have heard the score or something like that, just saying. Or he might, I guess he hit him in the ear. But yeah, credit to Rossini for being rock solid here and just trying to quash any hopes for the Dragons of getting into this match. Also, folks, looks like we have our full technical abilities upgraded, so shout out to Hani in the booth, the
Shout out
IT
Hani,
goat,
he's been great all day.
CTO god. He's going to be able to jump us around the court, so we will be heading wherever the matches look spiciest as that ball goes out of court. And we're 5-1, 2-1, it's now or never from Yuri.
Got the double box going. I feel like Chris Hansen right now.
I feel like you could give him a run for his money.
You think so?
Commercial free, 8 hours. I feel like you got that in you.
Yeah, I think we should test that out maybe. I don't know.
It's quality. I don't know. I feel like Yuri's improved a lot this season. I'm liking how his swing's looking. It's just the mental side. When he's having these dips, Rossini is pouncing on him.
Yeah, I like that Yuri's initiating here, but he's forced the issue a little bit too much at times. And I think if he just was able to stay out in front, keep volleying the ball and keep attacking, but play with a little bit more margin and play with a little bit more patience. Lift the ball like he did that last rally. Maybe hit it 1 or 2 times more to the back before taking the ball in short. I think he might be finding a little bit more success. It's that balance between
The patience
playing
chakra.
forward, but also
It's an important one.
one that I would say you possess for sure.
On my best days. That's a great pickup there from Rossini. T. Ross is just flying around the court.
Yeah, he's buzzing here. I think Yuri's feeling the effects of these first 3.5 games.
He must be peaking for his marathons coming up. Oh, that's just quality. Let's see what he does here. Fucking box office. And the fist pump. And the chest whack. And this is one-way traffic here, you'd have to say. Look at this. Just a little flick suey as the bench gives him his
Scrumptious.
props.
Calm on the bench. Just everyone throws up their right fists, it looks like, in synchronously.
Love to see the
Should say.
camaraderie there from the boys. They know it's a big weekend. They're trying to put on a clinic
Not getting
here.
too high too early, though.
Yep.
That's a mistake.
Yep. It's going to be one-way traffic here. It's
Costly.
7-1. And we're going to have a look around at the scoreboard here, folks, and see where we should jump to, unless Yuri can pull off a Houdini here. I guess we could jump over to the UVA Trinity match. Trying to think. We'll let
Ben
the
is
technical
up
team know if
6-1
we want to switch.
here in the third game. I do think
We
that
get to 2-1 there. But it's now or never from Yuri on the glass court. I think 8-1 down. It's got to make something happen. And he does.
that work.
So let's see if he can build on some momentum and get into this match.
He just looks a little bit deflated and frustrated with himself still. He's going to need another probably couple points to really start feeling the momentum on his side. So
Never say never. You ever bageled someone and lost the next game, Jackson?
I'm sure I have. Yeah, probably many times.
I certainly have. It's a staple.
Happens. I mean, that shift from game 2 to game 3
You
was...
see here, he's just getting some good chances. Simple finish. He didn't have to do anything crazy. See,
Yeah,
he's
I
got
think-
some pep in his step again.
Boring squash is the answer here for Yuri if he's going to have any chance. We know how steady Rossini is.
And if you're T. Ross, you're just looking for a squeeze or something just to get to 9. Because that 9-3 feels pretty crushing. As there's a chance. Nicely steadied. He hasn't read that one. Oh, he's got that. He's doing some work now.
Putting
Oh,
Yuri on the
trouble.
diagonal, and that's
That's
a
just
great
too good.
sequence. Wow.
Simple extension, good reach, good pressure. Absolute class from T. Ross as he opens up 9-3 here, and you can just tell he's buzzing to get off this court. Absolutely foaming at the mouth as we got 10-2 over there with Darian. Credit to the Drexel captain there for showing some strength. Not letting them have an easy 3 love there. You got to respect the resilience. I'm sure John White has instilled a really good competitive nature in all the boys.
John White, the rating MASC Coach of the Year from World #1, of course. And there's a roller for Ben, a massive fist pump.
And the racket toss. Don't forget the racket toss, Bragman.
Little racket toss, little drop of the mic, if you will.
Got to assert his dominance.
And he is right back in this thing as Darian Ben in a crucial match for the Drexel Dragons. It looks like Yuri Pelbert is on the ropes here. Drexel absolutely need that one. It's a
an
line
amazing
and a
hold.
half for Rossini.
Yuri's got something here. We don't have the audio, folks, but I think he's talking about some. Can he hit him? Something's going on.
He pushed me, it said, maybe early in the rally. I'm working on my lip reading skills.
He's saying wings are half off. Buffalo Wild Wings. Oh, it's a bit short. I feel like these middling shots, he's got to get them through. As that's tighty. Great pickup. Got to respect the retrieval capabilities of T. Ross.
And Rossini is making these incredible gets. He's making it look easy. He's so balanced. He's so steady on these tough pickups. He's able to push off his lunges so well and get back to the tee.
And that'll do it. You can see the sportsmanship there. Handshake, but Princeton is the one that scores one on the board, so they're going to take a 2-love lead here over the Drexel Dragons.
Yeah, so now eyes shift over.
We'll probably have to go to that number 9 match if we can stay on
to
this
the
match.
number 9s, court number 3. This is going to be absolutely crucial for Drexel. They absolutely need Darian Ben to come back from 2-love down here.
So we got a graveyard of water bottles here, Jackson.
Yeah, we do.
Looks like I
one
think
down, 2 to go.
Joseph Robinson on the earlier match did not take care of his work setup, so we'll have a word with him
No, he
later.
didn't. We had a little bit of a snack break. We got some Starbursts and Skittles in the in the studio here. None of that
All the
nonsense
standard
for
fare.
Timmy. You're a professional, Timbo.
Absolutely.
You know the drill here. So.
Celery and carrot sticks. Or is it carrots and celery sticks?
Yeah, I can tell you I haven't touched either of those.
But that doesn't matter because we're 1-2 here in the fourth.
We're 1-2 in the 4th, and Darian Ben is
He's
battling
looking
the
pretty relaxed.
Drexel team captain, and he's steadied the ship here.
And that's found the tin, so, and a little bit of an outburst there at Love All. Kind of love to see that for the Drexel Dragons. Frustration showing. You said that Ubraj is a freshman.
Yes.
You also love to see that for the Drexel Dragons. You think that he could be in capitulation mode, but I'm not really too familiar with Ubraj. If he's an experienced junior player, then you got to think he's going to bounce back here. But as of right now, it looks like momentum is flipping to the Dragons captain. That's a nice pickup there. Good lift. Way to escape from trouble.
Yeah, the ball's so much warmer on these traditional courts. It's a completely different game.
Oh, he's comfortable with 3-ball. Jiggy.
See, Ben with a little bit of an opportunity there, sort of from the midcourt, and he chooses the lob option.
Yeah, you're
He's
gonna
not
see
looking
that.
to force anything.
You're going to see that at the 987 level where the guys are just, they're really shying away from tin, or they're shying away from exposing themselves in the attacks because I think they don't trust their racket quite so much. But both of these
Poor
boys are going to
footwork
be,
down lows.
yeah, both these boys are going to be tough as nails. So expect some really long and punishing rallies coming up. You can see that both of them they are going to feel this physically. You know, as it gets in the fourth, the adrenaline's up high. This is by no means easy work, and so I think if you're Darian, you got to be asking some questions of this freshman because I'm sure Darian's in tip-top shape here. You can tell he's got a good build, he's a good mover, and I think he's going to be pressuring, asking some physical questions of Raj. So let's see what the kid's got in the tank, eh?
Yeah, it's youth versus experience here in a huge quarterfinal matchup. Looking around across the other results in the CSA, Josefa Ibrahim has capped off his 3-love victory over number 5 for the Virginia Cavaliers, Max Velasquez. Josefa winning 11-7, 11-8, 11-7 to get Trinity their first win of the day and an expected result. And Lowell Cern with a bit of a surprise so far to me. He's up 7-4 in the fourth game. He has a 2-1 lead over the freshman Juan Jose Torres, perhaps the two best freshmen in the nation this year, doing battle in that Trinity versus UVA matchup. And Lowell Cern 4 points away from getting Trinity their second win of the day. Peter Noel leads 2-1 over Daniel Izam at the number 9 spot. We have eyes on that 4 versus 5 matchup for sure. It could come down to the wire. Very well could be a 4-5 matchup.
Oh, as it's clipped
5-4
out.
matchup, rather.
And the fist pamp from Darien. I think that's every point is so crucial here early in the fourth. You want to try to open up a little bit of a margin here if you're Darien, just to kind of get some tightness into the arm of the freshman Yuvraj. I think every point is
the
crucial.
nerves sinking in here for.
You're just trying to squeeze a few errors, get the ball back, and make yourself tough to beat. That's one of the different things about college squash versus PSA is that in college squash, it is valuable to be tough to beat.
Yeah, I'd love to see if we could get a double screen with court 15 here. Perhaps see the end of that Lowell Cern
he's
and
boxed him in.
Juan Jose match. And it's too loose. It's a stroke Sui.
A little bit
For Wagwan.
cheeky though for blocking him in there, but it was a stroke. It was a bit of a loose shot, but noted that this freshman has been around the block.
He knows all the tricks.
He does know all the tricks. Cheeky. I mean, if you're a freshman and you're in your first national championships, you're going to be, the heart rate is going to be up, to say the least. So what a big spot for Wadwani. We got the split screen here and a massive
there's a
fist
roar.
bump. And Trinity takes that match.
Lowell Cern.
What a huge upset. It's probably an upset, right?
It's a bit of an upset, I would say. I mean,
Wow.
Lowell Cern has been injured for a huge part of this year. We haven't seen too much of him. Here he is, healthy at CSA Nationals, and he takes down Juan Jose Torres, who's been so impressive all year. Picked up a 3-game win over Yashvati at the CSA Individuals earlier this year before falling in a tight, close to 70-minute encounter against Nick Spazzeri in a 4-game match, not even a 5-game. 60, 64, 65-minute match.
Trinity Bantams, though, they're known as the side court gods. Tough as nails. 20-year dynasty doesn't happen by accident, and I think it's because they've been tough.
Last year.
Great pickup there from Darien. See, look at that foot speed.
And the stories of Gustav Detter running on incline sprints on the treadmill after midnight, late night.
I don't doubt it. Gustav, believe it or not, is working as the assistant for Penn this year.
He is, and it's been hugely helpful. I actually got a little bit of quick lunch with our friend Gilly Lane and Jack Wyand and the Goose Man himself at Chipotle across the street. Heard them game planning for Columbia today as they lead 1-0 Dana Santry going through 13-11 in the third game to clinch win number 1 for the Quakers against Imad Athar. It's a 5th year versus
Hafez
first
right
year
behind
matchup.
him. Scoops that win as well, so now Penn's got
Right
2
on
on the
cue,
board.
right on cue. Penn leads 2 matches to love with Roger Albert Badour battling against Adam Gold at the number 9 spot. Roger in his potentially his final college nationals. Obviously, Nathan Quay not in the lineup today for the Penn Quakers. He'll be back tomorrow, and that's likely going to bump
Is that a little squash racket
Roger
that guy's
out of,
playing in the bottom right? Look at that squash racket.
Prince for a while. Number 1 for the Princeton Tigers. Guido Linder getting the nod at number 1 for the Dragons. Yeah, this could be Roger's final match in college squash. A great career for him. He's had such difficult luck with injuries, but such a talented player, such a hard worker, and a stand-up guy. So hopefully he's able to go out on a high note, picking up a win.
We're in crunch time here,
Quakers.
6-4. Mega rally here on the top of the screen. Oh, he's gone for the
Frantic.
slide twice. He hasn't caught Darien, though. Darien's seen it. Snuffed it out.
It's disco time on court 3 at the Spectre Center. It's a huge rally.
Oh, it's contact.
I mean, this would be huge for the freshman to build a 3-point cushion and put some major leg work into the legs of Ben.
Oh, he's rolled it off the
that's
lob.
a stroke of fortune, Timmy.
How do you fist bump the roll off the lob? What are they teaching these guys down in New Jersey?
Is that an apology situation, do you think, Timmy?
Nah, I think you fist bump in their face. No. I think, honestly, I don't know what you do. I think you could probably look at your teammates and go nuts, but it just feels wrong, doesn't it? That's tidy, though. Tidy work.
Couldn't have come at a better time for Wadwani, who was slipping a little bit in this match. That's absolutely glued to the sidewall.
And it's now or never from Darien, 8-4.
Yeah.
Foot on the gas here from Princeton. See if they can close it out.
Let's see if the freshman has the goods to finish off.
What a turnaround from the third game, eh?
I mean, yeah, this is impressive, steadying the nerves. Finding himself back in the driver's seat.
Oh, he's gone for the
Yeah,
home
he's
run
feeling
ball.
it now.
Respect it.
He's
Gunslinger.
gone for that straight drop from the backhand and then gone for the cross deck on the very next shot. And there's a forehand drop from the back. It's tight. He's pulling out all the stops here, but Ben is battling, hanging in tough. This is a massive rally.
Oh!
It's
How has he
gorgeous.
got that back? It's a bit heavy.
Oh, the quality is through the roof.
Oh my God!
He's gone for the massive dive. He's completely laid out. Wasn't particularly close, but you got to commend the effort there.
You got a bit of a
Flowers
knock
for
on
the
way.
attempt.
You got a knock on the way. It's hard to shake out that off on the momentum side.
Yeah, it's tough.
He just couldn't get his
Just
body
didn't
going
quite have the
again.
angle, yeah.
Yeah, he couldn't get his body going again. 9-4. Respect the hustle from Darien, though. Nothing but all gas. That's a good volley. He's picked it up.
Perhaps we can check in on court number 14 between
Oh, we
Noel
got
and
another
Daniel
dive
Azam.
here.
Dives left and right here in this matchup.
Tell they know what it means.
Oh, he's clipped the tin.
And now the exclamations. What a push from both of these boys. You can see they're both feeling it as they both go to the back wall. Absolute gladiators here on court 3 at the Spectre Center. Where else would you rather be, folks? If you're tuned in right now, smash the like button, hit the sub button. It's free to do. Helps the channel out.
Timmy plugging away. He's been here 1 or 2 times. He knows
I mean,
the drill.
come on, folks.
He's a company man.
We got a double dive, all right? At the number 9 position.
They're double diving for you. Yes, you listening at home. I mean, quality is so high. Depth at the top of college squash is so strong right now. Here we are. Yes,
Oh
we
my
want to see
God,
the
is he
Noel match, and
rolled that?
he's such a
He's
roller into the
rolled that.
deck.
Darien Ben, I did not know you were like that. That was unreal.
Didn't know he had that in his bag of tricks.
Drexel
And he will
highlight
not
crew
go away
clipped that.
quietly into the night. Here we have 9-all in the bottom right between Peter Noel and Daniel Azam. UVA needs this win desperately. They're down 2-0 in this duel match. They cannot go down 3-0 in the first wave. That may be a no-let.
Oh, they look up to the crowd.
Oh, what is he giving? What is he giving?
As we've got
We have
fireworks
no
and a
audio.
tin from Princeton at the top of the screen. Darien fires himself up. What a beast. You can see why he's a captain of the team.
I mean, You've Roger had all the swagger in the world about 3 minutes ago, and it's
Look at the body
evaporating.
language difference. 7-9 here.
Yeah,
and
safe to
Darien's
say
gone.
Yuvraj is not going to be firing in a cross-nick attempt off the serve. He's going to want to
Do it.
extend this rally, and
It's a chance right off the bat.
yeah, the nerves are
Oh my
engulfing
God.
him.
What's going to happen?
Oh, look how tense he is on that backhand drop.
He's going to get that. Oh my God.
Meanwhile, Azam with a game ball to extend this to a fourth game. This is an outrageous rally in the bottom right. It's double box action here on CSA Center Court.
Folks, where would you rather be?
The quality.
Oh, we got 10-10 on the bottom right as well. And it's a chance for Darien.
Oh my goodness! Wow!
And the fist bump. 8-9.
I mean, could you have placed that shot any better?
And Trinity's just found the roller in the
Second
bottom
bounce, fading into the right sidewall for Ben.
right. Radwani
It's a
whacks his
winner.
calf. Code of conduct, sir.
Oh,
Can't do that.
Wadwani.
He's going for the shoelace after he's whacked his own calf. Absolute tactics. The Club Locker logo is hiding these shenanigans. As we go down here, 11-10. Trinity trying to force a 5th and final. 2-love up. UVA backs against the wall. What you got?
And UVA needs this. Noel has struggled a little bit this year at the middle of the lineup, playing 5 and 6, down to 9 ahead of Nationals.
Oh, it could be a Strokenhausen. He's clipped him on the face. What have they given? Silet?
Mr. Noel, keep your racket in your hand. Can't be giving away any cheap conduct.
UVA football, cotton t-shirt. Strong.
Flowers.
Flower, very nice. 9-all here at the top of the screen. Darian Ben.
5-0 run here for Ben.
What a warrior.
He will not go away quietly. He's fighting with every ounce of his being. The Drexel Dragons need him here. They trail 2-0 in the overall team match. They cannot go down 3-0 in this opening wave. It's a great get! And Wadwani is nervous. He doesn't have the same weight of shot that he did. He doesn't have the same hands that he did.
What court coverage, though? And here's a chance.
And Ben is buzzing around like it's the first game.
He's
The
gone Leisure
adrenaline has
Center.
kicked in completely.
Oh!
Straight out of the Leisure Center. Has he found the nick? He appeals, but to no avail.
No video review here, folks.
There's a slap. Underhand, forehand, cross-court slap from Ben. This is another huge rally.
Oh, he's got the fishing rod out. What have they given? That was fishing rod 9,000. Yes, let.
Yeah, yes, Let. That's the right decision. He's turned on the ball. He's a little bit late.
Oh, my gosh.
Noel, fully extended. Cannot pick that ball up in the front left corner. That's a smart shot from Azam. He could have smacked it into the left sidewall, but instead he floats it.
Trinity boys are going
Great court
nuts.
awareness. Making the court feel really big right now is Daniel Azam in the bottom right of our screen.
We're on the 3rd floor up here, folks, and we can hear the cheers from outside. This is what an electric atmosphere. As that's gone up. What a counter. He's got it back.
Oh, wow. I mean, this is otherworldly. This is Sebastian Bomai in the NSL
Oh, my
Finals.
God.
Here's the dive! Again!
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness!
Oh, my God. This is the best point I've ever seen in college squash.
The triple dive. He has a chance! From 9-4 down.
The 360 dive as well.
And the crowd has gone mental. Yovraj is throwing the kitchen sink, and it could be a no-let!
What have they given? They've given yes, let.
Oh, yes, let decision. Shama Shui! Oh, my!
Did you see the 360 pirouette dive? That was outrageous. I think we're just going to replay this point here. Oh, no, this is just a let situation. All right. Fair enough. Oh, I got to get my pulse checked after that, Jackson. He literally got wrong-footed. He was facing the back wall. The post went around him, and he did a triple pirouette dive.
There's no quit here in Darian Ben. That's one for the highlight reels. Clip it, put it on the website.
He gave a whole
Throw it on Instagram.
redefining the word spin bender.
I mean, yeah, he's engaged. Ultimate movement mode. He's getting everything back. Yovraj has actually played some gorgeous drop shots. I mean, there's no way he's putting them away with any of us.
Oh, wow! Look at the fist pumps! What a huge push. You can see it. The head goes down from the Princeton freshman. They're both feeling it. He's trying to catch his breath there.
And if Darian Ben wins this point, I think he may have just won the match. This is gutsy as hell from Ben. Now with his first game ball here in the 4th after trailing 9-4. Underhand serve.
Oh, it's a chance.
Straight drop.
Oh,
and there's a strike! Oh my! A massive roar. Wadwani hangs his head.
And the benches go nuts. And Darian owned that game. He absolutely earned his chances. Fought as hard as he could. Those dives were absolutely sensational. And you have to say it's 2 apiece. But the momentum feels like it's going to the Drexel Dragons.
Darian Ben moving like Sebastian Bomai in the NSL Finals last June. Some unbelievable pickups.
We'll full screen here for the 2-2 here, UVA Trinity. First point goes to the Bantams.
It's perfectly placed on the cross drop. He's had a couple of those today.
Look at him, that nod of approval of the teammates. He's saying, yep, I got this. Keep it low.
Trinity really deep, as we know. They carry about 21, 22 guys on their roster every year. Always steady at the bottom of the lineup.
Wow. It's a tight
We were
ball.
thinking if UVA was going to win this, then they would have to win near the top. Joachim Chua is going to be tough for Kareem Alberberry to beat, but you thought that JP2 and Juan Jose Torres were going to have to win.
Yep.
Juanjo fell, unfortunately, for the Cavaliers in 4 to Loa Cern. Just looking up and down, it feels like Virginia's really going to need Dylan Moore, and they're really going to need JP2. They're going to need Ewan Harris badly, and Peter Noel absolutely has to win this match.
Maybe they can get Luka Doncic as well. Step in, make some moves. This is definitely a must-win here. It feels like at the nines.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Adam Goad
It could be a
gets the
stroke.
first point on the board for Columbia,
Nope.
taking down Roger Albert Badour at the number 9 spot. All the credit in the world to Roger.
Looks
Fought
like
his butt off, and
the
maybe
Trinity
the
boys throw up the
correct
peace sign
score
there.
from the referee.
fair play from UVA to say the score was actually too low.
Incredible career for Roger Albert Badour. All the credit in the world to him, and he's been huge as a captain for the Penn Quakers the last 2 seasons.
These movements are painful from Peter. Oh,
He's got a little bit lucky maybe there. I don't know if that's what he intended.
LT will take it. Take some moment, get your breath back. He definitely was in a bit of an oxygen debt, but I think he's got another wind here. When you're serving, you get to play God with the time, so hopefully this is what he needs. Ooh,
Oh, it's a
bit
fish and a
cheeky.
half. Oh, gosh.
You're going to let ball? All right.
I think Zom might be a bit fortunate there.
Give him a let and a slap on the wrist. See the ball just kind of glues on these walls here. Standard plaster of that. How could that be a let, kind sir?
Rohan Gandhi dominant over Connor Stoltz in the Yale versus Harvard matchup. Rohan coming through that in 3 quick games at the number 5 spot. Merritt Wirtz getting the better of Marcus Lee in the number 9 matchup, and Lachlan Sutton trails 2-1 to Neil Joshi in the battle of the number 3s. Lachlan actually with a huge win at the CSA individuals.
I think we should go
in the
split
round
box
of
as well with
16.
the Drexel 9s are back on as well, so I think we should split box.
Yeah, we can go double box here, get the Drexel 9s.
There we
here.
go.
These are 2 crucial matches
Shout
in
out to the
this-
technical team.
in their respective matchups. And
Pretty
as I was
smooth
saying,
4-2
Lachlan got a huge win over David Costales in the round of 16 at individuals, the number 1
That's a huge
for
win.
the Harvard Crimson. Yeah, and Joshi has been great all year. He actually leads Lachlan.
As you can see here, folks, we got the overall scoreboard in the top
Oh, this
right.
is nice.
That is some
I mean,
absolute
that's pretty.
buttery work
That's
from
pretty.
the CTO, Hani.
Flowers for Ani.
Silicon Valley Tech Titan.
Yeah, I think that's a no let. I think that's the right decision there. Or did they give the let there in the bottom right?
I don't know, I was too fixated on the scoreboard and how nice it looks.
Yeah.
Shout out to Club Locker. Shout out to
Yuvraj battling here. I was half expecting Ben to come out and blitz Yuvraj 11-3, 11-4. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case. It's going to come down to the wire here in the 5th.
Now, these boys are fit. They got more in the tank, and they're going to leave it all out there. You only play 1 match a day here. You got the whole rest of the day to recover, so you might as well go all out. Who would have it any other way? Because we're 4-3 and 4-4 in the 5th games, folks. Don't go anywhere. Once again, smash that like button if you're loving the squash. And there's a taxi.
Oh, that's pretty.
Really slick skill there.
Oh, Noel with a great movement into the front.
Reaction
Oh,
volley.
he's cashed.
Good reaction volley there.
Yeah, he's a big boy. It takes a lot out of him to make that type of lunge into the front left. Trailing 5-3. Could be in a little bit of trouble here. Zom looking to close the door on Peter Noel and the Virginia Cavaliers. Trying to go up 3-0 after this first wave of action here at Arlen Specter. Yuvraj Wadwani, meanwhile, has built a 2-point cushion in the mid-stage of the 5th game over Darian Bett. Quality has been absolutely outrageous here. In the
Oh,
first
it's
wave
quality.
of men's matches, and that is tight work from Wadwani.
3 points clear.
3 points clear. He led 9-4 in the fourth. He let it slip away. But here he is in the fifth, trying to make up for that as Azam lets out a big scream after a tight drop shot in the front left. And Ben now,
He's just been squeezed a few times. The wheels are coming off. He's got to steady the line here. 8-4 down. You're still in the game. Got to put in a big rally here.
this could be a 60-plus second rally. Oh, but not if there's a kill from Wadwani. Excellent movement from both parties in the upper left. Oh, he's called for the stroke. Let given. The ball is fairly tight.
Yes, let, no let. Lakers in 5. Oh, it's tighty.
Zahn gets the stroke on the bottom right. Huge rally.
8-4 in both fifth games. It's now or never
In the
from
upper
Drexel and
left.
UVA.
Oh, and there's the 10, and Ben has life.
Signs of life. He's talking to the ref about something. Court wipe? No.
He did make the court white gesture, but I think he's complaining perhaps about the movement of his
And
opponent.
Peters just
Noel!
slid out.
Oh.
There's nothing can do. Oh, he screamed during the point. Is that a verbal let?
I think
I was on there just with a massive fist
I
pump
think
and the ball still in play.
I think the point may have been over, but I don't love the antics there of the scream.
When the ball's
making
still
eye
in play.
contact right in his face.
That's got to be the let there. Tops. We got 6-8. 6-8 with Darian Ben. Wow. Never say never. The man will not give up. You got to tip the hat. Credit where credit is due. What a resilient guy. Been so impressed with his competitiveness, his fair play, and unbelievable movement abilities. There's only 2 points down here against the talented freshman from Princeton. That's just too good. One floorboard squash, just squeezed him right there. There's nothing Darian could have done. If you see 10-4 in the bottom, Trinity just going to pull away there, score another point on the board. But still in the balance here, Princeton and Drexel, 9-6. 3 points
He's
clear.
gone for the neck, has Noel. He's fought hard here. That'll be a stroke. He's fought to the bitter end. Was on too strong at the bottom of the lineup for the Bantams. Now we direct our attention fully to Darian Ben versus Yuvraj Wadwani. That is tight work again.
Just so much pressure on Darian here. He's running at all 4 corners. Eventually, one of them isn't going to come back. But you got to respect the hustle. Just he's been under so much pressure in some of these rallies. He's gone for it. Lob goes up. Back to neutral. So tight on that left wall. Oh, some contact.
Oh, the quality is just fantastic here. Oh, Ben a little bit nervous now. He's lost his hands.
Wow.
Perhaps, but the touch in the front right. Subtle fist pump. He nods his head. He's trying to get himself going here. He's trying to get a little bit amped up. He needs the adrenaline pumping through his blood. There's 3 more match balls to save.
Leaving it all out there.
It's a warrior and a half, as Joy Barrington would say, but it might not be enough here. On the quarterfinal day from Spectre.
It's tight.
He's running out of fumes. He's
That's-
lost his balance a little bit. It's a costly error. Costly. A cheeky grin from Ben. He knew that he was running on fumes there a little bit. I think Wadwani maybe could have won that rally 1 or 2 shots later.
You just see a dip here physically from him. He's kind of looking a bit down. I feel like he's going to go for something here. Could this be a chance? Too tighty. Well defended.
Ben not giving him any opportunities. Tight work from him.
Seen a lot of weird cross drops. That's, oh, wow.
Yeah, and Ben really hasn't opened the court up a whole lot. He's hit almost exclusively straight. That's a great shot.
And it's going to be a
He's
stroke.
finished. It's a stroke, Suey.
So
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
What?
How have they not given stroke? What are they doing? Oh, my God.
Wadwani dug that back by the hair of his chinny chin chin. It popped way up. Ben could have taken his shoulder off if he
Room
took
to
a swing
play,
at
room
that
to
ball.
play, Jackson. Room to play through his sternum.
Yikes. Yikes.
Contact. He's fighting through the contact.
Just another piece of adversity for Ben.
That's hit the tin. Wow. So you can see the Princeton boys in the bottom right. Rosette T. Ross, Rossini pointing to his head, telling the freshman to calm down and stop going for it because he's just got to earn a point here. 9-10. Darian, you got to think, is not going to hit the tin. It's going to be on the young Princeton freshman to win a rally.
Oh, look at those lungs.
He's heaving. Oh my God, 10-6.
Darian is defending so well. He's chipping the ball down that backhand side, not opening out up to a cross court unless Wadwani does first, then he just crosses it right back to the backhand.
Could be a chance.
Hitting
That's
length
one
almost
floorboard.
exclusively above the top red service line. He's in full splits. And it's a roar and a half for Wadwani, and Ben is down on all fours. He is exhausted. He's given everything he's got.
Good
It's
sportsmanship
an outstanding match. Well over the hour mark in this one. Yuvraj Wadwani, the freshman, comes through. Talent prevails.
there. Just finding the nick there on that drive. Just couldn't. It didn't stay up enough for Darian to dig it out. And what a monumental win for the Tigers there, as they go up crushing 3-0 there.
Here we have the number ones. Ahmed Weil, senior for the Princeton Tigers, taking on Vito Linder. It's built to one game to love lead, and
Still
Drexel
maintain-
Dragons are in a lot of trouble. It's dire for them right now.
This Prince racket just looks fake to me, I don't know why. Got a massive face. Is Ahmed Well a senior now?
Yes.
I feel like I remember him. I feel like he was like their number 9 when I was in college.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I feel like I remember his name. Good to see him. He's grown up.
Still hanging out.
Ooh. Little Magneto.
Drexel.
Probably a stroke, but
And out 2-1.
Magneto action on the racket.
See Hollis Robertson, bottom left of your screen, out of the lineup today. He's been
I was going to say, it doesn't look like he's suited up.
missing quite a bit of time due to injury. He'll be ready to rock and roll presumably tomorrow for Princeton's potential semifinal matchups. Should they close the door on the Drexel Dragons, so they're in good shape to do so.
What's his injury?
Can't say or
Thumbs
recall,
too?
to be honest. Actually don't recall.
I thought they
missed
had
quite
a
a bit of
lab
time.
of new hamstrings growing at the Princeton Tigers facility. Take him out and insert.
Yeah, you'd think so. Have you been?
No, I've just seen the photos.
It's gorgeous.
It looks unbelievable. You went?
I've not, but I've seen the pictures as well. It looks akin to here almost. I mean,
You have to
pretty
say.
unbelievable.
Looks like the arms race is starting again for new centers around the league, which is good to see. So much investment in the game. You know, a center like the Merce Center that used to be considered the gold standard now feels a bit like a dinosaur.
A bit outdated, that's true. Yeah, you would like to see some of these new facilities built at places that maybe don't already have pre-existing facilities. You're
Yes.
asking me to expand college squash and get some more varsity programs, but that's a different discussion for a different day.
Oh,
Wow,
back-to-back
yeah,
good holds.
impressive here.
Great lift there.
Yeah, that's a pitch perfect.
How has that found its way up? That was so cheeky.
Handout 2-3.
That's why you pay for the whole racket, Timmy.
You know what? I would like to split screen here with Rishi Srivastava and Tate Harms. I think that's going to be a good match, and I think we've seen Tate take the first game. Experienced college player, top of the ladder kind of guy, stuck down in the middle of the order for Harvard this year. He must have had some injuries and whatnot.
Yeah.
But it looks like we're going to be 1-all there. It's 10-8 in the second to Srivastava. So I think that is court number 8. If we can get Yale and Harvard, see if our technical team can pull it off.
Stroke to Princeton.
Yeah, Harms played as high as number 3 for the Crimson last year. He's fallen a couple spots due to injury, but we know how talented he is. And Rishi Srivastava in his freshman year, the
Down.
reigning
Handout
boys
4-3.
under 19 U.S. number 1
Here we go,
in
10-9
his
there.
freshman year. Was initially committed to Harvard, actually, and ended up pivoting to Yale sort of at the last minute, where he's playing in the middle of the lineup. And Rishi, undefeated in college squash this season.
Wow.
Matches, he is a perfect 10-0 on the year.
He's a very strong number 6, you have to say.
Yeah, we can keep that streak alive.
Perhaps Yale up to their old shenanigans.
Could be. I mean, he has played down there all year. And credit to Rohan Gandhi, his fellow freshman, who's played above Rishi all season long. I don't think a whole lot of people had that on their bingo card, so definitely props to Rohan. He's incredibly skilled with the racket, one of the most fun watches in all of college squash, already picking up that win over Connor Stoltz earlier today. Tate Harms is drawn even here in the second game, 10-all between him
Wow.
and Rishi. Tag
Two love
Carney
lead
getting
would be big.
underway against David Postalis. We'll definitely have a keen eye on that matchup.
5-3.
Could Tate be the one to end Srivastava's first loss? That'd be kind of crazy.
That would be fascinating. I've got my eyes trained on that Tag Carney versus David Postalis, which got up 1-0 in the first game, early stages.
Over under 65 minutes.
Yeah, I'm taking the over on that.
I would
Those two,
too.
I mean, I'm taking the over
Hard
17-minute
over.
mark in the first game. That's going to be a
Yes,
long,
Len.
long first game.
6-3.
And Tad has had such a phenomenal year. He's beaten the likes of Nick Spizzeri. He's beaten Primo Barberi. He's had some absolutely major scalpings. Ahmed Weil he's beat. And one of his only losses of the year was actually in 3 games to Postalis, which was a bit of a shocking result.
Handout
It was
4-6.
as lopsided as it was, given how good Tad has been all year. He's been maybe my favorite player in the country to watch this year. I've just had such a great time watching Tad play. Such a great tactical player, much like yourself, Timmy. He's fit as the day is long. And he was the number 5 for the Yale Bulldogs last season. He's risen all the way up to number 1 in the lineup. An incredible feat in his junior season out of New Canaan. He's never been a top of the lineup
5-6.
guy. He's in Brunswick. Played below likes of Dana Santry and Nick Spizzeri.
Interesting there of note is that Rishi won that last point to go 11-all, and you saw Campbell Grayson pop out, look up at the ref like something had happened. I wasn't sure. We don't have the audio, so we're not sure what happened there. If there was some scuttlebutt.
5-6.
Mega rallies, you have to say, in the bottom screen, folks. Both boys don't want to give it up.
Rishi using all 4 corners and 4 shots.
Oh, it's tight work.
Major
oh
work.
my
legs.
God!
Oh,
that's
play that, Rishi. No.
Is that a no-let? He's gone for the fishing rod.
I think he's good.
Yes,
Just
left.
based on the reactions, it looks like a yes left.
5-6.
generous.
Left box.
Play that Rishi in full control there.
Review.
Yeah, it could be a review situation for Harms if he had the chance.
Credit to Guido as well for getting 1 point clear here over Ahmed Weil. Looks like he's moving the ball around the court while he's defending. Certainly showing that he deserves to be at the number 1 slot for the Dragons.
Ali Ibrahim adding the win for the Princeton Tigers. They're now at 4-0. It's going to be tough to overcome. For Drexel, Princeton potentially has a cracking semifinal on tap against the Yale Bulldogs should they go through against Harvard here. They look good to do so if Rishi's able to come through against Tate Harms here at the number 6 spot.
Wow, great pressure.
Down.
Played through.
Handout 7-5.
Those are some huge rallies. Rishi looks a little bit behind the 8 ball on that volley.
Yeah, he's just forcing it. Big chance for Tate. Oh, one floorboard.
Oh, and he's got that!
I don't know how that's made it back.
I think that one even surprised Rishi that it made it to the front wall.
Oh my God, he's guessed it.
Reactions.
They're both feeling this
It's
so
a huge
hard.
rally.
Oh my God.
Oh, it's
There's
a
no oxygen
huge
left.
rally.
There's
Lactic acid galore.
Oh my!
Dive! Oh!
Yeah, there's no oxygen left in the building,
Yeah,
folks.
there's just a lob. Rishi doesn't.
Oh, he's hit it out! Look at them, they're both gonna fall over. Someone get the tanks out. We need like the NFL sideline oxygen tanks.
Get a stretcher
8-5.
after.
Left
Oh
box.
my God. The referee's gonna say play on and I'm gonna lose my mind.
Some tanks for
Just
the-
played a 3.5
Good
minute
shot.
rally. Look at him, he's gonna boot in the corner.
Looks like a 330 pounder that just ran a fumble back 99 yards for a touchdown.
Both of these boys so fit, and look at them, they're hurting.
Oh yeah.
Such a dynamic rally. So it's just a long duration. The lactic's just gonna build up. I don't care who you are, how fit you are, you're gonna be hurting. As Guido as well is 3 points clear.
Oh, hands from Wow.
Hands off us.
Handout 6-8.
This would be a crushing 2-love for Tate. He's such a tough
got a
guy.
chance.
Rishi would
Close
not
enough.
want to come back, I don't think, from this.
Oh
Oh!
wow.
Hum-doo diddly-doo. Tate Harms with the rare drop shot. Fires it in for a winner. Crushing 2-love lead. Nothing but class from the senior Harvard man.
That's, you know, when the hands are firing for Harms. It's dangerous territory for whoever's up against. Rishi, perfect 10-0 on the year.
It's in question.
It's in question. He's had some great results as well, namely against St. Patel, his rival throughout all of juniors. Even though Yale lost their dual match to Penn, Rishi did get a win at the number 7 spot over Zane. He's been awesome for the Bulldogs, but his streak in jeopardy of coming to an end here, and Harvard could really use this win. They're underdogs here today, something that the Harvard Crimson probably never were in your time at Harvard. So
7-8.
There were a couple.
Left box.
is that like a Michael Jordan situation? You told yourself you were the underdogs when really it wasn't the case.
My first 2 years there, the matches against Trinity, those were the most memorable matches I ever played as a college player. That's what you love to see, folks. You know, you see the guys putting their jerseys on this weekend. They're playing for their best friends. They've worked so hard all year, and it all comes down to this. You're going to see guys dig deeper and girls dig deeper than they ever have all year. And that you saw that from Darian from Drexel just now, diving 3 times in a point. That doesn't happen by accident. That's a will to go all the way for your team.
Down.
Just eclipse the top from Guido there. He's appealing for the contact, but he'd already played the drop.
8-all.
How is Ahmed crawled out of this? He was 8-5 down. He's just kind of weaseled his way back in, and now he's 8-all. Got to feel like the momentum's in his favor. Really, really steady squash from him. Smooth with his hands.
Wipe the glasses.
Little wipe. Oh,
Stroke
Magneto
to
again.
Drexel.
And they've given a stroke.
Handout 9-8.
So Timmy, you still play with your glasses on. Have you ever considered shifting to the contacts or not? Not for you.
I mean, the glasses I wear, they're not prescription, so it's the, they help a lot for, I've lost a few matches on PSA already from just getting hit in the eye. And it's unfortunate. Someone on
Oh,
PSA,
really?
Yeah, someone on PSA is going to be the first person that will lose their eyesight. And, you know, I think it's like a
Handout
seatbelt
9-all.
where you don't need it until you do. And I think most people think it's annoying, but I think those people don't really understand, you know, the downside. Like, you live on this planet for 80 years. You think of how many squash matches you play. No squash match is worth your vision. We're so fortunate to be able to see. So I had a few moments on
It's a
tour.
good
where-
PSA.
Yeah. I mean, I lost a match where I was 2-0 up against Chris Gordon, and it was accidental. He just kind of clipped me right above my eye, and like, you bleed so much from those areas. You know, I had to wrap my head up a bunch and up 2-0, lose the match. Don't want to do that again.
No.
So when you have some of these guys who are swinging like you're not in the court with them, wearing some eye guards can make it feel like you can play with them. You don't have to worry about getting clonked.
Actually,
Campbell
7
Grayson,
or 8.
the assistant Yale coach, is
Yeah.
actually someone who's been clonked in the face a few times. Alan Klein as well.
No, thank you.
I think both were against Mustafa Asal.
Coincidence? Props.
I'm trying to remember, actually. Yeah, I remember Klein, had a bad one.
Yeah, I actually tore my retina about 7 or 8 years ago. I got hit, whacked in the eye with a ball, just messing around in the court, no eyewear.
Oh, my God.
Never again.
It's just not worth it. David
not worth
Yakabuchi
it.
as well, college squash great for UPenn. He got hit, believe it or not, wearing eye guards. He got hit so hard by Mason Ripka back in the day. He was on the junior world team training for it, that the eye guards kind of like went down into his face, and like he was blind out of both eyes for like 12 hours from the impact.
Oh.
And
That's
without the eye
scary.
guards on, he would have been blinded for sure. So now he's okay and everything, but it took him a couple months to recover from that. And without eye guards on, he wouldn't be able to see. So I've seen enough, you know.
Wow.
I'm gonna be wearing them. It takes 1 second. What I do, I use the towel boxes. I usually put an extra pair in the towel box
Yeah.
in case I run into Joel Macon and he's a super sweaty guy. Because that happened to me once where I ran into Joel Macon in NetSuite Open this year, and I wasn't allowed to change my equipment because they said it would be a conduct stroke against me.
If you change your equipment?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
so I ran into him and he's so sweaty that my eye guards and my grip became just like completely unusable.
Oh, wow.
And I wasn't allowed to wipe them or anything like that. So the referee told me I'd get conduct stroke if I switched them out. So I threw them over the back wall, switched my equipment, and got conduct stroke.
Oh, wow.
Because it was early in the game, and I'm like, dude, let me change my racket. He wouldn't let me do it. So it took
Wiles clawed back here in the second. It's impressive. Wow.
And Rishi 3-1 up after a mega second game. So
Yeah,
he's still
Rishi.
hunched over there, so he's feeling it. But he is a wily customer, experienced in big matches, and he's not going to be going away easy. There's a reason why he's undefeated.
Don't let that freshman status fool you. He's played in huge matches on the junior circuit, U.S. Open, World Juniors, U.S. Nationals, and so all the experience in the world. He's fully integrated with college squash now for a full season at Yale University under the tutelage of Lin Leong.
I feel like there's a bit from Rishi. I'm noticing he's a bit careless sometimes, where he just puts it in the front left. He's so comfortable in his backhand, so he's just willing to fire it in. And when it's kind of willy-nilly and you leave it a bit higher, somebody like Tate Harms is going to punish you. So I think if you're Cambo G, he's got to be telling Rishi to pick his punches a little better. And when he does go short, really go short. Don't want these willy-nilly front balls that are just kind of going to be eaten up by Tate. But nevertheless, it's a good start from the Yale freshman. Let's try to get back into this match. You got to wonder as well if the match is still in the balance. It's 2-1, so Rishi's not able to take any minutes off here. It's not like the match is going to be over at 5, so he's going to have to go all the way. 4-1 up. Smelling like a comeback here, Jackson.
Rishi looks in good shape to take this third game, and Tate's dealt with injuries this year. It's not quite the same mover as he's been in the past, so how long this match goes, it could favor the uber fit Gustavo.
Uber fit, I like that.
I try.
Tate is looking a bit ragged here.
We both have the thesaurus out this week getting ready.
Get your reps in.
Just putting up shots.
Chat GP Bragman. I know Tate is a tough cookie, so it's going to be interesting here. I know he's feeling it physically, but will he have another wind that he can rely on if he were to just drop this game? Because right now he's looking like pretty labored. And even Rishi's hurting as well, but you're not seeing as much of a drop-off in his movement. Once again, 7-2 here up top. Rishi Srivastava coming back.
Yeah, Rishi looks really comfortable. When you're at the back court and you're getting stuck in the back, instead of forcing like a hard and low boast and you just kind of pop up that high sort of reset shot, tight to the sidewall, above the service line, that's how you know you're feeling your movement. That's how you know that you're finding your groove in the match. And he's comfortable enough to know that he can give Harms an opportunity at the front, and he's so confident that he's going to be able to pick the ball up and get it back. He's really found a nice flow state here as Srivastava.
It's also interesting on the bottom that Guido's been up early again in the third game. So you got to wonder, is he just a great starter and he runs out of some gas? As he was 6'1", I believe, and now it's going to be 6'4".
Harms taking up his space. It's going to be a stroke sui for Srivastava. Ay, ay, ay. No lets. Timbo, what? Ay, ay, ay.
We might have to have a talk with Tamer Nagari here. I wasn't locked in, but any excuse I have is
Is this a Tamer match? We don't want.
No, I don't know if it's a Tamer match.
Yeah, we want to hammer Tamer. He's a fan of the
No, Tamer's
Squash University super fan. We love to hear that.
Tamer
so.
he can take some of the bench, right?
Every call, yeah.
He's the head chairman. These are his boys. He's got to lock it down, run a tight ship. But yeah, in all seriousness, we've seen some fair play here. We haven't seen too many matches become let fest, and I think that's a testament to the ethics that the coaches are instilling in their players. I've been very impressed. I haven't seen too many kids asking for cheap lets or strokes, and the referees are holding down the fort well. So tip the hat to the officiating crew and the OG boss man, Tamer Nagari.
Yeah, really, guys and gals playing the right way today, all day, which has been really good to see. And nothing crazy, no shenanigans. And
looks like Guido might nip this third game here, eh?
Good steal. It might be too little too late for the Dragons, but it would be a great result for Guido. An Ivy League win at the #1 spot. A huge result for him. Rishi is exercising a great deal of patience here. He's in no rush to get off court in this third game despite being down 2-love. It's great discipline from him. He knows that he's in the driver's seat. He's just going to keep putting more and more work in the legs of Harms.
It's great poise from a freshman.
Stepped up on the tee. Yeah, it's great discipline, and it's just great awareness. It's hard to do sometimes when you're down and you feel like you're up, and in that third game or maybe in that fourth game when you're down in overall game score, it's very easy to try to rush to the finish line. He hasn't done that here. He's stuck to the game plan. It's paid off for him.
Just interesting watching the body language of Rishi. You can tell that he is feeling it a bit, just the way he's walking around. It's kind of that Diego Elias walk when he's kind of in oxygen debt and his quads are feeling it. He doesn't really want to walk normally. The leg flick. So you can tell he's definitely feeling it physically, but he's just not letting it affect his movement. He's still just kind of pushing during the points, and after the points, he's kind of letting it show that he's not feeling his best. Look at that. He's just hunched over.
Yeah, it's toughness.
He's looking pretty weary, but Tate is hurting too.
Yeah, that's what you have to remember. Obviously, playing in a much lower level that I am for the Denison Ginormous Red last weekend at the Divisional Nationals. So I was actually 9-4 up in the 5th game of my match against the Halford Forts, and I thought I was about to throw up. So I had to kind of collect myself, and I was up on the scoreboard, and my opponent was pretty cashed as well, but I was not out of the woods either. I kind of had to take a few extra moments before the final round.
You know, what would you do? What's the ruling if you were to jump over the back wall and just throw up over the back wall, and you didn't actually leave the court?
That's a great question.
Because I always thought about that.
I think flowers for the attempt, maybe a conduct stroke, but yeah, I don't want to.
You wouldn't lose the game. I think if you jump off the court and throw up, you lose the game. And if you throw up on the court, you lose the match.
I had some experiences, yeah. In junior squash, on a couple occasions, I did actually have to forfeit the game because I came off in the middle, threw up.
At least we got to work on your fitness here, Bragmanovich.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was a combo. It was a nerve/fitness combo.
Nerves, fair enough. You're Josh Allen of
no,
squash.
But I don't want to give myself an out. I was definitely an incredibly unfit junior player.
No, just say you're the Josh Allen. Oh my goodness gracious, Rishi!
Hands on hands. Oh my.
That's a I want to go home drop shot.
How is your touch? Gustavo. 3-game balls here to extend this to a 4th.
Trickle boast. No, it's just too good a lob. I thought
He's just poking that straight. He gives Tate an opportunity. He tries to get creative with the trickle boast, but Rishi
Oh,
is
he's
just
played
moving
on.
so well here. He's fighting off demons. He's exhausted, but like you said, in the middle of these rallies, it looks like it's the mid-stage of game number 1. And it's not until the point is over that we really feel the effect. So mentally tough for Rishi.
And Cobra Tate. That could be a stroke.
It's got to be a stroke. Oh, geez. Rishi, it feels like, has gotten the short end of the stick here from whoever's officiating this match. Not a great shot from Harms. Rishi was ready to play it. Bit of a surprising result in the Penn-Columbia matchup. Zach Nam picking up a win over freshman Zayn Patel at the number 6 spot as Rishi closes out Tate Harms here.
They've given him the soft stroke
number
on the
3.
second run, so a bit of a makeup call.
Yeah,
So all is
perhaps a bit
well.
of a makeup call. I think he deserved that, as Campbell Grayson will talk him through this break. 1 down, 2 to go for Srivastava.
As Neil Joshi is the only point on the board for the Crimson. So back to the drawing board there for Mike Way and the boys.
Joshi's had an incredible season. It's fitting. Ted Carney coming
We
through
might have to
that
tune
first
into the
game
UPenn match
against,
here. We got 3-2 with the number 1
Costales.
seeds.
Yeah, Salma Khalil rolled against the freshman. The sophomore Shuri Abawa, not the freshman. I was thinking freshman because he had that great run at World Juniors this past summer, but he did play for Columbia last year.
I think we're going to have to tune into, this is a good match too.
Here's
There's Spiziri.
Spizui versus Yusuf Sheikh, the newly minted Columbia number 2. He's been playing sort of 3 and 4 range this season. The freshman is Sheikh.
I do like this matchup. I think right now we should turn over to court 18, which is 1-1 right now at the number 8 position. So if Columbia were to strike there, we would have a 3-3 matchup for the number 1 seeds in the first round for them. That is a rare sight to see. So if we can get the technical team to court 18, it might be worth a quick little look-see. And here we have it. Look at that responsiveness. We got to, folks, if you're listening right now, we need a name for this, the version of CSA Red Zone. We can just hop around the courts. If you want to submit any ideas for what to call it.
Well, you came up with the idea of CSA Coach Time, which I thought was great. Harry Smith really enjoyed CSA Center Court, which I actually like. I think that's what we've gone with for now, but we're open to new suggestions.
Center court is a good idea because it's like you are the center of attention, but it's kind of broken by the fact that we've got split screen. So we've got 2 center courts here. It's like one of them Arthur Ashe, and the other one is the whatever the second fiddle.
Yeah, I think that's a fair enough point. I think
no, center court's honestly pretty solid. I gotta say. But anyway, if you're listening, folks,
that's
DM your suggestions to CSA, Instagram, or hit up Jackson Bragman online through any of the mediums.
Hit me up.
If you've got a good idea,
Shoot me a
we
DM.
will use it. And this is a huge start, do you think, to this 4th game here, momentum-wise. If Tate can get out ahead, I think he has a chance. But I think Rishi right now definitely has the edge, physical,
Rishi.
momentum-wise. And then down here in the bottom, if you're Penn, you are sweating bullets. I can't
and
lie.
What's interesting about this is it looks like Goad is in the driver's seat here in this 3rd game. Varun Chatori is a perfect 13-0 on the season for the Penn Quakers. Hasn't lost yet.
That's bad body language.
He's
you have
in
to say
trouble.
from him. He looks like he's a bit down on himself. He can't find any answers. Look at him. He bends over. So if you're him, you got to just find the reset button. It's not over. It's still early in the match. Try to find a way to stop the tide, because I think if you're Penn and we go 3-3 here with Columbia, you don't like it for one bit. Doesn't set a good tone for the weekend, and you're in real danger of going out in the first round.
No, it doesn't. And our podcast co-host, head coach of the University of Pennsylvania Quakers, Gilly Lane, talks all the time about in these early round matches, whether it's at the CSA individuals, whether it's at the team nationals, not only winning, but spending the least amount of time on court as possible. It is really hard to win 3 matches in a row against 3 really good teams on 3 straight days.
As
And
Varun's
Varun's going to
drops
keep
the
the racket
racket.
in his hands.
Could be 2-1 for Columbia. We could have 3-3. Where are these matches going to go? We need Nicky Spiz. If you're UPenn, you're going to look to the top of your lineup. They've already won the number 1 position and the number 3 position. You're going to
is pretty reliable typically in these sorts of situations.
You're going to be
Let
looking
them
at
come
Nick
through.
Spiziri and Marwan Tamer. Both of them have been rocks at the top of the lineup this year. And I think that's where they're going to have to fall back on. But you just don't want to see this come down to the wire. It puts a lot of stress on your top players. On any given day on CSA, people can win. So you don't want to put them in harm's way. But it's looking like it's going to go that direction. If they give that a stroke to Columbia, it looks like they're not going to. So we let 7-2. And Rishi's charged out 3-love here in the 4th as well. So we could be going the distance here. Yakson
Laszlo Goad, 3-3 on the season this year. He's rated over 0.3 lower than Varun is. This would be a huge upset.
He's just turning on the Jets for the big moments.
Shatori, 13-0 on the year. He's been so good in that sort of 7-9 range. Played 6 last year for the national championship winning team.
You know, it's interesting talking about Laszlo there, how he said he's 3-3 in the season, but now he's beating the undefeated player at his position. I think there was an interesting interview the other day where they asked Gronkowski, or they said, Gronk, you know, you're never the fastest or the strongest guy. What made it so that you're the GOAT of the tight end? And he said, you know, when the lights shine the brightest, that's when I come out to play. So a bit of the opposite of the Michael Jordan mentality, but maybe that's a bit of Laszlo syndrome here, is that the lights are on and he's got nothing to lose here.
Yeah, and
so why not make a statement?
Yeah, it works differently for everyone. That is true. I mean, Chris Sackey's done an outstanding job with this program. And such a great player for the Cornell Big Red, and taking over as the head coach at Columbia, he really revitalized that Dickinson program before they sort of lost their varsity team and then kind of got it right back. But yeah, I mean, Sackey, as we know, he's a great coach. Columbia came through against Cornell relatively comfortably yesterday, 7-2. It's a great shot.
Just
hands
tight
on hands, and Chimchuri is in deep waters here. Hands on his knees for a brief moment there. It's not a good sign.
And we've got 6-love as well for Rishi, so the tides are turning in both matches. Yeah, I was going to say shout out to Chris Sackey as well. He's got a buttery set of hands. Great squash player. And believe it or not, we played a few times at the Spectre Center when he was here. I think we were playing first to 3 or 4 points condition. I think we only played maybe twice. I think he kicked my butt both times. So
wow,
he's been sure to bring that up. But it was fair and square. He's got a great tactical knowledge of the game, very good at maneuvering the ball, and that's going to be getting across to his players. He's going to want players that play smart, and you can tell that Laszlo here is moving the ball well and taking his chances when they come to him. He's not going to be afraid of the moment, and it's showing on the scoreboard. Perhaps a bit of nerves from Varun. It's a big match. He wants to show up for his team, but match is not over. He can still come back and play tough here, so looking to see how this one unfolds. As it looks like the top court is just going to be a wash here, so it's going to be going 2-2. Maybe we can take the top screen over to Nick Spaziri and Yusuf on glass court east.
Spazoo and Sheik battling first. Corey looking for a piece of deception there.
And there's a huge fist pump, and he bangs the wall there, Varun. You don't want to let him know. He's showing a lot of negative body language.
A lot of negative body language. Doubled
feed
over,
your opponent.
hands on the knees. I would imagine he's going to go for something here. He desperately wants to get off this court.
And the Lions are smelling blood, you'd have to say.
Lions are the king of the jungle. Now, I do like when you do the mascot game. I do like the lion to.
Is the Quaker
over
armed?
the Quaker?
Is
yeah.
the Quaker armed? Is the question.
Well, I think
what
that's
kind of weaponry do they have?
But when has a Quaker ever been armed? I think that's the point.
But I'm just saying, like, what if he found some.
But would he find the strength to use it as a Quaker that he is? Probably not. That's the tough part. It's kill or be killed.
It depends. If they were hiding some good Sunday food from him, then maybe.
Here's Thomas Sultanian looking to get
getting some reps in.
Looking to get some reps.
That boy Tommy. Welcome to CSA Center Court, where Tommy Sultanian's just getting his reps in, folks. That buttery backhand. My God.
It's BU13 all over again.
What a specimen.
Around in between games.
The original court rat.
And honestly, yeah, that's going to be a match and a half against Abdel Rahman Dweek. I think Dweek is going to have a little bit too much talent and firepower, but that could be a long, long match because Tommy is an absolute tank. He's one of the fittest players in all of college squash.
Nikki Spiz got something to say to the ref there. Not happy with it.
7-8.
We're at 8-7 here. This could be a nail biter, folks. Yusuf Sheik.
What's interesting is Spiz has actually struggled when he's gone up against other big guys this year. Those matches have tended to be really chippy. Got through in a really tight 4-game match against JP2 at the very start of the year when Penn played UVA, and actually lost in a big upset to Benedict Takas from Trinity earlier.
Yeah, it was a crazy upset. That's a chance here. Oh, big error. You can see Nick is not happy with his lines. He's got to find the back corners a little bit. Spiz got all the talent necessary to finish those balls off, but when the ball gets in the middle there, it's kind of hard to separate from your opponent. Oh, looks like Tommy's going to have to... oh, no, he's still getting his practice in. The players are on the court. Tommy's like, hold on, let me get a few more shots. Got to work on my lines.
That's unbelievable.
That's classic. That's
Tommy
U13.
Saltadian, yeah, Midwest
Prime
stand-up,
court rat.
Cleveland products. Baltimore will claim him nowadays.
Fair enough.
So I know he was there throughout his high school years, but fun fact, Tommy Saltanian, the first tournament he ever won was against me in the finals, the Cleveland Skating Club Bronze.
10-7
Wow.
game
We had a
ball.
battle in the boys under 13 division.
Rigged?
Of course.
Referee
come on.
robbed it.
Yeah. 4-gamer. Probably had a temper tantrum on the way home.
Tommy, if you're listening
Poor
to this, that
Mr.
win didn't
Ragnar.
count.
Of course not.
It was a hoax.
Down 11-7. Game to Pennsylvania.
CSA hot
Pennsylvania
court is pretty
needs
good.
one
So we have
game
someone
to
in the
love.
live chat. So the live chat is active today. Good. All right, well, if we've got the live chat on, folks, make sure to get in there. CSA hot court, I like that. Hot court system, as we know, is patented, tried and true, especially in the European junior tournaments where you're just the next court on. Whatever court opens up, you get thrown over there. So I kind of like that idea. CSA hot court. We're going to toss that up to the powers that be. Talk to the trademarking crew. See what we can get done. And Varun strikes first here. That's a big momentum shift here. Trying to steady the ship. Nicky Spiz as well with a few fortunate errors at the end of the first game to kind of settle him down.
I'm just having a look at the live chat now for the first time, and we see Charlie 4, some weirdo. Bragman seems to be settling in. Excited to see his back and forth with Timmy and Spence. Looks like he has a Jason Bateman mugshot profile picture. Who could that be?
I think we're going to have to we only have one computer in front of us, folks. I think we got to log in here from some sort of a burner account, get in the chat, because right now we can't chat back. I think that's a disservice to the community.
I would have to agree with that.
If you got any topics you want us to discuss as well, make sure to put it in the live chat. Any hot topics,
15
CSA
seconds.
squash, PSA squash, Jackson Bragman, personal life, love life, whatever. Make sure to put him in the hot seat. How well he did in
On
his
the
last
spot.
Spanish exam.
Yeah, no more Spanish.
It wasn't
exams
good.
For me, thank
Pennsylvania
God.
leads one
Spoiler
game
alert.
to love
Yeah,
level.
GPA cannot
Was
handle
taking
another
it
Spanish
was taking a
class.
hit. Mike McDonald was on your case.
Mike McDonald's on my case.
Gotta stay
Mike
eligible.
McDonald and the Denison actually faculty voted yesterday on academic eligibility moving forward for student athletes if they're able to still compete in matches, or if that should be if they have to maintain a certain GPA to compete in matches.
What's that cutoff there?
So the cutoff right now is actually a 2.0, which you would think wouldn't be too hard to maintain.
Spanish is putting that in question. I can't lie.
Yes, but I was never super close
Handout,
to
one
that
love.
cutoff, but believe it or not, we've actually
On the low side, you were below that.
No. We actually have had a few players in my time at Denison that have been academically ineligible. So I think I like to think how I know Coach Mike probably voted on that, but who knows?
It's been known to happen in Granville, Ohio, that you can let your studies fade to the background for small periods of time.
Perhaps a little too much fun.
It's as it should be,
for
though.
certain members of the team, but yeah, it should be at times.
Shout out to It's Pillar Time on Instagram. I hope your toe's healing up, big buddy.
Ice in his veins.
Ice in his
last
veins.
weekend.
Triple tiebreak win. Way to go out on a W.
Absolutely clutch.
Nothing but class. And Laszlo's 2-1 up here. I'm sensing a Columbia victory here at the bottom.
Mr. Sheikh, I need you to clear better and be careful about your butt. Be playing less for that one just because of your
Meanwhile, in the
blocking.
Yale-Harvard match, Deviko Stalis has
You did?
taken the second game
Come
against
back
Tad
and
Carney,
review it in the
11-7.
video.
Remember,
52
You block
minutes
your
in.
butt.
yeah,
Playing less.
we're at 67 minutes into that in the early stages of the third game. Remember, David, one of the very few losses that Tad has suffered this year. I forgot to mention going down that list of big wins for Tad this year. Sal Torgman, he actually beat in 5
Wow.
a couple of weeks ago. which is
PSA
a huge
top
result
hundo.
for him. Yeah, so Tad has had an absolutely outstanding season for the Yale Bulldogs. David gave him a little bit of trouble when Harvard played Yale in the regular season, so we're keeping our eyes on that matchup. And Rishi Srivastava winning that fourth game against Tate Harms 11-1, up 3-2 in the fifth game. Maybe we can get our eyes on that in the upper left-hand corner. See the end of that before returning to Spaziri and Sheik, as Sheik, wow, has gone for the nick on that backhand
Hello,
roller,
Bruno.
just missed it. Spaziri finds the mark. Great hands on the forehand drop. Draws even here in the second.
It's interesting about Tad Carney, or Baby Carney. It is Tad Carney, yeah.
It is Tad Carney. Well, there are 3 of them. Because
I was saying,
believe it or not, Thomas Carney actually just clinched the national championship for Brunswick last week or a couple of weeks ago, and he's a junior in high school. He'll be at Yale in a couple of years.
I was going to say,
he's the 3rd in the trilogy.
The young
Emma
guns
also got a huge win for the Harvard woman earlier today.
Yes.
Pennsylvania.
So it's a family affair for the Carneys.
I was saying, it's
2-1.
usually the young guns that end up being the real merchants, the merchants of death. You got the Ball brothers and the whole 9 yards, but remember Tyler Carney, who was closer to my year, was a really skilled player, absolute gunslinger. I feel like Tad has always seemed to be leaning more on the physical side. To see him progress with the racket has been really, really fun to see.
And
He's really
2-0.
cemented himself as one of the best college players.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about discipline and patience. I found that he's so tactically strong and he's so mentally strong, where he kind of has a game plan and how he's able to adapt that over the course of the match and make adjustments. It's like Bill Belichick at halftime of the Super Bowl. He just sees things, or maybe it's you want to it's the excellent coaching staff at Yale as well, but the way that he's kind of able to
And
change
out,
and adapt his game plan and
3-2.
even stick to the game plan when he loses a couple points in a row or when things aren't going his way, to kind of dig in. And we saw that in the Spazzeri match at individuals in the quarterfinals, where he was down 2-0, he was down 6-1, and he kind of stuck to his guns and he didn't force the issue, and slowly
now
but surely
2-0,
clawed his
3-0.
way back and ended up winning that matchup in 5. And it was a massive result for him that found him in the semifinals of that event on the glass court at TLC. So I just think Tad is an outstanding player and so fit and such a high squash IQ.
Big
It's a big
rally in the
percent.
bottom right there, by the
4-3.
way, folks. You just saw
it's
maybe
a
a minute and a
huge
half rally. You saw Laszlo was animated at the end of it. Could be the tides turning here for Varun, which is much needed for the Quakers, as they're sweating bullets right now. You can see on the top screen, we got the number 2s on. Nick Spazzeri winning that first game. 4-3 up in the second.
Del Ramen Dweek in the bottom left of the screen, watching with a keen eye, headphones on, getting ready to go against Thomas
5-3.
Sultanian coming up soon.
Yep, Dweek Nation, rise up.
Del Ramen Dweek, a former, I believe he won the Canadian Junior Open. I know he's a former
Super strong junior player.
national,
Yeah.
national champion.
Fist pump there from
6-3.
Nicky Spiz. He does love a good crowd, doesn't he?
Spazzeri, yeah, he's
I would love to see him play in some of these big matches this weekend, if they can progress.
Spazzeri, as he mentioned in an interview on the Penn Squash Instagram page earlier this week, he's in a fraternity and he likes to get his frat brothers out to the matches
Columbia.
to make some noise.
And
So
out for 6.
it's a home match sort of situation for Penn.
Well, it's
Obviously,
4:54, so I don't think that they're awake yet, but maybe if the finals are on a bit later, they make it there. They can make it out.
on a Friday, I think they can get up by this time.
Oh,
Tomorrow they
And
might
out.
tomorrow they
Seven.
be,
Four.
might be in bed. Yeah.
they're recovering. They'll be recovering tomorrow for Sunday. Fair enough. Can't put all your eggs in one basket.
That's true. Oh, shot.
Nicky Spiz with a blue racket. Is it a Harrow?
Oh, that's gorgeous. He really has a way of
8-4.
hitting down on the ball and slicing it.
So
His weight of
steep.
shot is awesome.
It's almost like he could play an ATP World Tour.
Yeah.
Or someone just like him could.
Almost like that.
It's just good pressure. It's
9-4.
paying off.
Spazzeri's brother Elliot is one of the up-and-coming American tennis players. I don't know if he's quite top 100 in the world or if he's just outside of that. I think
Down.
He's had a few big wins recently. I
10-4
think
game ball.
big results.
somebody was telling me that if Indian Wells is happening, I think that's a big tournament. I think he got the wild card or
Yes.
he qualified
It's a
for
major,
it.
yeah.
Huge deal. So shout out to the Spazzeri clan, racket
Down.
aficionados.
11-4, game
As
two.
Spiz takes a 2-level lead,
Pennsylvania.
11-4.
Pennsylvania leads
That's a
2
big breath of
games
fresh air
to
if you're
love.
Penn, because I think that can get them to 4 wins and takes a lot of heat off of them.
Varun Chatori.
Shout out to the chat. They're asking for the quad box. 2 matches not enough. I don't know what our technical capabilities are. I think our computer's already smoking back there. So I think, okay, so we've got it confirmed from Hani, the CTO god, that quad box is a guarantee in the future. You heard it here first. Words are binding. He said it could be done. So I think today the computers might not handle it, but I think we're going to bring some bigger servers for tomorrow, maybe Sunday. And could be in the works. I don't know if tri-box is a thing, but quad box definitely will be a must. Bragmanovich will have to have his coffee before that. I don't know if
Oh yeah, I gotta get going for that.
got to really be up for that.
Gotta be amped.
I feel like you're always amped, but you might need
I
some
try.
enhancements for that one.
Yeah, and then maybe one day, if we're lucky, we can get the Octo Box going. It can truly be NFL Red Zone style. As, quite honestly, it feels like we're approaching the witching hour here this afternoon. Wins become losses, losses become wins. It's not crunch time. Here on CSA Center Court Live, University of Pennsylvania Quakers, the heavy favorites in this year's Nationals.
15 seconds.
In control, but not out of the woods yet, leading 3-2 over Columbia.
So I think this is where
Bit of a shocker.
This is where Chris Hansen would zoom out and say, "All right, folks, we're going to zoom out here and give the overall scoreboards. We got
Pennsylvania leads 2 games
Princeton
to
versus Drexel. We have
Lovell.
6-0. Princeton claiming the victory there. Penn and Columbia are still locked in 3-2 to UPenn. Match very much in the balance. Dartmouth and Williams. You've got
wasn't
Dartmouth
me.
3-1 up, but that's a bit of a rivalry. You got to think that Williams is going to be coming back there. UVA and Trinity, the Bantams have clinched with a 5-0 lead, so I'm not sure if they're going to play out the matches. I think they don't. But
1-0.
Trinity's advancing to the semifinals with a few strong performances. They're winning a couple big 5-gamers. Cornell has locked up the win versus Tufts, going up 6-0. Bottom of the order looks rock solid there, winning all the bottom matches. And then you have Yale and Harvard, which is 3-1, still very much in the balance here. I think we're going to have to switch over to Harms and Strivostava. I think that's in the 5th game. Might need to take the glass court off here. If we can go to court.
It's going to be Court 8.
Court 8, hashtag court Strivostava.
I mean, yeah.
I think the Philly
this
Bows
match maybe just a little bit too physical for Tate Harms. He's dealt with a myriad of injuries.
So he was two
This
love up.
season.
Just a bit of a drop off, and the freshman who's got an undefeated season is looking to continue that.
Yeah, Rishi up 9-4 here in the 5th game.
See if we can get the end of that.
And what's really fascinating about this,
That's going to be a stroke. We're going to have 7-7 here.
What's really interesting is Penn played Columbia in the regular season. The Quakers won that match 9-0. They only dropped one individual game across all 9 matches. That was when Marwan Taylor played Yusuf Sheik at the number 4 spot. Sheik obviously playing all the way up at 2 now against Missouri here on the glass court. But it was chop suey the last time these two teams went at it.
Goes to
Not
show.
the same story.
Any
here
given
this
day.
afternoon.
Any given day in CSA. As both players are kind of playing testing here, that they know it's a big rally at 7-all.
9-5. Rishi, once again,
Oh,
no
it's
rush
good
to get
pressure.
off the court here, but he can taste victory here in the 5th. He's battled like a champion, down 2-0. He's completely dictated things over the last 3 games. This is a pretty cool visual we have. It almost looks like it's like synchronized swimming on both screens. Just
Straight
rallying
drives.
down the straight drives down the forehand side.
Both matches are in critical point stage. We got 7-7, 9-5 in the 5th. Nowhere to go. State can't quite squeeze in there in the front left.
Rishi looking for his first set of match balls here. I mean, Rishi's playing with so much margin here. He's not going for anything. He'll go all day long. Yes, let given.
This is a mega rally on the top screen, folks. It's got to be the 2-minute mark.
Feels like Chituri has gone into bashing mode.
Just doesn't want to make. Oh,
That is out of nowhere.
And the Paul Cole bicep fist pump. Respect, back right from a lefty, straight drop winner. Thanks for coming.
Laszlo Goad having the match of his life against the 13-0
Laszlo God
on the
mode.
season for Varun Chituri.
Holy smokes. What a time to play that shot. We got 5 match balls here for Rishi. What a performance from the freshman to come back from 2-love down. There we go.
Varun hanging in. These are some huge rallies.
And they got the Selly
on
from
both sides of your
Strivostava there.
screen.
He gave him the salute. Good to see shaking the other team's hand.
It's good work.
Way to be a good sport. Nothing but credit for Rishi Strivostava. Didn't give up, 2-love down, And that's going to be almost a crushing blow there for Yale to go
That's big
4-1
time
up.
for the Bulldogs. It's big time.
We're going to lock back
No
in
margin
here.
for error now for the Crimson.
8-all. Let's see if Laszlo can get across the finish line as he's picked that up. Oh my gosh, that's class. He's going to get that.
Oh.
Chest is heaving, but both of them are hurting. Laszlo looks like a fit player, good mover. Varun takes his time. He knows his point is absolutely gargantuan. You can see his teammates outside the glass rooting him on. If you're UPenn, you want this match right now. Give a chance for Spaziri to end the match. Send the boys home. Oh, it's tidy. Good squeeze. Reverse.
Straight out of the leisure center, forces the error.
Joe Robinson's favorite shot. What a time to play it. As he got 2 game balls to level it 2-2. You can tell he's hurting, but he's not giving up. You gotta respect the hustle from both of these boys going deep into the tank. 2 game balls for Varun. And Laszlo's gone for it. And he's found the tin.
It's a massive roar as we've just crossed the 54-minute mark. We're heading to a 5th game.
Varun's
Gilly Lane
fired
is
up.
all business on the bottom right of your screen with the signature backwards hat. He's going to will some words of wisdom.
The early rally cap from G-Lane never
into the
fails.
sophomore. Yeah, I asked Gilly actually on the show a couple weeks ago, Gilly, do you ever go for the forwards hat? He says, the only time I ever do the forwards hat is during introductions. Other than that, every other facet of my life, it's always the backwards hat. Only during encore introductions does he do the forwards hat.
It'd be pretty alpha if he did the official introduction to the backwards hat, I can't lie.
It'd be pretty epic.
Yeah. I might get him a propeller hat for his birthday.
That could be nice.
He's got to expand the wardrobe there, I feel like.
See, because you can still see the little bald spot in the front of his head there through the little gap.
Through the
it's-
gap?
Yeah.
Could just be forehead. He could have a big locks of hair under there. Never know.
Well, I think that would be worse. That would just be a brutal hairline. At that point, I would say it's got to go.
Yeah, it could be right.
But, yeah, propeller hat would do wonders to cover some of that up. Maybe we can have a look at the Tag Carney David Costales match on court number 9. Traditional court. I mean, that it's doing no favors to either of those guys playing that on
It's
traditional
still the
court.
third game, folks, there.
I mean, those are 2 of the fittest players in the country. Tad, one of the best players in college squash, probably the best American in college squash this year. And then Costales, of course, one of the best junior squash players of the last decade, and now in his junior year at Harvard.
You can see Laszlo having a word there with the referee, just saying Varun's being a bit naughty. I didn't see too much going on, but we'll pay attention to it here, folks, and we will be sure to assign the naughty hat to anyone that's making any movements. But tensions are going to be high. This is everything to play for. It kind of feels like it's a must-win for Columbia, even though they're only down 3-2. Spaziri's up 2-love on the other court, so looks like he's got match balls in hand as well, or maybe not. Oh, we wanted Carney. Let's see.
Court 9.
Court 9 from the technical team. Let's see if they can pull it up. Go to the double box here. Oh my God, Laszlo's just scooped it up there. No, I think that ball was good. Yep. No, he's not going to get any joy there. Big start to the game here. Let's see if someone can open up a lead. Laszlo's got quite a tidy backhand, I have to say, for a lefty. On cue. Commentator's curse. Stroke into the body. It's all right. I still like your backhand, Laszlo, if you're listening. Here we got Carney and Costales, 10-10, 76 minutes in.
There's a rare error there from Tad in a crucial spot. He says he's been pushed in the back.
Costales just rock solid, isn't he? He's not going to really give a 10. Oh, he's got the ninja headband on, too. He does.
Prime Jimmy Butler.
Prime. He's got the Heat colors as well. Shout out Jimmy Butler, not paying his rent in time.
His rent's just gone. Well, I won't say it's gone up a lot, actually. In San Francisco, it's probably pretty high in Miami as well.
Probably. I know the Miami one was $130K a month. Pretty average.
Oh, my.
Laszlo's still 1 point clear on the top screen. Tie break in the bottom screen. Lock in, folks.
Timmy, as a lefty yourself, how much of an advantage do you really find that it is playing against a lefty? Or being a lefty, I should say.
I would just say it depends on your play style. My play style tends to be more open, and I think that's favorable lefty versus righty, because lefty-righty usually there's an imbalance on each side. Someone has a forehand, someone has a backhand, so it leads to more cross courts and boasts and trying to switch sides. So I think if you're more of an open player as a lefty, it helps you, and that's why you tend to see lefties like, Ibrahim or Nathan Lake or Khandra. Obviously the GOAT, Shabana.
Of course.
But they play with more of an open style. You can't really just play up and down the wall because you're playing with an imbalance. So
right.
I would say for myself, I really enjoy playing righties because it's more open. Whereas when I play lefties and it's more straight games down the right side.
I was going to ask you about that. As Costales takes game number 3, Tech Hardy's not happy, flings the door wide open. But I got to ask about that Nathan Lake match from last month. How was it playing against another lefty? I'd imagine that's pretty rare for you on tour.
Yeah, I mean, the tape is up there. I didn't enjoy the squash very much, I have to say. He's a nice guy. I just feel like the play there, I don't know if it was intentional. He's just a big boy. I'm a tall guy as well. There was a lot of contact. I think we're not used to playing other lefties. But I tend to really not like lets. It just kind of gets to my head a little bit. And I definitely was a bit hot-headed there. There was a lot of contact. There was a funny clip that was online about, I barely touched him and he got angry. I think it looked like I pushed him harder than I did. So anyone wants to check that out online, it's funny. But nothing but credit for his racket skills. He hit such a tighty ball. Backhand side especially, he's just so accurate. And I think he did a really good job he picked up a lot of balls I didn't expect him to get back, and he defended nicely. So I think the things I didn't like the contact, but I think looking back in hindsight, I think it's just because we're both big guys, we're not used to playing lefties. And on the positives for him, I thought he's very tidy and accurate. But yeah, I do think I like where my squash is heading, and I know I'm improving a lot. So looking forward to the next few months.
What's been the biggest improvement for you this season?
Right, recently it's been on my forehand side, believe it or not, which has already been a strength for me. But I've been tightening it up with opening the grip up a little bit from a neutral position or a defensive position. Normally I just kind of slap it around out of trouble, and the pace will just kind of be good enough.
Yeah.
But that doesn't quite do enough for you at the top level if you're not really hitting that ball and it's running into the good lines. Think of a Farag or something like that when he's defending. He's able to slap the ball, but when he's defending, he's just going to cut the ball down the wall. And it allows him to just play tidier, not do as much work, and he ends up in better situations. So for me, it's a little bit of a grip change sometimes, just using the grip differently in some spots. And it's worked out well, and it's starting to show in my play. So easy change there. There's other changes going on, but that's probably been the biggest one recently. And it's helping. So just trying to become a little more of a balanced player.
Spent a lot of time in the gym with Bridgie as well, which I'm sure is paying dividends.
Obviously, yeah. Body feels good. I had a knee injury that was pretty annoying last British Open, and I moved my patella tendon a little bit, and it's been really nice working with her, getting my muscles back. So now I don't really have to wear that knee strap everyone's been commenting on. I don't have to wear it anymore, which is nice. So shout out to Bridgie Lux for getting us right in the gym.
It's tight work from Laszlo here in the fifth.
As we see here, it's 3-7 down. It's now or never. If you can get to 4-7, it'll change things. But right now, he's facing a mountain. And also, you got to think about this. If you're Carney and you're down here and you're going to put in a mountain of effort, your team is up 4-1, I believe, right? So is it ever creeping into your mind that you might just want to get off this court, conserve, or does he want to just go all out and potentially play a 95-minute battle?
That's a good question. I mean, knowing Tad...
He's going to go all out, but
and the other problem is as we mentioned, Tad has had very few losses this season. And
yep.
I believe he lost to Joachim Chua. He lost twice to Salman Khalil, once in the regular season and once in the individual semifinals, and he lost in 3. I believe the only time he's lost in 3 this season has been to Costales. And I believe, tell me in the live chat if I'm wrong, but I believe those were his only losses in the year. He's had some major scalpings, as we mentioned. He's had a great year. So knowing Tad, I think he's going to want to extract some revenge. Both of these guys are juniors. Presume they're both going to play number 1 next year, so I'll have a chance next season. But I mean, Tad really, I think, is going to want to get this win, and he's going to want to put an exclamation point on Yale's potential victory coming up here. And the match isn't over yet, to me. We've still got to close it out if we're Yale and Lin Leong.
We've got a comment as well saying, do we know why Azam got a conduct game in Toulouse the 4th? So I think we might have had a conduct game on one of the other courts.
I guess that would have been the Azam versus Noel match, the number 9 spot for Trinity versus.
Well, maybe it's Omar Azam from Harvard. Is he in the lineup today?
Azam, I know he didn't play yesterday. Is he back in today? Yeah. Yeah, playing Nikhil
I don't have the
Ismail.
scoreboard up right now. If we can pop up the overall scoreboard somehow. See if we can pop it up. There we go. Let's see.
Oh, interesting. So Azam.
Interesting. So he did get a conduct game just to lose the match. 11-1 there. So maybe he was down 2-3-1 and they just call a conduct game. We will get back to you folks in the chat because that's a rarity.
Azam missed the majority of the season. Had wrist surgery back in the fall. Back in the lineup. Obviously played 2 for the Crimson last year. Back in at number 8 here. And it's a crucial loss for Harvard. They really needed that. Results at the bottom of the lineup.
So I wonder if they were on court 10. I might look back and chat. I'm working for you guys. I'm going to see what he did wrong.
Investigative journalism from Mr. Brownell. It's a great lob from Laszlo. He's executing great patience here, but Varun might just be a bit too solid. Just closed them out. We don't have audio, but let's hear what's the dispute is here. Yes, let given. The referee not happy with the movement of Chituri. Both parties unhappy with that decision. Carney trails 4-2 in this 3rd game. Looks like he's in a little bit of trouble here. Costales feels like the one out front, dictating.
All right, we're zeroing in on that moment in the 4th game, folks. We're going to watch it back and see if we can pick up anything.
Chituri looking to put the finishing touches on a comeback victory over Laszlo Goad. There's a huge upset brewing. The California native looks to be in control here against the Frenchman. There's the error from Goad. 5 match balls for Chituri in the 5th. And Costales is absolutely cruising. I mean, this has been...
Oh, folks.
We're in the 4th game. We're nearing the hour mark here between Tad and Costales. Costales is moving like it's game number 1. That's a great hold there from Tad, and he's looking to crawl back here, but...
So we're watching
trouble.
We're watching the Azam match back here. It looks like he had a he's motioning to his stomach, he's bending over, he's taking a lot of time. I think the referee is basically saying take an injury or not, and Azam's kind of saying I want to play on or not. And now he's gonna shake hands. Let's see. Oh, it's a conduct stroke for time wasting. Let's see. They got to shake hands here. Let's see. So it looks like Azam's just not playing on for some reason. Like he's motioning to his stomach, he's bending over, and then he just can't hear the referee or something. He's not really sure what the guy wants. And I think because he's delayed the game so much, the referee said conduct warning, play on, conduct stroke, play on. And because he's just not played on, they've just given the match. So I think he's just motioning, he couldn't understand him, and then they're just gonna shake hands. Yeah, no handshake there. Looks like very strange there. I can't really tell what happened. He looked like he was trying to motion to his stomach, like he maybe wanted an injury break, or he got hit in the stomach or something, and then the referee wouldn't grant him time, and he was walking around. So it appears to be some sort of a delay of game or something, but kind of an odd situation. Doesn't look like he really wanted to play on there anyway. So
frustration really seeping in here for Ty Carney, who's as mentally steady as anyone in the country. He's battling here. He's not going to give up the ghost, that's for sure, but he looks just a little bit deflated.
He's doing some work as well.
I mean, yeah, he's going to be exhausted.
Oh, there we go. So it looked like there was a little bit of contact in Omar's side. They had a little bit of a bump, and I think he may have been embellishing it a little bit. It was just taking too much time. The referee's saying you got to play on, and he didn't want to play on. And I think it's kind of they're both at fault. But I think Omar has to play on there. You can't just keep wasting time. So I think he should have either gone for the injury break. Could have been opponent inflicted, but I think there were some communication issues there where Omar just needs to communicate to the referee that he's been hit by the other player, and I think it was just a misunderstanding that led to a conduct game there, and then Harvard loses the match, which is unfortunate. Hate to see that, but there was contact there in the front left. If anyone wants to watch it back, Court 10, full live stream is up there. You can check it out for yourselves.
As on Court 18, Laszlo Goad has saved 3 match balls. Columbia faithful are up out of their seats. They're excited. Columbia needs this bad. As UPenn now up 4-0. Nick Spizzirri.
So this will make it 4-3
comfortably against Yusuf Sheikh. I mean, yeah, Spizzirri started and finished all well. This match was in the heat of battle, making quick work of Yusuf Sheikh on the glass court. Oh, that's a ripper! Oh my! And he's found the nick.
We can hear the crowd.
Motion for Goad.
We can hear the crowd from the 3rd floor here. And Varun's bent over. This is a massive rally.
Columbia Lions are battling with every ounce that they have.
We've got to be 75, 80 minutes in here as well. Absolute warriors.
Franklin Smith currently trails Marwan Tamer in the 4th game. Maybe we can, after this David versus Tad matchup finishes up, we can
switch over there. Yep.
We can switch over to Court 17.
Could be
where Marwan Tamer, if Varun.
Oh my God!
From the back corner.
Did you just see that?
The stones on the Frenchman, Laszlo Goad.
Oh my God!
To slot a backhand cross court drop shot Nick.
That's the Diego
from the
Elias.
Back right corner. He's completely detached his wrist from the rest of his forearm.
That was a dead roll as well.
We're heading to a tiebreaker. Goad has saved 5 match balls. Varun Chatori is 13-0 on the year. He's undefeated. And Laszlo Goad.
Laszlo God.
In this battle of the sophomores.
We're hearing some huge shouts from the crowd now, folks. We're not sure which court that was, but something big just happened as well. This is a chance. Oh.
Laszlo Goad, the match of his life here for the Columbia Lions at the number 8 spot. 3-3 on the season. He's rated about .35 lower than Chatori. Chatori played number 6 on Penn's national championship winning team last year. This could be the upset of the day. Of course, Ria Navani beating Malkafegi in the earlier window in the women's quarterfinal between Penn and Stanford. Another Penn player at risk of being upset here in the afternoon. However, Marwan Tamer has clinched the 5th win for the Penn Quakers. So Penn is through to tomorrow's quarterfinal after a bit of a scare from Columbia. This match a lot closer than the initial encounter.
Wow.
There's the boast straight out of the Leisure Center.
Oh my
and the
God.
no is given.
Gastala's clinching the win down low there.
Tad will be disappointed.
That must have been the giant roar. Was Marwan Tamer clinching the match for Penn. So Penn will move on to the semifinals tomorrow. So the boys are going to go and recover. But Varun still in the heat of battle. I don't know if he knows yet. You can just, is that Marwan Tamer there? He's just run behind the court. He's right straight on to support his teammate. You'd love to see that. As we're 10-all in the 5th. These boys are absolute warriors. Have they given let for the Leisure Center?
Oh, they have given a let.
Oh my goodness gracious. Huh? We're going to stay right here, folks. 10-10 on the 5th. Single box.
Tamer is finished up. Would have been fun to see a Tommy Sultanian Abdelrahman Dweek 4-all match, but doesn't look like we're going to get that.
The most
Those
views
two
CSA
boys
match
will
in
probably
history.
play 2 out of 3 here, just to conserve energy for tomorrow.
Do they not end the matches at 5?
Last year they did. I believe this year they're playing 2 out of 3s.
Got it.
But I may be mistaken.
Let's talk to Harry about that.
Yeah.
I can't believe he's got let out of that, though. Lifeline
No,
here.
he sent Goad the wrong way, it felt like. which usually, almost always, will
Smart lob
result
there.
in a no let unless it's a really poor shot. Or deadlocked at 10-all.
I mean, this is an outrageous level for number 8. As that is going to go out of court. 11-10 to Chituri. And he's got a chance to ice this last match.
Meanwhile, Trinity up 7-1 over UVA. Princeton up 7-0 over Drexel. Yale up 4-2 over Harvard.
That match still in the balance.
And of course, Penn finally, Chituri finally getting the win in 5. He advances to 14-0 on the season, but not without a huge scare from Laszlo Goad. 74 minutes.
You can see
An
Gilly laying
absolute
there,
war.
congratulating his players. The boys are all rallied together, but they're going to be out of here, getting their recovery and getting some food.
Yeah, I know Gilly and Jack Wyatt have some massages scheduled for the men's and women's team later this evening. Knowing Gilly, he's not going to be too content with this result today after the whooping that Penn put on Columbia earlier in the regular season.
I guess we could go to Glass Court West. Bastawi and Agarwal. It's going to be 1-1, so it could be an interesting match. And I'm trying to think what else we want to look in here.
Take a look at Max Orr and Jacob Lynn, since that Yale-Harvard match is still in the balance.
Yep.
I
If we can
think
get
that,
court number 8.
yeah, maybe I think we stick with 9 and we go 8 as well, as all the other matches have been decided.
All right, so we'll stick with 9 and 8.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the way to go.
All right, folks, so we're in here at the Yale-Harvard match because it's still in the balance. Yale leads 4 matches to 2. If they get to 5 matches, the overall match would be over. So we've got the number 4s here. Max Orr, I believe he's a senior now.
Correct.
Senior now, experienced player on the Yale team. Great mover, physical athlete against Jacob Lynn, who's a smooth player, tidy technique.
Sophomore year for Jacob Lynn,
And then
doing
we'll-
battle with the senior.
And we'll have the number 2s warming up in the bottom screen, so we'll have good split screen action for you too. But this match is very much still in the balance, so we'll stick here for now because all the other matches have been decided.
Yeah, in your bottom left, we have the Irishman Vilskovetsky in his junior season for the Harvard Crimson.
That's tidy there from Lynn. Got smooth technique. You see Max Orr with the head shake there. I think he's a bit frustrated. Gave him a chance.
Max Orr, final nationals for him. Great career for the Yale Bulldogs.
They will certainly be hungry to advance to the semifinals tomorrow. There's no doubt about it. They would certainly take some satisfaction in beating the Harvard Crimson.
Absolutely. Any chance for Yale to beat Harvard and vice versa is a special occasion. Vilskovetsky will be going up against the lefty Arav Bagwadi. Incredibly forward player, incredibly talented player. Some of the best hands in the country. Versus Vilskovetsky. That'll be a fun match. Vilskovetsky's had some pre-major scalpings this year as well, despite falling to UVA earlier in the year.
He's buzzing around, get on that court.
A big 3-0 win over JP2. Yeah, he's ready to go. Albie in 3 yesterday. Bit of a chopping. Albie's final nationals in the season. Vilskovetsky, rock solid 11-3 on the year at the number 2 spot.
Bit of a helicopter backhand there for Bagwadi, wouldn't you say, Bragman?
Oh yeah.
You think Dennis has a spare helmet nearby?
Maybe.
Number 2 position, so.
As Kendrick Lamar said to Drake, you better walk around like Daft Punk. Maybe that should be some advice for Vilskovetsky to take.
That follow through just goes out to the side.
Yeah.
The issue is that you're going to hit your opponent a lot. There's been a couple PSA players that used to do that and they had to get curtailed because you're just going to hit people. It is what it is. He's got a fine shape there, but then it just goes to the side. That's why a good thing these boys are all wearing high guards. Good finish there.
Soft hands for Bagwadi. It's a great start for him.
I'm impressed with Lynn's swing as well. Good technique. Max is going to have his work cut out for him here to just try to out-tough him, I feel like Max would be the better athlete. Jacob seems to be a bit smoother on the technical side, so.
Yeah, Lynn does have that classic Mike Way sort of smack and recoil on the backhand that he defaults to sometimes.
It's going to be a classic clash here, I think. Max Orr steady and tough, experienced player. Lynn probably a little bit more flair.
Look up steady in the dictionary, you find a picture of Max Orr. He's had a great career for the Yale Bulldogs.
Stalwart, as they say. As that's tight and tidy. The Max Orr patented drop shot to the back left corner. One floorboard stuff.
You see that serve from Bagwadi?
Oh, I didn't watch. I was looking at the top.
You gotta look at that backhand serve on the left side. Wow.
Yeah, I think honestly, Cambo G's got to get in the lab with him because I think that backhand you can't finish that way. You're gonna hurt your opponents, right? That was okay because it's a small flick, but some of the other ones he's just gonna finish the racket so far out. Oh, like that, it's just coming across. It's a good nap.
This is a dream start for Bagwadi. He hasn't missed once, I don't think.
I mean, what do I know? Just hit the ball like that, go up 5-0. No, you can tell he's a smart player. He knows how to move the ball around. He's got a good touch in the front corners.
Yeah.
He's got good spacing as well there on the forehand. So that's just a dangerous swing, I have to say, though. You're gonna
especially because Vilskovetsky played such a loose shot.
Yeah, you're just gonna clock somebody. Yeah. So they got some work to do there, but otherwise, I'm seeing he's definitely a smart, tactical player. Oh, it could be a stroke there for Lynn to go up 10-9. They've gotten the Eslet. They're definitely not approving of the fishing rods here. I kind of agree with that. Let the boys play. Jackson, after last weekend, what was your favorite court to play on at the Spectre Center?
That's a good question. Do you find? I mean, you train here all the time.
Yep. There's definitely little differences.
You're
Clearly coming from the mouth.
That was my move, of course.
I mean, it's a class.
What are we eating there, Jackson?
I'm actually eating, trying to maintain my energy in a wake chocolate, 50 milligrams of caffeine.
Dangerous.
Trying to keep myself going. It is 5:32, so it's a bit late, but it's about the content, it's about the people. I'm trying to entertain today. And you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I think we should just give a nice round of applause in the chat for Jackson Bragman holding down the fort here. Probably 6 to 8 hours today, just absolute rock.
This is a dream. This is
on the microphone.
This is what you live for.
He had to deal with Joseph Robinson for 3 hours.
Joe Rob made my job very easy. He was a stud.
I think that deserves applause of his own. Dealing with Joe Rob for a couple hours.
And I can't wait for next weekend. I'll be in Charlottesville, VA for the NSL draft.
Oh, that'll be awesome. We're looking forward to that. But seriously, it makes a difference for the game. So if you're in the chat, let's give I don't know, what should be it should be #BragDaddy or Bragmanovich.
Yeah, you're a big Bragmanovich guy.
I like Bragmanovich or Bragman with the accent.
Bragman is the Spencer class.
Accent over the A, Bragman.
Yeah,
so
I like that one too.
Give him a like on the stream. Give CSA a sub. We know that he's making the difference in the stream, so we'd love you guys to show that in the numbers.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I sensed a great difference. I mean, these are gorgeous courts. I mean, compared to and we love Denison. We love all the.
Don't you say a word about those courts? They're amazing.
Yeah, they are.
Shout out to Huge Red.
They're wonderful. But even compared to any courts you've played on over the course of the year, I mean, by far,
Lynn's going to sneak that first
are the
game.
nicest. I mean, I love the plaster walls. I think they played. They reward good shots. They punish bad shots, and they play very true. I was a huge fan of the courts.
I will say that is true. That they do play true, and it rewards a shot maker. Some people have criticized the lights. The lights are a bit bright, but
that is true.
The lights should shine the brightest in the National Center, don't you think, Jackson?
Of course. I mean, that's how it's got to be. I do actually found that I got used to it. I think Thursday when we came and just kind of did a light hit the day before our first match, I really struggled with the lights. Like, at any time someone would lob, I would have a really tough time. And then as the weekend went on, I didn't even think about it. And I thought about it on the bus ride home. I'm like, I wonder how tough of a time I had with the lights early on. Now, I didn't play on the glass court. I would imagine it's even tougher on the glass court with the white ball. That must be brutal. But with the black ball, I didn't have too much trouble in any key spots. I don't think I ever lost any points or had too much trouble with the lights because of that.
I would say
matches.
I would say a lot of squash players are probably not used to things being well lit because it might be a bit dimmer or a bit more yellow light sometimes in a lot of kind of smaller situations. Whereas when you get the big industrial lights on, it's a shock. Like if you go play a major event on PSA World Tour, your first time on that court, you are not going to even see the ball. I remember my first time hitting on the TOC court with I think it might have been Nathan Lake back in the day. He was nice enough to have a hit with me on that court. And I whiffed maybe the first few balls because the lights are so concentrated. That's class finish there from Dennis. Getting back into that game 4-7.
Yeah, Dennis getting back in here.
If you're Yale here, you're not loving it. You're not hating it, but Jacob Lynn being up 1 love is concerning for sure, as that was a tough contested game, 11-9. It's got to be a huge relief for Harvard to get one under the belt there. And you got to think that Dennis Gilevsky is one of the tougher players in the Harvard lineup. So if you're Yale, you're not loving this situation.
I'm pretty blown away here. I'm just looking at the scalpings for Dennis this year. Christian Shaw, JP2, Arnav Serene, Takas, Avi Agarwal twice.
Give the man his flowers.
Bastawi, Mac Albee, Neil Joshi, and it's a challenge match.
Challenge match merchant.
Yeah, 4-game challenge match. That's these are some big time names in college squash.
As he literally just shot the lights out there,
party,
taking the lights out on that court.
Yeah, I missed it. I was too occupied with my screen, but yeah. Wow. Little dip in stream, but we're back.
It's all right.
Bagwadi is kind of reading him like a book, though. Bagwadi's anticipation, as you pointed out earlier, so good. His touch, so good. And that's tight, though, from Dennis.
Our CTO, Hani's, had to go to another meeting, so we're flying blind without the technical team now. So if anyone in the chat knows how to deal with cables and whatever it's called, fiber optic networks. Let us know what we should do. But right now the stream's holding strong.
Yeah, we were joking in between the men's and the women's sessions about putting me in charge of Tech and Hani on stream. And I think Hani could hold his own, but I think that we would not have a stream for Hani to commentate on if I was in charge of the Tech, unfortunately. So,
I'm kind of actually, I would love to see that.
yeah,
Ragmanovich hopping around the court.
You say that now, but I promise you would not want to see that. It would be a disaster.
Put him on the sticks.
And Hani would not have a computer afterwards, so he'd be very upset.
As we-
because it would be demolished.
As
Right on
Gillespie
cue.
shoots the lights out
Right
again.
on cue.
Oh, there we go.
See, Gilveski using the lob, as we discussed, is trying to blind Bagwadi. It's
Took
a
the
good
lights
strategy.
out. The IT company is just fighting back, trying to keep the lights on.
Big push for the IT company.
Dennis was 7-4 down, was he not? 8-7 up now?
He was 7-3 down.
Absolute tank. There's a reason he plays at the top of that lineup. Those challenge matches are not easy to win.
No, especially at Harvard University.
You know that as someone last year who was fighting for that number 9 position on the team. It's challenge matches can get heated, and
It's tough. Yeah.
iron sharpens
Good
iron.
memory.
Shout out to Chase Landfest.
Shout out to Chase Lenfest. We'll be breaking bread this evening, Chaser and I.
He rocks a great tank top.
I mean, he's a stud. Yeah, he loves a good wife beater. I don't know if that. I hope that's not politically incorrect.
I'm not sure. I don't know what the actual technical term is. It's got to be Merriam-Webster, right? It's got to be in there.
That's true.
Pat, but loves smashing the weights.
Chase is the man. He'll be walking on to the Drexel team next year.
Really good
He
for
will
him.
be, yeah. So I don't know if he'll be a top 9 guy, but he'll be a good practice partner. He's a dog. He's a competitor.
We love to see that. Rile up the boys, get them fired up. Dennis is now 6 in a row here to go up 9-7.
Fist pump from Lynn. Top of our screens.
And chat, you guys can rejoice. The CTO god Hani's back, so he's gonna get us sorted out. Not to fear. He will rage against the machine and figure out the way. There we go. Immediately the stream is just up. 3 game balls for Dennis.
Harvard played Yale in the regular season. Bagwadi got the better of Dennis in 3. It's one of Dennis's 3 losses in dual matches on the year.
Nice.
But he's come out here with a vengeance. He trailed big.
Good holds from him as well. Do some work into Bagwadi there. But Bagwadi's so hard to read as well, I find. Kind of awkward in the front corners. Hard to pick up where that ball's going.
Yeah, that backhand technique is very unique, so it is tough to read. It's kind of like Savannah Engel did this morning for the back Quakers. Joe and I were talking about that, about how it looks like she's going to go cross court every single time on the backhand. She's very open stance and kind of funky technique, and a lot of times she'll push the ball straight and send her opponents the wrong way.
There's a chance here. Oof.
Big time roar.
Wonder if that's Tommy Sultanian. Big fist pump.
Yeah, probably. Tommy and Dweek could see that game going one of 2 ways. Could see it being Tommy winning 12-10 in 22 minutes, or you could see Dweek just shooting the lights out and winning that game in 7 minutes. Tommy having no answer. It's going to be one or the other. Otherwise played that off the turn.
Oh, it's a good boast.
It's a
Wow.
really nice post. This is excellent retrieval from both of these guys.
Oh, it's gone out of court.
He sailed that out. Gilveski takes game number 1
And could this be the
in
start?
13 minutes.
Could this be the start of a crazy Harvard comeback? That's class, by the way.
Might
from
just
Matt Dorr.
be Jacob Lynn in the driver's seat. And then the third match that we don't have eyes on right now is Max Forrester versus Segev Rome. Forrester up 2-1 in that one.
We might have to head over there.
Yeah, we might have to hop over to Max Forrester. Maybe swap the top stream over to, I believe it would be court number 10.
Could be a good shout there.
Yeah, because I believe the top court would be in the middle, so it would be court number 10.
Because if Max Forrester would have
Checking
clinched
on
that
Yeah,
would
Forrester
put
up
Yale over.
2-1, 6-3.
that would put Yale across the finish line, and the other boys can breathe a sigh of relief.
That's true. Forster playing number 7 right now, but was actually a second-team All-American last year for Yale, playing at the top of the lineup.
Very skilled player.
A little bit further down the lineup, but yeah, incredibly skilled.
He could be lurking down there for some easy pickings, but in college you just never know. The teams are so deep.
Yeah, there's very little separating all these guys.
Exactly. Just having a good fall and getting ahead in the challenge matches, you can get buried down there. So, as someone who spent some time down the order myself.
What do you remember about your time kind of in the middle of the lineup? I know you played as low as kind of 6 or 7.
It's all a blur.
Some of those best Harvard teams.
No, I love my time playing for the Harvard teams. Those teammates, I was really fortunate to be in kind of a sweet spot where I really respected all of my teammates and the way that everyone showed up, and it was so genuine and really nice to me, especially when I was a freshman, sophomore, getting into the swing of things in college. But I was really lucky all 4 of my years, and I look back on that time super fondly. So, to all these boys that are playing this weekend, I'm sure they're gonna look back on this time and really enjoy going to war with their best friends. As you see here, we got Max Forster 8-4.
Like a stroke to me.
Couple tight games in the middle there. You got to think that second game tiebreak to Forster is a big dagger almost to Harvard. At the lefty here. Oh, it's found the 10-9-4. Could this be writing on the wall for
good to see Segev Rome staying positive, bouncing around, trying to calm himself down.
Yep.
Freshman year from Israel. Fair share of great Israeli players that have come through Harvard. Obviously, Bernstein graduated last year. I'm not sure if you overlapped with Ito at all, if he was a freshman.
I did not, but I've met him several times, but we did not overlap.
Yeah, he's a competitor, played number 3 last year. And he's not the first. Many great Israeli players to play for Chris.
We ran up a bunch against Nadav Raziel though in college. He was a stalwart at the top of the Yale Bulldogs lineup.
Yep.
As we got 6 match balls, folks, here. So lock in. If Max Forster wins this point, the Bulldogs are going to the semifinals. So put your seatbelts on. Let's see it.
Winner of this match set to take on Princeton tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
Gosh, you're going to have to get your popcorn for that one.
That'll be maybe the best dual match of this whole event, men's or women's. As tight as it is in the women's game amongst those top 5 teams, we saw Penn get a little bit of an upset over Stanford today, avenge their 6-3 loss from the regular season, winning 6-3 today. Those top 5 teams, any of them can win it. But I think Princeton-Yale could be a match and a half.
You might have some other guest commentators as well, some Skillman winners.
Yeah,
if I may spoil, I don't want to spoil it entirely, but I will be.
Of course, I believe the Skillman award ceremony is tonight.
It is.
It'll be Thomas Rossini, Nathan Quay.
Oh, he clipped him there.
And Yash Vati.
Oh, they're gonna give a stroke as he clipped him. Referee, don't do it. No, I think they're gonna go let ball. But yeah, give Yash his flowers here. What's he won tonight?
Yash? Yeah, he's a finalist for the Skillman Award this year, actually. So flowers to Yash. He's a great guy. It's well deserved. He's an excellent sportsman. He's an excellent guy.
Do you know the other finalists?
It's Rossini and Quay.
Wow, I actually don't know who's going to win that.
Yeah, it'll be tight.
All those guys have played at the top of the lineup. Oh my gosh!
And he knows, but he's keeping it close.
The technical team knows. That's devastating.
No, I haven't heard. There's a beautiful line from Segev, great weight of shot there. Might be too little too late, but he's not going to go away quietly. Still has 5 match balls to bring back here for the Crimson.
Might have an injury there in the bottom court. They still haven't resumed.
Yeah, haven't resumed between Gilveski and Bagwadi.
Maybe it's frozen. Maybe it's just frozen.
Yeah, it looks like
a
statue-like figure in the bottom left.
This is a chance.
Dig from Rome.
He's under pressure. Oh, great line.
Shabash.
Oh my!
Bam, bam, thank you, ma'am.
Oh my
Roller
goodness.
home, Segev Rome bringing out all the stops to save his second match ball.
Did you just rattle that off? That was 10 out of 10.
That is absolutely delicious. Oh my.
Why
It's
not?
not over
Why
yet, folks.
not?
It's not over yet, folks.
Why not?
Gorilla glued to the side wall.
All roads lead to Rome.
we're firing. Timbo slice. He brings out the best in me.
How often do you think about the Roman Empire?
I'd say not as much as you.
Oh my God, they might. Oh wow, that could have been a
it's-
soft let. If they
Mike
gave no
Way,
let
Mike
there to the
Way
match.
breathed a sigh of relief.
Holy
there.
smokes! Once again,
that
Jacob
would've
Lynn, 1 love, 7-7.
Brutal.
So if Rome can find a way back in here, this match is a coin flip. Max Forster, the match is on his racket. What's he got? It's a chance.
Yeah, and Gavesky, of course, leads 1 game.
Oh, no! No, he got that ball. Oh, I'm speechless.
No.
Oh my God.
Oh, I haven't seen it. Maybe we can get a replay.
We're gonna run a
if
replay
we're
there
lucky.
on court 10. Nah, I think
No replay.
they don't want to expose the ref. I mean, wow, what sportsmanship at the end there from both boys to obviously.
Yeah,
what
he's
a
handled it
crushing
well
blow,
there as
yeah.
Rome. We're not sure. Can't say
The
for
referee
certain.
made the call, and it is what it is. No, oh man. See Harvard player coming on the court there. You don't want to. Oh, you see Mike Way in the bottom corner there, upset, obviously. What a match. Technical team is on the bankroll. Not showing us that replay, but we'll let it slide. You can see Lynn is upset with something here. Max Orr just wanted to carry on. He clearly doesn't know that the match is over now, but
Maybe we'll carry out the end of this second game here and
we'll sign.
say our goodbyes. And if you want to continue watching this match, of course, the CSA does have a Court 8 specific stream up on their YouTube channel, so you can go watch that match.
Remember to subscribe to
in its
CSA
entirety.
YouTube channel. It's free to do. Hit the like button.
And while we're throwing plugs around, if you
Throw some plugs.
while
Get your
you're
plugs
at
in.
it, at Squash University Pod on Instagram, throw us a follow. It's the #1 college squash podcast in the world, hosted by myself and Minsoir Gilly Lane, the head coach of the Penn Quakers,
Gold
who
standard.
advance to the semifinals tomorrow. Did Penn.
I have to say, as a Squash Pod listener, I listen to basically all the podcasts. Squash U has got to be in Mount Rushmore right now. It's just one of the easiest ones to listen to.
Oh, thanks, Tim.
Good topics, good banter, good vibes.
Yeah, Timmy's a friend of the show. He's been on at least once. I know you've made many appearances on the Bragman Breakdown. I think you've been on once or twice on Squash U. We'll have to get you on again.
There's
soon.
no video as well for the podcast, so you can't see Gilly Lane's backwards hat.
Sometimes he'll pull out the beret, or as he calls it, the Peaky Blinders hat. So
I love it.
He'll mix it up sometimes. But the head is always
tight.
covered.
It's very tight.
Talked about it on the show this week. Gilly actually met my parents last weekend at the divisional nationals. That was it was absolute scenes.
Shout out to Papa
At the
and
study.
Mama Bragman.
Yeah, and you've met the Bragmans. I want to give you a shout out. You were kind enough to take the Bragmans on a private tour around the Spectre Center last weekend. How about that?
I did. They
That
were,
was very, very kind of you.
they'd never been here before, so I had to show them the ropes. I've got the keys, so showed them the spot you're in right now. I showed them the Bragman hangout spot where we get the comms going.
A little Eagles nest up here. That was very cool of you. They met Olivia Weaver, who's doing a little session with Bridgie, I believe. So.
Yep, we showed them the gym, showed
Yeah,
them
they
Team
loved
USA
it.
offices and everything, and they got the whole shebang. So now they can see squash mecca, where squash is in the United States.
Oh yeah.
They get to see where their idiot son does commentary. This might get through. 9-9 here.
It's a great hold. It's very subtle on the volley from Lynn, and draws even here in the second.
See Max Orr just looking up there at the scoreboard. I don't know if that's his scoreboard or the next one, but I just wonder if he knows if they got 5. Just curious. Obviously, it doesn't matter. The result is decided, but
Right.
just wonder how that's going to affect
Did
his...
you? I mean, when you were playing and the match was over, did your teammates usually tell you, or did you want
You
to
knew.
know?
You felt it. You could hear it.
Right.
You knew.
You can hear it in the cheers. Yeah.
You knew. You knew if the match was in the balance, and if
Right.
it was one of those ones, you knew.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
So I would say you can tell a difference in energy. Max can probably tell from people just behind how it feels. Some people don't like to look out at all or kind of sense out. They just like to stay in the box. But for me, try to draw
Sounds
something
good.
from your teammates. You know, it's one of your strongest sources of drive, at least for me. So
Yeah, I did have one of those when Denison played Dickinson first semester, and we were down 5-3, and I was the last one on, and I could kind of sense that my teammates were there for me and supporting me, but I kind of knew the match was over regardless.
you can feel it.
Yeah, you can kind of feel the energy, feel the nature of the cheers.
Jacob Lynn still playing the lights out here. Does that hit the 10? It's hit the 10. Forrester or
yeah,
frustrated.
Two Maxes, they're both seniors for Yale. Yeah, or a little bit frustrated.
Max 4.
Yes,
Mr.
game ball.
Yeah, Max super physically tough player. He did some training with us, I believe, 2 summers ago. And that's going to be a no-let, and we're going to be one apiece here. Now Yale's got some real decisions to make with 5 in the bag. But we're going to leave this stream up, or if this stream goes down, the stream is still going to be live for court number 8. So, folks,
Yeah, there's a chance we end up playing 2 out of 3 here.
yep, this could be a final decider for the teams. They're going to have to play 2 more grueling matches this weekend, so they're going to be going home to recover.
I mean, this was physical. I mean, you look at Harvard is going to want to have a chance to finish 5th in the nation, and some brutal matches for them up and down the lineup. Costales was tested, Tat Carney was tested, of course Rishi and Tate with that 5-game, 69-minute match. Segev and Forster, that was a 59-minute battle. So, we want your guys as close to 100% as possible heading into day 3, I guess, for the Crimson. So yeah, you're right. It's a decision to make. But yeah, Timmy, thank you for doing this with me. Thank you for hopping in. It was a pleasure. Once again, you made my job incredibly easy. It was a whole lot of fun, and we live for moments like these. It's excellent squash all day, and it was a blast to watch. So. Thanks for taking some time to join me, and of course, best of luck to you on the Pro Tour and all the other wonderful ventures that you have going on. NSL Draft next weekend. Everyone tune in, either watch on YouTube or if you're in the greater Charlottesville area, make sure to pull through. I know Juan Felipe Hernandez from the Denison Big Red is going to be there. He won the raffle for the free trip, so that'll be pretty great. I'll be there doing comms, so come say hi if you're in Charlottesville next weekend, and maybe you'll hop on comms with me one more time this weekend. I would love that.
I'm hoping for that. I think it might be in the books. And also, if you want to tune into these matches, we've got Yale advancing to the semifinals. They're going to take on Princeton. That's going to be an absolute humdinger. And I believe we've got Trinity on the other side versus UPenn.
Yes.
It's going to be mouth-watering matchups.
Over.
So mouth-watering stuff tomorrow. Make sure to tune in. I believe the matches are at 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. as well. You're going to hear El Bragman, the voice of college squash. He'll be holding down the fort. We'll have Hani, CTO God, back on the stream. We'll have some guest commentators that are going to be revealed at a later date. But thank you for joining us today.
Commentators.
Make sure to hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yes, and if you do want to continue watching Max Orr versus Jacob Lynn, head over to the Court 8 stream on the CSA YouTube channel. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you guys on CSA Center Court Live tomorrow at 11 a.m. for the women's semifinals.
6.